welcome back to the Drift Masters Championship. We are live for round 5 here in Hungary at Mariapocs. Now, the temperatures are soaring, and I'm not just talking about the weather right now. We're seeing track temperatures of over 41 degrees. Now, this is the first time we've come back to this track in 6 years, and some of our drivers, as we've seen in practice, it's really put the cat amongst the pigeons, but it's all to play for. It's heating up towards the penultimate end to our championship. Who's going to take the top spot this round? Because they're really going to have to let their intentions be known with what happens on track this weekend. We're heading into qualifying. It's super hot out here, but I know who is keeping it cool, calm and collected is our judges and also our commentary team, who are just down below me right now in the air conditioning. Dave and Ian, it's lovely out here, but I bet it's much nicer and cooler in there.
I don't know about that. We feel like we're in a little bit of a drift aquarium in here. It is, of course, the penultimate round of the season. This is where it really matters. The championship is heating up. It's getting to a point where one mistake for any driver in our top 5, and it's going to knock them out of competition. The big final is just a few weeks ago, Ian, in the PG in Aradove. 60,000 fans will watch. And again, we won't see the championship decided at this event, but we may see who is out of the championship race.
Yeah, we certainly will. And look, there's a lot to play for this round and moving forward. You know, the championship's heating up, as we say. It's getting close, Dave. The top are so close. We've never had a final this close before. But Dave, let's take a look at that calendar, because man, have we visited some countries so far.
It's been an insane year. We started off in Spain with Kevin Pazur, the rookie, taking the win. Then we went to Ireland. It was wet and wild as James Dean took his home event. Finland, same story. Hometown advantage for Lauri Heinen as he won out in round 3. And round 4, another Shanahan, King of Riga in Latvia. We're here in Mariapocs, Hungary this weekend, and this is it, all heading towards that big final in Warsaw, Poland. 60,000 in the stadium, but who will be going into that event as our championship leader? And that's what's going to be decided this weekend. And of course, we have to have a look at this championship fight as it's built up. But looking back at Riga, it was Conor Shanahan who had a poor start to the season, starting to step up, getting back in the mix, and Conor was on rails throughout the weekend. He took down so many big names throughout the entire weekend, old foes, new foes, championship contenders, and got himself back in the mix. And I'll tell you what, that win over James Dean meant more than any win before, because it was back on form for Conor Shanahan. He went up on the podium, well deserved, but he's still climbing up into that top 10 in the championship. And the two guys that he was looking left and right at are also contenders in that championship. Let's look at how it stands. James Dean edges it out by just 2 points over Lauri Heinen from Finland, and Dwayne McKeever right on their tails in 3rd place. And there's a little bit of a gap back to Conor Shanahan, but that could all change at the end of this weekend. All eyes on Dean, Heinen and McKeever as we head into this penultimate round. Any one of those guys loses ground at this point, it could be game over.
Yeah, really quickly as well, Dave. They could be all over very, very fast for any of these guys, because look, every single point matters, and not only in qualifying, but that qualifying showdown later on tonight, where those top 4 qualifiers go head-to-head in battles. It's going to be a tough day for every single driver, not only for the driver themselves, but also for the cars, as we've seen so far. And here we go. This is the schedule for the weekend, Dave.
Yeah, we head right into qualifying now, 4:50 p.m. local time. Then it is the showdown after qualifying at 8:30 p.m. local time. Then tomorrow, main event, top 32 kicks off 3:45 p.m. and then 16 remain as we go into the finals at 7:50 p.m. A lot to get through this weekend. I cannot wait. I'm excited. This track is insane. So much speed, so many technical transitions, and drivers already in the wall and having mechanicals in practice. This track will sort out who is the best on the grid. It's a full flat-out run into that first corner, and as you can see, that is a grass bank or a muck bank on the right-hand side. That is scary when you see the speeds they're coming in at. And then it's down the hill through the trees. But you know what? Let's have a look at the track explanation, because I'm going to give you guys the technical, because the judges are going to try and decipher between over 50 drivers who's getting that top 32. As they go through the gears, weight transfer or clutch kick will score higher, or a handbrake through that first outer zone. As then you pull down the hill. Really hard to stay wide on this corner. A little bit more banked in real life than it looks on the cameras. Then it's right out to the wall as you hit outer zone 2. Big transition across the track. Awkward one here into outer zone 3. And then another flick into this big banked wall at outer zone 4, right in front of the crowd. And you head in here where the track conditions change a little bit with the shadow from the trees. Full throttle left all the way to the right hand side of the track, then left. And this is a scary bit. Look at the runoff. Absolutely zero on the left hand side of the track as you got to get the rear of the car through that last zone. A lot of drivers struggling with that in practice. And practice was a bit of a mixed bag. Some of those drivers looking very confident, some having some issues. And I'm thinking this qualifying session might be a little bit more mixed up than we're used to, Ian.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And these are the qualifying rules. 2 runs of qualifying. The best run counts, Dave. Top 32 advance to the final. semi-finals and up to 8 championship points for the best 8 qualifiers. And the new qualifying showdown, the top 4 qualifiers face off in battles. It's going to be a tough technical one today. As you said, we came here in 2018, 6 years ago, and there's only probably 10 drivers on the grid that competed in that event 6 years ago. Now everyone else is a new contender. Dave, it's going to be hard for everyone.
It is, and I'm going to go down to Becky one more time because she's down in the paddock, and Becky, I can feel the tension from here in the Drift Aquarium.
Dave, yes, the tension is rising, but I've taken a walk down to the sunny paddock to catch up with one of our female drivers that we have here at round 5 of the Drift Masters Championship. Natalia, I'm so delighted to see you here because I've been following you on social media for probably 2-3 years now. It's fantastic. So, I mean, you started in rally, 9 years old to 16 in a rally car, then 16 years old to 21, and you find yourself here in this E46 LS powered like V8. I mean, how are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
Hello everyone, I'm so happy and grateful to be here. It was my dream to have the opportunity always to compete at this high level. It's amazing to be here. I was here before at Mariapocs, but only on the semi-pro layout, so it's a very amazing challenge for me and my team to be able to learn in a couple of laps the pro layout. And I'm just getting ready for the qualification. To be honest, I am nervous, but I will try my best, like always.
I was watching you out there, though. You look very confident. I mean, that first corner, the initiation, you've got that absolutely dialed.
Thank you, thank you. I really try. It's quite difficult because the first corner, a little bit, it doesn't feel so natural. So we need to be very aggressive. We need to be able to have a lot of speed to just catch all the zones. So yeah.
Is there any drivers here that you particularly want to drive against this weekend?
Oh, wow. I just looking and I'm follow all the drivers from Drift Masters, so I cannot choose one. I love all of them, from James Dean to Shanahan brothers to Piscotty Kevin to everyone. Like, every one of them have a lot of experience. They're very aggressive and they are pushing at such an amazing high level, yes.
And I want to ask you, what made you make the jump from rally to drift?
To be honest, the feelings going sideways, it's totally different. You are always sideways, and on the same time, you need to be able to reach a lot of speed. So I don't know. I love it. I love it so much.
I love that you love it. Well, Natalia, very good luck for your qualifying, and we're going to hand you back up to our Kings of the Comment Box, Dave and Ian. Take it away.
Thanks, Becky. And let's have a look at who's on the grid this weekend. We got some wild cards in the mix, and as you can see, they always bring a little bit of excitement. Some old schoolers there. Dimitri Iliak and Enver Haskasov's back in the mix, and everybody's looking at number 8 there. Kalle Rovanperä, 2-time WRC rally champion, back this weekend. Very excited to see how he gets on. He's had a couple of mechanical issues the last couple of Drift Masters events, but that super is looking dialed in practice. And again, here's some drivers in the championship order that I think are going to have to make a move this weekend. Some haven't had full seasons, some haven't had the perfect, run of form. They're going to try and turn that around. At this point in time, you need a big result in the last 2 events to finish quite high in the championship, to give yourself that high feeling going into next season. Those guys will be under pressure.
Oh, they certainly will be, Dave. And as we move through the list of drivers that stack up in our grid, you can see it's a set of Clint Van Oort, a man that come off of a win last weekend in Germany. He said he's feeling super confident. He said he wrecked the car, but the team rebuilt it, and now he said he feels really good. He feels like he's ready, Dave, to get a podium at Drift Masters. But Piscotty is the name in everyone's mouth today. Everyone is saying he is deadly on the track. It's his home event, and we've seen so many hometown heroes this year. Could this be the event that Piscotty really shines?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it form this year, hometown advantage just seemed to work well. And Piscotty was a spectator at this very event 6 years ago. Now he's one of the best in Europe. That goes to show how much he's worked for it. And these 3 men, McKeever, Heinen, and Dean. Well, that's the whole story.
Yeah.
Those 3 believe they can be the champion this year. They're mathematically a little ahead of everybody else, but one false move from any of those 3, we're going to see them all stack up at the end of qualifying. Remember, qualifying is a reverse championship order, and if they get in the mix later on, it's going to be huge to see who gets knocked off the top stop. But anyway, you know what? All that's ahead of us. We don't know what's going to happen. You guys don't know what's going to happen. What we do know is the fans are pumped, the track is ready, and here we go for qualifying. And we are warmed up and ready to rock here at the penultimate round of the Drift Masters Championship here at Mariapocs in Hungary. We do not know what's going to happen. We have no previous record of this level of machinery on this track. A lot has changed in 6 years since the grid made their appearance on this circuit. The cars got faster, more aggressive, and the driving got a lot better. This will be a very different story. It looked like a lot of weather conditions knocked us off on the last time we were here. It looks like it's beautiful blue skies all the way through this event. Ian, I'm pumped and ready to see our first couple of drivers head through the course. Give us that guided tour of what the judges are looking for and set that benchmark.
Yeah, and exactly that. And the first driver on our grid, ready to rock and roll, is a man who hasn't had the greatest practice session so far. BMW E82 1 Series sits on the line, and it is George Christoforou from Cyprus. And like I say, he's been in the war a lot today, Dave.
Yeah, I mean,
confidence might be shaken.
You know what?
Man.
Before he did, he was absolutely dialed in. And they're even taking parts off the car before he starts his qualifying run. But this car was in pieces only an hour ago. Had a big hit with the wall. I think it didn't come from a lack of experience. I think a little overconfident, trying to get that 100-point run. Let's see what happens as the sun shines here in Hungary. First corner ready. And it looks like George firing in very close to the edge of the wall and trying to stay as wide as possible as they come down the hill. Does almost make that out of his zone, but missed it. And a little shy. Has to handbrake quite a heavy amount. And that's going to be a big mistake from the judges there. Don't want to see too much deceleration. And look at this. They come through the trees, out to the edge of the circuit. Fire from right to left, and this is a sketchy one. Full speed out to the edge of the track. George Christoforou doing a good job there at the end of the run, but those little dodgy handbrakes in the middle, that's exactly where he crashed the last time, so I don't blame him for checking up a little bit there. We've had a lot of drivers in the wall at the end of that first transition. Just a lot of speed gathered there, so I think he played it cautious.
He did play it cautious, and you know what, fair play to him. He did what he needed to do. He got a score on the board, and as the first guy out, it's always a tough job to get that score and impress the judges. But look at this, he fell down a little bit there.
Yeah, 66.5 for George Christoforou from Cyprus. And he is going to probably have to improve on that score a little bit. We usually see those scores drop in at least in the low 80s by the end of qualifying. Here's a driver I've been looking forward to. Very cool car. Have we seen an RX-7 in the championship in the last couple of years? I don't think so. Yeah, so an RX-7 FC, it's an LS Turbo, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's just an NA. No, it's an NA LS, 600 horsepower, very cool car. He is a 2023 Italian drift champion and 2023 Hungarian drift champion, but now he's on the European level and he's looking pretty brave on that first corner.
Yeah, look, that line is absolutely dialed in. That's exactly where the judges want to see him. Could have gone deeper there on that transition to outside zone 3. Nevertheless, made it work. Goes very high up to the wall. Very dangerous part of the circuit there. Now he watches wide. Now you want to be right where he is there, no further than the white line on the back end of that outside zone. And look at that. That was textbook from Luca Fusini, and you know what? There's no worry that he is the Italian champion, Dave, because that was very good driving.
I'll tell you one thing, what Luca did very well there was be brave.
Yeah, he did.
Now, I'm going to say he's probably had a couple more laps on this layout than most of the drivers here. If he's Hungarian champion, he's done a couple of rounds, a couple of competitive rounds, but it showed the experience. That's why he's a wild card. He comes in here, he's got the talent. Not an easy chassis to drift, the RX-7 FC, and he makes it look so smooth around there with that LS under the bonnet. And I've got to say, I'm very impressed with that first run. I mean, it's not perfect, but hey, it's a really good, benchmark set for the rest of the grid. They're going to say, hey, we thought we were going to come here. Who's this guy? Who's this wild card in an RX-7 coming out here and absolutely nailing it?
And I think he surprised most of the grid earlier on in practice, because there was a lot of guys saying, Mazda RX-7, they're not widely used in European drift competition. You don't see many of them because they are very expensive to turn into a pro car. But he turned up, rocked up this weekend, naturally aspirated V8, and went boom, 82 on the board for a first qualifying run.
That's a big first qualifying score for Luca. I mean, I'll be honest, that's going to shake up some of the rest of the drivers here, saying, well, if he's just come straight off the bat with that, we got to step up right away, because they know the scores are going to start getting higher and higher and higher as we go through the competition. Next up, an absolute crazy car. Next up, we have got Dimitri Uliak. We're missing Enver Haskazap, had a big crash in practice. They're still trying to pull that car straight with a couple of trucks in the paddock the last time I checked over there. So let's keep you updated on that. But moving it on to the Ukrainian, Dimitri Uliak, he is a legend of the game. 1,360 horsepower, 2 turbos sticking at the bonnet. This car has 4 flame makers on the front of the car, 2 screamer pipes, 2 turbos. It's like a whole circus coming down the track. But I'll tell you what, he's got to kind of rein in that wildness to put on a good smooth qualifying lap here. And you know what, he's done really good here before in the past. We were here 6 years ago. He was one of the standouts. Let's see if he's not lost any of his step.
No, and he's still cheeky, Dave. Give the cameraman a little wink there as he fist bumped the camera. He's happy, he's having fun. He's back in the seat. He's been out of it for quite a while now. Dimitri Uliak from Ukraine takes off from the line. As Dave said, 1,300 horsepower to propel this carbon fibre S14 around the circuit. And a nice job so far from Uliak as he gets into the outside zone. Struggles though to work the back end into outside zone 4 now. Comes through down that alleyway, that very tight, shaded part of the circuit. Then boom into the daylight as he fulfills that last outside zone across the line.
Yeah, it looked to me like the car had a lot of grip, and when he went to transition, he expected to wash a little more, be a little more fluid, but it kind of just gripped up.
Yeah.
So I think he had a couple of wobbles on the transitions. Nothing too crazy, but it did knock him off his step. I think that is enough for 20 points for me. I would give him 20 more points for having that level of build. But anyway, doesn't matter to our judges. So we are now going to move it along to our next driver up. And it looks to me like it's going to be Natalia. And Natalia, we had the interview with her earlier on. She looked very confident, 21 years of age, a future star of the sport, the only female driver on the grid. And you know what? She was flying in practice.
Yeah, she was flying in practice. She comes off the line, she's very confident. From Romania, BMW E46 LS Turbo V8 underneath the bonnet. And here she goes, fires that car and drops down ever so slightly and just picks up that outside zone now. She transitions back, rear wheel through the middle of that zone, gets up deep to the wall, drops the car down right where it needs to be, the front bumper and the rear bumper, exactly on the right position of the circuit, goes wide, doesn't get there for that last outside zone though, as she finishes up the run.
Well, a lot of speed in the run,
yeah,
a lot of aggression. I mean, you know, could have been a little wider in some areas of the circuit. I mean, we don't want to be too negative. It's a very tough track. A lot of the drivers saying the first corner, not a perfect radius, which means it's a little bit harder work than it would be normally. They don't want the drivers staying all the way out to the edge of the circuit, because that just brings you off the track. So it's a tough one to balance. You know, a lot of left foot braking can be used just to get into that zone, and not getting that zone is a fairly big penalty from the judges. But the rest of the course was pretty smooth, pretty fluid, not perfect, but you know what? I like to see all our female competitors out there shredding. I mean, she put some chase runs in practice. That if she can get through this qualifying session, definitely a threat against some of the biggest names in the game.
Oh, 100%. And I think the qualifying nerves have really come in there for Natalia. I think she's just...
You got to think about it. You got one shot to impress the world when it comes. You know, you can be a cool national driver, great. But when you got the eyes of the world on you, like you have here on Red Bull TV and Drift Masters, you want to perform. And sometimes you can overdrive, sometimes you can overthink what becomes natural. So 67.5 for Natalia there in second position so far. Another driver probably wants to score a little bit higher to take the nerves away.
Yeah, certainly so. We go back to the start line to a driver who air freighted the car here, Dave, for this event, all the way from Thailand.
Just gonna put that there. Put the car on a plane.
Put the car on an aeroplane, send it all the way over here.
You've heard of snakes on a plane? Cars on a plane.
It is Thanapat from Thailand in this incredible Nissan 200SX. Now, this is an S13 with a full one-off dry carbon S15 body kit.
you might think, why not just get an S15? But they're not readily available in that part of the world, so you have to make your own thing work.
So he made his own, yeah. 3UZ underneath the bonnet. That is a Toyota V8 twin turbo, 1100 horsepower. Now, they blew the engine up 2 days ago, testing here in Hungary. They got the car out this morning, but it wasn't reacting. He said the steering wasn't right. There were still problems in the car. They've worked tirelessly to get the car back on form, and now it looks like it's performing. A little shady from the beginning of the run, but now starting to build some confidence throughout this run as he looks for that final outside zone and gets it down across the line.
You know what? Doesn't matter how he scores. He looks so cool doing it.
Oh, he does look very cool.
Like a matte, dry carbon. Entire S15 placed on top of it.
And the workmanship that's been done to this car, Dave, when you go up close and personal, is insane.
And you know what, to have an engine failure and a team, especially when you're in another part of the world where you don't even speak the language. And a lot of people watch Drift Masters and forget that every country has a different language.
Yep.
Not everybody has English as their first language. A lot of these events, even E&I won't be on the stereos for everyone, or on the PAs. You know, it's the national commentator. So there's a lot of, you know, challenges when you come from so far away with just a box of tools to try and make things work. The fact that that car is out there shredding is a testament to that team.
It certainly is, yeah. And there we go, Thana. But you can see him dialed inside the car. That car looks absolutely beautiful. The livery, the carbon fibre,
cool.
the body kit, one off. It just doesn't, in my mind, make any sense when they're firing it at immovable walls most of the time. But hey, it's all about looking cool.
We don't have to pay for it.
No,
it's okay.
And a
58.5 for Thanapat from Thailand. And yeah, missing a couple of zones out there was obvious for everyone to see. But you know what? Just to get it out there, get a run, get that car. I'm sure they're developing it every single time. We're looking at where the air wants to go on the next driver, which is Robert Petri from Hungary in this BMW E92. And remember, it's been over, some of these cars, over 45 degrees today in the car, Celsius. It's that warm out there. Getting a little cooler now in qualifying. Let's see if he can hold this cool as he goes very close to the edge of the track. Because Robert Petri, as he transitions back, this is a little bit laboured, but it's accurate. At least he's making those zones work very wide to the walls all the way around. Lost the bullet off this car a couple of times in practice. He wasn't afraid of it, but missing that zone in an early transition puts him in a strange place. Has to let for breaking across. So all of the aggression, maybe not all of the precision.
No, super aggressive from Robert Petri from Hungary, driving a car this weekend that was hired to him, a BMW E92 2JZ, 1066 horsepower. Let's take a look back at the replay from the drone, and the drone never lies. As you see him now transition, look at this, kind of gets himself in a weird position right here. And then from there on out, look at that was a big wobble there. I wonder if he caught a little bit of understeer on the front of the car because it wasn't like the car wanted to react.
Yeah, it's like he had to dial on too much angle for that zone, so he comes up short on this zone, and the transition puts him on the right-hand side of the track instead of the left. So he's got this big drag now to try and get out here. So he just barely grazed it. It's not bad. A lot of speed. I thought it was actually quite a tidy run in terms of fluidity, but just you got to get those zones. That's the whole point of the game, and the judges, you know, they aren't the funnest guys in the world.
No, oh no.
They'll be like, oh, missed the zone. That's kind of how they work on it. So we like all the tire smoke. We like the cool builds, but they kind of they have what's called criteria that you have to follow. So that makes it all very boring. so so I will say that you know, we're going to see some crazy runs here, but they're going to score some middle pack like 71 just from that lack of accuracy on the zones.
Exactly that. And our judges, as Dave just mentioned, are the same as always: Vernon Svanefeld, David Callas, and Kevin O'Connell. And Vernon is our head judge this weekend as we do a rotation throughout the year, and we go back to the line to a guy that we are super excited to watch, Dave.
Yeah, business just picked up. Two-time and youngest in history WRC champion Kalle Rovanperä is back in the Toyota Supra this weekend. 900 horsepower, 3.4 litres, stroke 2JZ. And this man has been looking wild. And look at the entry from Kalle Rovanperä as he absolutely pins it to the edge of the circuit. He hasn't been in a drift car much this year, but it doesn't show as he fires through the course, looking very, very confident and doing everything the judges want him to do so far. Really nice line so far from Rovanperä, as he absolutely is up and gone through this course. Precision, and that's not even the most aggressive he can be out here. That's just the first safe run. Wow, big statement from Rovanperä there. Look, cool as a cucumber, and I suppose it's easy when you're doing 140 miles an hour through the trees in Finland in a rally. This doesn't seem so scary, right? No, this doesn't seem scary to him whatsoever. That was an incredible run there from Rovanperä. A few little things to pick up on. I think he put too much angle here on initiation. Watch this, but we slowed him down. Look at the line. Pulled him away from the edge of the circuit. Now, is he far enough up to make it work? He gets to that outside zone, but there's a lot of left foot braking, and judges saying, look,
we expect you to left foot brake there in that outside zone, but we don't want to see tons of left foot braking. And unfortunately for Robin he did. He didn't get that far up on that outside zone either. Look, he made it work, but I think there was a few mistakes that crept in there.
I think what you're doing now is comparing it to a 100-point run.
Yeah.
So I think this is definitely going to be the best run we've seen so far. But I think, as you said, we got to show you guys at home what the perfect run is.
Yeah.
And that wasn't perfect.
No.
But it was very impressive for the first run in the Supra. And I'm going to arguably say it's the first run this year for Robin Perra in the Supra, because I'm not sure he's done any other events. He's been busy running around the world, winning everything. And there you go, 90.5. First position with his first qualifying run. And the entire grid size it going, oh no, he's a problem again. And he is a problem. Becky is down with Callie Robin Perra. He's back.
Absolutely, Dave, and he doesn't even look to be breaking a sweat. Callie, a 90.5 for your first run in qualifying. It looks like you're pretty comfortable out there. Do you like the track?
Yeah, the track is actually quite amazing. It's quite tricky. Of course, I would have wanted to be a bit higher points, but for the first run, it's not too bad.
You haven't been in your A90 Supra much this year, but you look extremely comfortable. Have you been doing much practice before this round, or is it from the rally straight to drifting?
I have been driving this car properly last year in Poland, so no practice this whole year. So yeah, I can be quite happy with that, because I have had no laps in this car this year.
Excellent, Callie, and we'll see you on your second qualifying run. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Becky. So he's done no laps, no practice, hasn't done anything with the car, hasn't done anything since last September. Does his first lap out, gets a 90.5, fuming. Absolutely fuming. Could have been better.
Would have wanted more.
Would have wanted. Professional racing driver.
Anyway,
exactly.
back to the start line. Our second female driver of the weekend, Christina Aalto, back in Drift Masters. We see this young lady in Finland, and she wanted more, Dave. She was hungry for some more drifting. She said, can't get enough of it. Smoking tyres. Impressing people. And look at this from Aalto, right to the edge of the circuit. Took my breath away on that initiation. Good transition back to put the rear wheel right where it needs to be. Now, can she fulfill this out? A little wobble on the steering wheel. She knew she wasn't going to make it. Car gripped up maybe a little bit too much. Now she comes through the shade, under the trees, left foot braking, gets nice and wide and early to the outside zone. The rest of that run was phenomenal.
That's a cracker of a run.
One mistake at the whole run.
From Christy Aalto, if she had just picked up that outer zone down the far side of the circuit, I think that was a massive score. Even the aggression on entry was insane. She's almost in the bank as it comes down the hill. The bravest entry we've seen so far.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Look at this. It was just here. The car didn't want to wash out to it. She made it go, and it just about got a rear wheel into that zone. But the rest of the run after that was phenomenal. Watch the front wheels. Watch the way the car reacts. Look, she slowed it down a little bit, and she had to work. Turns the lockout, tries to get the car to wash up. Now, what you can't see on camera most of the time is that most of these corners, Dave, are slightly banked. So they're not dead flat. So the car won't just roll into the zone. You have to make the car drive to these outside zones.
Exactly. You say, why didn't you get to the edge? But the edge is sort of the highest point, right? So it's, you know, you've got to do more work. You have to aim almost over the edge to get the edge, and that's the difficult part in a drift car, because it's, you know,
and dangerous.
It's also quite dangerous. And I mean, if the recovery man this morning definitely had a couple of tanks of diesel used trying to get people in and out of the track. Not an easy track to negotiate whatsoever. No. So I will say, you know, for that, that's a 60 on the board, and I think that's going to come from missing that big outside zone, and also the transition being a little bit laboured. At that front wheel, you can see a little bit of straightening there, a bit of understeer. I don't think straightening, just understeer. Judges are going to watch that, and again, they're going to be very critical of everything everyone does out there, because they obviously have to separate so many talented drivers over the course of this qualifying session.
It certainly will. So we go back to the start line and getting cooled down in the car. It is incredibly hot. Even in our air-conditioned greenhouse, Dave, it is hot in here. And we go back to the line to a man driving for Drift Games from Japan, Ryusei Akiba, the D1 GP 2023 runner-up. What can he do? They put the engine in the car last night. The team worked tirelessly to get Ryusei Akiba back into the seat. Misses the outside zone, dials on too much angle, has to stall the car up now. Tries to keep himself back into this one, but it starts to fall apart. Misses the outside zone, comes way down the inside. You can see now those mistakes where they creep in, puts his wheels on that zone. Now goes for that final zone, but just can't get up there. And that car, like we say, an engine in it last night. It's a tough game. He lost all the practice this morning.
Yeah, no practice for Ryusei Akiba, but he has a car working. I think he's still doing practice in qualifying, which is a very late place to do it. I'm just going to wonder with the judges, is there an opposite drift in some zone here? Because again, you got to watch that transition at the end of the first corner. So we'll have a look and see what they think as he comes through.
I think you could be right, Dave. As he comes down here.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at that and say, is that chaseable at that point? Probably unchaseable, I would imagine. That's a massive slowing.
And you know why I think it comes down to being unchaseable. And I don't think it's an opposite drift. I think it's the amount that he slowed.
Yeah, it's almost...
There's a full throttle zone there.
Yeah, and it's not, you know, you can lift on the throttle, you can put a little left foot braking, but stalling up like that is probably not what the judges want to see. Remember, the reason we do qualifying is to find those lead runs, to find the guys and girls doing the best lead runs so that we have the best battles later on. So you're the best people on track. So yeah, it is official at 0 for Usei Kiba for slowing too much in between the transitions. We've got to get it all done on the second run. A lot of nerves starting to build there after a very, very late night for the team putting an engine in that car. Just not being able to get around as smoothly. And again, a lack of practice going to not, you know, contribute to that, of course. Cool. We're moving on to our next driver.
Yeah, Peter Kozlowski.
If you like turbos at the bonnet, he's got 2.
V8s and turbos, Dave.
Love it.
And a race suit that is money.
He is money, made out of money. And here we go. It's not been the perfect season so far for Peter Kozlowski. 1,000 horsepower LS2 V8, 2 turbos, very aggressive initiation. Flirting with the edge of the track here is Peter Kozlowski as he comes down there, missing that outer zone a little early on the transition, gets the second one, and as you can see, pushing out to the edge of the wall. Whoa, flirting with danger there as he goes right to the edge of the circuit, looking a little tighter, but just barely getting into those zones, and the judges being very harsh on them this weekend. And I think, you know what, a very fluid run, lots of smoke, good angle, but again, just not hitting those zones. And I hate to be so negative because it's so tough, but we are going to have to be honest, and we know who's going to make it and who's not going to make it by those. Having a conversation about getting into the top 32. And next up we have got Joshua Reynolds from Switzerland in this B58 powered Super 1,030 horsepower. This thing is an absolute weapon. Joshua looking for a turn of fortune this year, had some struggles in this car, but a very aggressive entry so far as he fires down the track. Little wobble from the front wheels as he's going to struggle to get all the way out there. Does put a wheel in that zone. A little bit of stall on transition though. And yeah, it looks to me like he just struggled to keep the car on angle as he came through the transition, but now he's got foot to floor and looking much more composed on the second half of the run and gets it out to that last outer zone. That little off-throttle wobble through the middle of the course, judges will be looking at that saying, hey, if you were chasing him, would you have run into him? And I think the answer probably is yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I'm inclined to agree there, Dave. And you know, we don't like putting anyone down because it's not it's not an easy job out there. But I think, again, it was the initiation. It got very mid in that outside zone, number 1, and then it dropped way down, and that kind of then tries to triangulate that line to outside zone 2, and you can see just drops one wheel into it. But then for me, really, it was this transition. It was very slow and laboured, and it was like the car was way too gripped up and didn't want to move across the circuit in the way that Reynolds was hoping it would.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we've seen some great runs out of the Drift Force team over the year, here and there, and it's still, you know, adapting and learning as things go. But from Joshua Reynolds' point of view, you know, there's no allowances for learning or new chassis. The judges judge everybody exactly the same. So if someone's driving a car for 10 years or 1 year, you're getting the same score. And Joshua Reynolds, I think he's going to have to just go for broke now on the second run, because that first run is probably not going to get him safe in the top 32. A 52.5 for Joshua Reynolds. We've seen much better runs in practice. I think he has it in him, and I'm hoping that we see that in the second half of qualifying, because amazing team here on the grid in Drift Masters, looking for that turn of fortune. And sometimes, you know, at the top level of sport, you know, it just can get on a vibe that's just not good, and you want to turn it all around, and maybe one result can just change the whole game. So we're hoping for that for a lot of these drivers this weekend. Next up, the Italian Manuel Vacca. Nears makes no difference, 1,000 horsepower E36. Here we go, the Italian champion off the line. As he fires absolutely tearing through the tires into that first corner. Very interesting initiation on. Look at this, really wide. Looks like it's that car absolutely firing at the moment as Vacca, just barely touching the outside zones. Little wobble as he comes to this into that outer zone. Nice job there though as he gets nice and wide, but he might be too early and too wide here. No, makes it work. Nice job from Vacca. Early transition as he takes it right out to the edge of the circuit. The Italian collecting, their zones, and the car sounds absolutely unbelievable out there.
Yeah, sounds insane.
Echoing through the trees.
Yeah, it was, and all around and shaking the tower for Manuel Vaca as he comes off the line. For me, it had loads of promise on initiation, but then he slowed the car down, and then as soon as he got on throttle, the car just didn't want to react, and as it fell away, look at this, he tried to shallow off the angle and then pushed the back end up, and it just wouldn't go. And I think he realised then he'd already bled quite a lot of points on the first half of the run. But then he went for broke, put the back end right close to the wall, and then stayed super wide into outside zone 4 as he comes right round, and didn't look like he was going to make it. Snappy transition down as he comes to that final outside zone, gets there nice and early, fulfills it, and across the line. But the first half of the run day, very scrappy.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the first half of qualifying, so some of these scores you might go, oh, whatever, but it sets the standard for your tension. So 74.5, not bad for Manuel Vaca, puts him in third so far. But you got to remember that if you have a lower score here, you're then relying all on your second run. So it's the same as almost getting a 0, because you know it's not enough after the first half of qualifying. You got to go again. So you want to get into the 80s. That's the comfort zone, just to build on. Outside of that, it's tension. You're starting to get stressed. So fans starting to roll in here. It's a beautiful Friday evening in Hungary. And I'll tell you what, we're expecting a big crowd tomorrow. A lot of tickets, a lot of people. It's going to be very vibey. It's going to go into the night time too. We're looking forward to that. Next up, we got Edgars Krogiris from Latvia, from Riga. And this is a beautiful car. All carbon Kevlar 2 Series V8. He is the runner-up in the Latvian Championship last year. 700 horsepower LS in this car. And oh, a little bit off the line so far. A little bit scrappy from Edgars as he fires through the course. Oh, and he's really close to the wall there. Thought that may have been a flex of the carbon Kevlar. But at the moment, doing a good job of keeping the car fast, but just missing some zones. A little sketchy through the course.
Yeah, it was. And again, another driver, I think that this lack of commitment, the lack of pushing the car right to the edge of the circuit after initiation is crucifying these drivers, because it puts them on the wrong line. Look at this. Gets through that zone lovely, but then instantly drops away from the outside edge of the circuit right to the middle, and that, you can see how much it affects that line. Now, getting to that outside zone is fairly easy enough, and especially this one as well, because you can let the car drive itself up that bank if you've gone full commitment, if you can trust the car and trust yourself as a driver. But then from there on out, I think he went too far. You see him drop way down the inside and kind of makes a mess of the last 2 zones as well. I think it was scrappy from Krogiris, another driver that really, I think, lacked that commitment, Dave, lacked that trust.
I think if it doesn't go right on the first corner, it kind of falls apart from there. It's a track that really exaggerates your mistakes. So if you make a mistake on the first corner, you lose all the momentum for the transition in the next corner, and then it's kind of, you can recover from there. It's like almost 2 halves to the track, so you can look pretty good in the second half, but the first half weighing heavily on the judges, and a 59 for Edgars Krogiris from Latvia, another driver I think with work to do in the second half of qualifying.
Certainly so. We go back to the start line to a man from El Salvador, now residing in the UAE, is Nasser Al-Harbali in this insane Nissan 200SX, as we get the thumbs up from Timo Peltola, who is waiting down the back of the paddock.
Yeah, he had a massive engine fire in practice, so we're just getting word that he's ready to go, which I'm sure our Finnish fans will be very happy about, and all our diesel fans. But as you mentioned, we're back to Nasser Al-Harbali, a little bit of a step, you know, into European drifting this year. It's been not an easy step, but he did well in Riga. Fires a cone through the start line, but it won't matter in qualifying as Nasser fires in late and heavy. This car with tons of horsepower, 1150 horsepower. You can see shredding the tires, and so far, pretty good job of getting through the course from Nasser as he takes it wide to the edge of the circuit. This is fast, this is fluid, and that's where the judges want to see these drivers, right to the edge of the circuit. This is solid so far if he can get this last transition right, and he can. This is a good run from Nasser Al-Harbali. More like what we wanted to see from him all season, but it takes that little bit of time to get. It's a new car, new build. They had lots of trouble with it. Looks right now, smiles on faces. Yeah, look, I spoke to him in Riga, and he just said to me, look, it's took us nearly a whole year to adapt our driving style, to get ourselves in the mindset of European drifting. It's so different to what we have in the Middle East. And for Harbali, I thought this one was going to fall apart again, but he stayed there. Look, left foot brake, pushed the back end of that car as high up that bank as he could, and he made it work into the outside zone. Then the rest of it, from here on out, was lovely for Harbali. Lets the car wash across the circuit, then drives the car up the bank. Look, left foot braking, pushes the back end right into the wall as he hits that rev limiter and shakes everyone around the place. Even the camera in the car is like, what is happening?
And this for me was lovely. Stayed in the outside zone for a long time, let the car transition across the circuit, gets in there nice and early. Look at that wheel right to the edge of the outside zone.
And importantly, you know, finish the run wide on the circuit, which the judges want to see as well. I think this is going to be a very solid score for Nasser Al-Harbali. And it is a 73, so judges saying, you know, look, you look through there, you see not a lot of style in the run. You see that, not a lot of style, not a lot of angle, to be fair, you're right.
True, yeah.
And maybe that big left foot lock up on the first corner is not going to be scored very highly.
Yeah, the judges were saying to me earlier, though, they're looking at these left foot braking. A lot of guys heavily left foot braking. They don't want to see that. They want to see the car.
Yeah, what the judges are saying is if you left foot brake to that first corner, you're almost stopped.
Yeah.
Just going along. So you need a bit more commitment than that. Next up, we got a returning driver this weekend from the UK, Steve Biaggi-Biagioni, in this GT86, jumping from the V8 to the 2J this year. And he said he's still adapting, but he loves the car. He loves the potential of it. And we always get some fireworks from Bagsy when he hits the circuit. Let's see how he gets on this first qualifying run.
Yeah, nice initiation from Bagsy. Stays up nice and high. You can see him on that left foot brake, but makes it work. Look at that right to the edge of the circuit for Bagsy. Flicks the car across now. This looks absolutely dialed. Bagsy's in the zone. He's been on the podium here in Hungary at this circuit many moons ago, but he is now feeling comfortable in this new chassis at this track. And look at that, Bagsy pulls a banger on the run, Dave.
Yeah, big run from Bagsy. And I'll tell you what, judges, I mean, I heard a little groan because when they run that wall, just as they come up the hill, I'm going to show you where it is on the replay, they don't want the drivers too deep there.
No.
They don't want them in the wall. So it's the only bit I could, you look at this first corner, lots of speed, lots of smoke. He is left foot braking, but look at that front wheel, not jammed solid, only just at the zone.
Yeah.
So Nasser had that jammed all the way from the first zone. Bagsy letting the car flow and trusting it a little bit more, which I think the judges want to see that bit of risk. This is really nice, especially when you got a short overhang in the GT86. Now this is the bit, watch this, a little too wide. That zone goes over the zone, maybe puts a wheel off there, and then he comes back across the track. So other than that wheel off, I don't see too many mistakes there from Steve Biaggi-Biagioni.
No, I don't.
That's a really solid first run, as we would expect from a man that's hit the podium many times in Europe.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we're going to see that. Look, we're going to see how wide he did go there, Dave, and it was, yeah, look, a wheel over that line. They wanted to see that rear wheel on that white line on the furthest part of that outside zone.
Yeah, and they don't want them to use the wall as a reference, but at the same time, a lot of that box has been rubbed away with rubber. So I can understand if a driver, you know, in the shade there, it's tough to see. But I mean, that's a very minor mistake on what was an exceptional run from Steve Biaggi-Biagioni. I'll tell you what, every time we see him in this GT86, he looks more comfortable, looks more confident. And a 91.5 for Steve Biaggi-Biagioni. Well deserved for that run, and puts him right squared with Kalle Rovanperä. And there you go, Bagsy and Rovanperä. What an addition this round. Straight on the off. As you see, this guy is trying to you know, keep his energy levels up, because
we're going to need some of that.
We're going to need some of that, because there's a lot more drivers to come. And here comes another firecracker on the start line representing Canada. It is Josiah Falaise from FDF Race Shop in this insane Corvette. He's been through engines, he's been through crashes, he's been through James Dean this year, and he's ready to rock and roll here in Hungary. As this 1,000 horsepower naturally aspirated Corvette absolutely sending it in, but gets a little bit too early off the zone. The aggression was absolutely outrageous from Falaise, but it just wasn't as accurate as he wanted it to be. But look at the pace of this car through the course, and he said he wanted a track this year to, you know, open the taps, as they say, on the other side of the water. Well, I can guarantee you the floodgates are open on that one.
You know what, that had all of the sights to be a big run, but unfortunately there, that angle on the outside zone was just too much. Look at this, nice initiation from Josiah as he fires that car in. Look at it, lets it wash right to the top of the circuit. Look at the line he's got here as he comes into this outside zone. Doesn't go as deep in as what it looked like from the other camera angle, when it dials on too much angle. And I heard the judges in the background grumble a little bit there, as they didn't like what he did, but nevertheless, the rest of the run, Dave, was flawless. And he said to me, he said, oh, I feel really comfortable out there today. He said, the car works well. He said, everything's bang on. He said, I just need to get myself in the right line, the right zone, and I'm going to be deadly. Yeah,
I mean, he's a new driver to the championship. Every track is new to Josiah Falaise, and this car, very different than everything else on the grid. It's 1,000 horsepower, but he gets an 81 on the board, and it's, as I said, 1,000 horsepower NA, which is a naturally aspirated car, no turbo, no superchargers, a little bit of nitrous, and he's in 4th position after his first run. An 81, not a bad score.
No.
If he could have, you know, that entry had so much promise, just fell off a little bit. Now, I'm really surprised we're going to see our next driver out there, Teemu Peltola, because there was a fire in this car in practice. Thought that was the end of the weekend, but no, they came back fighting. That his team, it doesn't matter what smoke's coming out of the car, as long as there's some smoke coming out of the car, black or white, because here comes our only diesel car on the grid. It is Teemu Peltola from Finland, 800 horsepower. This car runs 1,200 Newton meters of torque. And look at this, he's had no practice and he's absolutely nailing the course so far. His team of Peltola very wide to the wall, and he's very brave there. This is an exceptional run so far for a man that's had very limited practice. And I'll tell you what, team of Peltola driving angry out there and getting a run on the board.
Wow, what a run from Peltola. What a run from Peltola. Do you want to know what happened earlier, Dave? One of the fuel lines that went from the mechanical fuel rail to the diesel injector split, showered the engine bay in diesel, it caught fire, it burnt the whole engine harness. So the team rebuilt the engine harness, all the wiring, during practice, got the car running, he went straight back out again, and this is the run that he laid down.
Do you know what? He didn't need practice, because that
he
is
was
phenomenal.
like, I don't need practice. That's a lovely run from Peltola.
You know what? Looks like he was so in control of everything too. It wasn't like...
It flowed.
Yeah, it wasn't wobbly. It was, you know, the front wheels weren't making major corrections. It just looked nice. And I think that's what the judges want to see, is a bit of fluidity. You know, you're not just fighting the car and all over the shop. And that was really nice.
I just had a fault.
What did you ever thought?
I reckon we're going to see a lot of higher 90 scores coming here.
What do you think this one will make the 90s?
I think it was very nice. I'll be surprised if it's not a high score, but I think as we're going to move through the second half of the first runs and into the next runs, I think we're going to start seeing a lot of high 80s and a lot of 90-point runs coming in.
This could be
one of those events where we could have 16 drivers or 10, 20 drivers on a 90.
It's an 83, and I think a wheel drop, and again, one of the things that the judges saying here, line could have been a little bit better, and again, style. At some areas could have been a bit faster.
Forget the judges.
But they don't know what to do.
They have no idea.
He's in a diesel car.
Yeah, I mean,
he's in a diesel
he's
wagon.
No practice.
He's no practice.
They
diesel
should go
wagon.
out there with no practice.
Yeah, go out there, no practice. Take a diesel wagon and see how you get on.
See what you can do. Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah. David Callis. But anyway, we'll move on to our next driver. And sitting on the start line is Yves Meyer, second of our Drift Force Supras. And Yves representing Switzerland, of course, 1,080 horsepower. Another very identical car to Joshua Reynolds. Let's see if he has better fortune on the track. See the nose dip down with every gear change. It lifts a wheel off the ground. A lot of suspension travel in this car. And it looks like they have this thing dialed up to 11, but he misses that outer zone.
Yeah, it looks like they've put too much grip in this car, David. Look, he didn't want to react as he let off the throttle and tried to let it wash to the outside edge of the circuit. Now gets on the throttle, lets the car drive itself right to the edge, right to the zones. The judges wanted to see it, but unfortunately for Meyer, some mistakes in that. Lifting a wheel on initiation, that's how much grip these guys are dialed in.
It's madness when you're three-wheeling on the way into a corner. That is pretty scary.
Yeah.
You can see it here as it just comes through. Watch that inside wheel. He's just...
Temperature dropping to 67.5 for Yves Meyer.
Well, this is going to be interesting. If we get a little bit of cloud, the temperatures will drop a lot on the track, and also we're losing sunlight. You know, it's on. You know, every lap we do, it's getting a little darker, and the shade under those trees is going to make every little part of that track feel different for each driver. First run might feel very different than the second. We don't know. As we move along, you can see a great view into the front of Michael Reihart's car. Not the perfect season for Michael Reihart. He's had a tough one this year. He's always an entertainer, always smiling, but this is probably one of the toughest seasons I remember for Michael Reihart.
And a tough day as well for Michael Reihart. 2 crashes on both occasions that I went and watched him on track. So maybe I should just close my eyes as he does this run, but nevertheless, comes off the line, flicks it in, and that early initiation puts him way off, way on the wrong part of circuit. And he's going to go deep to outside zone 3, makes it happen, but now he's on a real weird line, makes lets it happen, goes very high, it makes that long arc work, doesn't go over the edge of the track, and very shallow. It looks like the car didn't have any power there. It looks like it didn't want to react, and Reichardt losing some zones. And it's looking messy for Reichardt.
Well, he's lost a lot of practice.
Yeah.
And again, if you've had 2 crashes, you're going to turn around and go, I don't want to go in and do it again. So I think a little tentative on the first corner, and that we mentioned it many times before on that first corner. If you don't commit, everything else gets more difficult from there.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it shows up massively if you're on that wrong line on initiation. The rest of the track really falls apart. And Reichardt there, look at this transition. Car just... Was he straight there for quite a while?
Either way, it's going to hurt a score. And it doesn't really matter if you're below, in my opinion.
I think the judges are looking at this possibly being a 0.
Does he fully straighten? What I'm thinking is any bad run now, you're out of competition. That's how Drift Masters works. So if you're less than, I think, definitely if you're less than...
are we playing that game again?
Yeah, if you're definitely less than, I'm going to say at this round, if you're less than 80.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have to do a cracker of a second run, so it might as well be a 0. So how bad it is compared to a 1 to a 79, I think you're still going to need that big run on the second half of qualifying. I'm only speaking from experience, and I also have been wrong at least 17 times in the past. Today probably as well, yeah. But what I'm saying is that's the kind of vibes I'm getting this season, is that if you're not on it, or you don't have at least one great run, you're not going to do enough.
No.
And you're up against the best in the world, and there's a whole big melting pot of them here from all sides of the world. There's 23 nations represented. There's over 23 national championships represented. I think there's 16 champions on the grid. So this
16?
So it's tough. 55.5 for Michael Reichardt, 17th position, and as I mentioned, I think he's just going to have to take that as a 0 and go for broke on the second run.
Yeah, certainly so.
It's tough out there.
It is tough, and you know what? I think when we came here 6 years ago, things were a lot different. As you mentioned earlier, at the beginning of the broadcast, everyone was just getting around. Now it is so tough. It's hard to get it done. We go back to the start line. Adam LZ, representing the US of A, sits on the start line. Incredible 2JZ powered BMW E36. He's been looking good in practice. He's been looking strong. He said he's feeling happy, and this style of track and driving suits him. Very aggressive initiation from LZ now. Goes right to the edge of the circuit, flicks the car across. Nice line. LZ lets the car wash. Look how fluid that was from LZ. Drops it down, tucks the nose in to that point of the circuit. Very clean there from LZ once again. Right to the edge of the circuit. LZ across the line.
Big run. Very big run from Adam LZ. And he said I saw him on his BMX going around the course, and we had a little chat, and he said, this one's going to suit me.
Yeah.
He said, I like this one. This is a fast one. And I think he said himself, that car, he wanted to really test the legs of that E36. The Euro car, as he calls it, almost an identical car to what he runs in the USA. And he's had a couple of bangs with the wall, but look at this. He is flying through those zones. Of course, could have been a little wider here and there, but I'll tell you what, the fluidity, as you mentioned, the speed, the risk, that's what the judges want to see. They don't want to see a left foot braking everywhere to the point where the cars stop. They don't want to see multiple handbrake drags. They don't want to see big angle because it slows you down. They want to see speed. They want to see risk, and they want to have that moment where they go, oh, you might hit the wall, and you don't.
And
that's where we all get that excitement.
For me as well, it was this line coming into this outside zone. He tucked the nose in onto those 2 white dotted lines on the inside of the circuit. Then he lets the car wash, but not too far. Very easy here to go, oh, the wall is another metre away. I'm going to put the back of the car on the wall. But look at this, LZ puts a wheel right over, just flirting with danger there on that zone, but doesn't go too far. And we've seen a lot of drivers go completely over that zone.
I think it's funny, I was just noticing how every car looks great until you get on the phantom slow-mo camera. And then you're like, wow, these things are real beat up after 4 rounds.
Well, let me tell you, Dave, we're going to the PG Narodovway where there is no escaping a concrete wall. And these cars, I mean, on the broadcast, Red Bull TV, on YouTube, they look immaculate. Wow,
hey, look at this. Another 91.5 on the board.
He said to Bagsy, I see your score, I'm going to match it. But we go to Poland, and these cars get trashed.
Absolutely. We'll go over to Adam LZ. He is down with Becky. That is a massive run. 91.5 in the bag on the first half.
Absolutely, Dave. And you know what? I always look at Adam, and he doesn't always show me if he's happy, but I got a nice big smile from him there when he heard 91.5 drop in. Adam, this track looks like it does actually suit you.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty shocked. I felt like there were a couple of things I could have done better. Matt, spotting for me, told me the track was hooking up a little bit, so I pushed as hard as I could to make sure I got to the zones. At 91, that's good.
It's really good. Can you give us a quick track update? Obviously, the sun is starting to set, and the grip levels might be starting to change. Can you give us a quick review there?
Yeah, for sure. When it cools down, you know, the track will get a little bit more grip. the first corner is very tricky. It's hard to tell on camera, but it's actually a bit of a banked corner. So every time you go in there, you feel like you're going way too fast, and then you come up short of the zone. So like, I'm in the car telling myself, go faster, go faster, go faster, and I think it paid off.
Definitely did pay off. Now you've got one in the bag, so push hard for your second qualifying. We'll see you then. Thanks, Adam. Back to you guys.
Yeah, smiles all around. So
he's happy, man.
Bagsy, Adam LZ, Callie Rovenpera, all in the 90s so far, saying, hey, you know all the rest of you guys, step up.
You know there's a championship fight?
Yeah, step up. Next up, a man that loves stepping up is Marko Zakaril. Marko from the Czech Republic. He's always good for a wild ride on this track, and he's going pretty fast already.
He certainly is, and look at this. Zakaril had a bit of a heartbreak in Riga with engine problems, but nevertheless now starts to make it work here in Hungary. Big transition, big angle. He's flirting with putting the high scores on the board here. This is very nice from Zakaril, right to the edge of the circuit. A little glimpse, a little flash of the headlights as he comes through, right to the edge of the track there and across the line. Zakaril looking strong, Dave.
Things are getting exciting now.
I think I said about 20 minutes ago, I think we're going to see some big scores.
Hey, as much as I hate you being right,
you think I'm right?
You might be right. This
He's
guy,
happy.
He thinks
He's
you're right.
happy.
Marko Zakaril, he just flew into that first corner, and it's like, you know, LZ said it before him. You've got to feel like you're going to crash to actually get to the zone, which is a strange. You got to go because the bank brings the car down.
Yep.
Your natural line doesn't work. You've got to go over it and trust that you're going to hook it up. And on Zakaril's transitions, that's the most angle we've seen through there.
Yeah.
Like lock to lock, really smooth. I love this. Watch, perfect in the zone. We're going to see some big scores here today, and Zakaril is showing that everybody's stepping up.
That's beautiful from Zakaril. I'm going to say that's probably one of the best runs we've seen him do this season. Look, when the car works, it is absolutely perfect. 87.5, probably not as high as what me and Dave hyped it up to be, but nevertheless.
But I'll tell you what, you're talking about you're going to see so many in the 90s, and I'm saying you got to be above an 80 at least to get into qualifying. I think we're going to be proved right here as things move along.
Yeah.
This might be a very historic event where we actually know what we're talking about. But don't hold your breath. Don't put any money on it.
Hey, there's still time. We could be way wrong.
There's still time for us to completely make a mess of it. But right now, you never know. Moving along, next driver up will be
Joachim Andersen.
Joachim Andersen in the S14 from Sweden, 800 horsepower Mercedes engine, which is just crazy to me. But there you go, and it works.
It does work.
Let's see how Joachim gets on here as he goes into that first corner. The crowd hold their breath. A little bit shy on that first outer zone as Joachim Andersen as he pushes to the edge of the course into the outer zone. This is nice. He tidied up nicely through the alley there. This is better. First couple of zones could have been better, but everything else from there from Joachim Andersen has been very sweet as he comes through. Look at that little left foot brake right. Oh, just could have pushed it a little further. Not a bad lap by any means. Just left a little bit on the table. Yeah,
I think he left a little bit out there. I think there was still 10% left in that for Joachim Andersen. And the initiation, I want to take a look back at that because as he fired that car in, it didn't really react the way it wanted to. No, it didn't transition across the track. And you can see him on the handbrake through that zone. Judges will be taking note of that one, that's for sure. But nevertheless, he did manage to pull the rest of the run back together again. And it was only that last outside zone, that he really missed out on. Yeah, look, judges looking at every single point of this, Dave, on the replay. A lot of left foot brake there.
Nothing
trying to push
gets past them.
No.
Nothing gets past them.
And they love the drone.
Except a good time. That gets past them quite a bit, but
quite a bit.
Nothing else. So Joachim Andersen, again, as you mentioned, could have been a little while. But again, it's the first run of qualifying. I mean, he could just go out there and do a 100-point run in the second one. It wouldn't make any difference. He'll never remember this. But it is a game of chess. You do want to put a good score on the board earlier on. And if you look at Bagsy, LZ, and Rovenpera, and even Zakaril to a certain extent, they're going to know that even if they never came out, I think, for the second run, they would still have enough score to get into that top 32, which is a nice place to be.
I could say I'm going to go with an outside bet here and say I reckon the top 6 at the moment could comfortably sit in the paddock and say I'm in the show.
Not sure I'd agree.
Oh,
not sure I agree. I think we're going to see some big scores.
Oh, I like it.
Well, you know, join us.
Yeah, join us.
Join us. Have a domestic
in the middle of
in a very big. Always fighting.
Always
our corner, which is all right.
Yeah.
We have our own opinions. 76.5 for Joachim Andersen from Sweden, and puts him in 8th position so far. So you can see from line angle the style, a little bit to work with on the style, and a little bit to work on the line. So, you know, easy.
Easy.
It's not easy.
Easy.
Next up, we got Max Heidrich, and Max Heidrich is looking at that first corner right now going, come here, you. I'm going to show everyone Max attack. But can he have, you know, he's got to get through this run, because I always hold my breath when this man from Germany comes off the line, because here comes some style, that's for sure.
He certainly is going to bring some style. He needs to bring some heat as well, because unfortunately for Heidrich, he's not had the best of seasons. And he said to me, it's hard to keep going. It's hard to keep pushing and keeping that smile on your face when you're not making top 32s and you're not making top 16s. And Heidrich right now, you can see is driving with that need and that want, but he comes up shallow to the outside zone.
Yes.
Heidrich is hungry for it.
You can see he's disappointed with that last zone he missed, and I think he knows that's the easier part of the track.
Yeah.
If you look at it, I mean, he nailed the initiation. It was pretty solid through all the transitions, but could have been better on that last zone. And you could just tell that little, you know, shake of the head after the run. He's a very good pro driver, and he knows himself sometimes when it's not perfect. I think he did a good job over lots of angle. What you expect from Max Heidrich: style, angle. Fionn Roche, big crash in practice. I think from talking with him, it looks like he might have broke his thumb in that accident, so we wish him a speedy recovery. And then next up, Diogo Correa from Portugal, engine failure in practice. So 2 drivers out of competition. Moving on to our next was Juha Poitalakso from Finland. Has had a pretty good season so far. Let's see if he can build on that momentum as the Finnish driver fires in. He was on the podium here 6 years ago. Can he be on it again?
Yeah, well, he wants to be, Dave. And look at this. He's on the left foot brake, trying to put the back end of this E92 BMW right up and high as he can. As he flicks through now, looks for this outside zone, fulfills it absolutely beautifully. As now Poitalakso pushes the front end down, the back end back up again. As it's a game of chess here. As Poitalakso flirts with danger, and you can see scaring himself a little bit there, getting to that final outside zone a little early.
Not happy.
Throw the hands there.
A little throw of the hand saying, oh, could have been better.
Yeah.
I like that they, you know, they know themselves.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, like no one's closer.
No
one's closer than the zones than they are.
When I used to drive, I used to get out of the car and it could be terrible, and I'd be like, that was amazing. And everyone would be like, that was the worst run
don't show him a replay.
We've ever seen.
Crush his feelings. I get it.
Same as you.
Yeah, well. I'm saying, well, here we go with Juha Poitalakso. What I like about this, what Juha's style is, he's got a very fluid style.
Yes.
He kind of whips it left to right with that BMW that it looks so effortless. And I think he knows it this way. A little wide there. This is where he has to go early there, transitions back. And I think Poitalakso, it's not a bad run, but I think he's just left a little bit that he thought he should have stayed longer in his zone, a little bit more aggressive. And as a pro from, you know, he's probably, what, 10 years, 12 years? More, I'd say.
Easy more,
He knows, in the car, he's like, could have been a bit better there, could have been a bit faster there. He's probably done a better run in practice, that's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
And his spotter is probably saying to him, you know, you left a bit on the table, you had. He goes, no, you'll eat it all. Next run, nothing on the table.
Yeah, look, I mean, look there was 3 foot there to be had, Dave.
Yeah. And if you notice the light bar on the bonnet, well, just remember, we go into the night tomorrow. Things change dramatically when we turn on the lights.
And they turn on the lights.
Turn off the sun, and we come out here and we see who is going to win this in the dark at these speeds.
Dangerous.
In the trees. Not sure what's going to happen.
I mean, look at that shot.
It's very cool. Even the drone is struggling to keep up with these cars. Through the second half of the course, Juha Poitalakso awaits his score. And the judges will be dropping that in shortly, I would. So let's see what it is. 82.5 for Juha Poitalakso from Finland. Not bad score. No, not bad at all. 6th position so far. I mean, if you see a guy throwing his hands up after that score, you're thinking, he is ready for one this weekend.
He wants it.
There you have it, Marcin, modeling as always. Beautiful man on the start line there. Alex Solovnia in this carbon Kevlar BMW M2, 900 horsepower, two-time Ukrainian champion, and all of the anti-lag on the planet right now in launch control as he comes off the start line. I'm expecting a big run here. He's really good in practice, Slovenia.
He certainly was, and not afraid to put this BMW 2 Series right where it needs to be. And look at that line, absolutely beautiful from Halovnia. And transitions, I think that's going to be a little early, and it is. Oh, but he makes it work for Halovnia now. It goes wide on the inside zone, goes very late to the wall, keeps a hold of it though, and it comes up a little short on that final outside zone, but Halovnia made it work.
He was
fast as well.
I was about to say, he was really fast. What he lacked in sometimes timing, he made up for in overcommitment. He was like, I'm not coming back.
Scared everyone.
So it was really good. I mean, couple of things to notice how fast he went to the second outer zone. I mean, he was really on it here, all the way to the edge of the track. Transitions, pretty spicy. Gets it pretty dialed, like that. Here's where it kind of falls apart. Transitions a little too snappy here, and a lot of handbrake, so it's kind of slowed him. But he made it work. He got back out to the outside zone. No major errors. Gets through this zone pretty fast.
God, he stayed a long time in that zone though, Dave, on the transition. He made it work, but he was flirting with danger. He's so close to that wall before he transitioned for that final outside zone.
I enjoyed the commitment.
I enjoyed it, yeah. The judges not so much. They won't like that because I think they'll think that he was extending that zone too long, and is it chaseable at that point? You know, that's what they're looking at.
I enjoyed it, but I don't score it. So let's see what the judges do score it. Alex Halovnia awaits his score from the judges. So do the fans. This guy here on the left is just like, come on, judges, get it in, get the score in. They're having a good time. This guy is first date. Looks like a first date to me. It's like, where would you bring a drifted? Probably not the best. Can't hear anything. Maybe that's a good thing. 77 on the board for Alex Halovnia. 10th position. He goes. And 77, again, I think it's not enough. I'm just going to say it. I think you got to be up in the 80s. Pontus Hartmann next up in the E46 BMW 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. And here we go. Can Pontus Hartmann throw it in hot? But he's definitely going through the gears as fast as he can on this run-up. Wide initiation from Pontus Hartmann as he throws the car in. He's got a lot of left foot braking going on, but he makes it work. Dips a wheel into that outer zone. Transitions across the track. Fast and fluid so far. Gets to the edge of the wall. This is nice from Pontus Hartmann. Tightens it up on the inside of the corner. What the judges want to see. Lovely through that outside zone. This is a really tidy run from Pontus Hartmann. Nothing over the top, but absolutely spot on in precision.
I think that is the best run he's done all year.
I'm going to go
I've said that quite a bit today already.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of guys now that have got to round 5 and said, Bath, do you know what? I'm going to risk the car. I'm just going to go for it because I've nothing to lose.
Well, if you don't do it now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's Poland, and that is a really hard track. Like, Hartmann made this work, and there were a few points where I thought he's not going to really fulfill that zone. He's not really going to get to where he needs to be. Now, there was a slight handbrake dab as he made his way into that outside zone. He was on the foot brake for quite a while here as he come down into this outside zone. But nevertheless, he did make it work. A little dab there just as he sets himself up for the final zone. Apart from that, though, Dave, you know, I can't see too many places.
Of all the qualifying runs Pontus Hartmann has done this year, this seems to be the most composed.
Yeah.
He looked like he's really gelling with the track, and that's a good thing to see. 88 on the board for Pontus Hartmann. I'm going to go out there and say that could be safe enough. He could have a cool beverage.
A cool one.
Yeah, you'd have to because it's roasted here.
Too
But
hot,
I'll tell you what, he could actually relax now. You never know, he might put out the run of his lifetime in the second one because usually he's under quite a bit of pressure in qualifying.
Yeah.
This will be the first time he's under a lot less pressure. Unless everybody gets a 90 and then we don't know what we're talking about. Moving along, Sposop Motorsport on the back because it is David Sposop from Poland in this beautiful S15. Definitely the stance king.
Oh, for sure.
Best stance on the grid, bar none.
No one else can come near him.
No, and he looks good in and out of the car. Casual, composed, rookie this year.
Yep.
Shooting out for rookie of the year, chasing down Connor Falvey. Let's see if he can get the job done here in qualifying. David Sposop fires it across, a little bit tentative, but he goes very wide and very late, and I think it's going to make it work. Oh, just barely gets it in the zone. He's fast, he's fluid, but he's a little bit wild as he throws the car off. That was a risky one, and he got away with it. Very, very brave from David Sposop, right to the edge of the circuit. This is a fast run as he goes to the edge of the circuit. It was fast, it was fluid, with a couple of moments of wobbles, but I'll tell you what, I've been very impressed with David Sposop this year. Real great addition to the championship, and a great team behind him.
Yeah, no, look, he's shined. He's been growing into his own. He's been growing into this championship.
Move on to our next driver, which is Ite Sada. Ite looking very strong in Riga. And 18 years of age, one of the youngest drivers on the grid. Ite Sada closes the door, puts it in gear and says, well, here we go. Not much more to do now, but try and impress the judges.
No, exactly that. Time for talking is over, and Ite Sada put that car into the wall in a big way in Riga. The team went away, repaired it, getting back out, and here in Hungary for round 5, and now Ite Sada fires that car through, looks for this outside turn, puts a back bumper towards the wall, drops down a little bit, maybe not enough for the judges, but nevertheless gets that line absolutely dialed as he looks for that final outside zone, left foot brakes, gets it across the line. Lovely run for
I've been really impressed with his nature this year. I mean, it doesn't seem like it, the occasion overwhelms him. He does steady, tidy, perfect runs all the time. Sometimes it comes a little asking when he needs to step beyond that comfort zone, but in qualifying, it's all about comfort zone. It's all about just doing enough to get yourself into that top 32. And Ite, I think, doing a really good job here. Nothing spectacular, but no major mistakes I spotted on that run. It was really smooth.
Yeah, very smooth indeed. But what did the judges think of it, Dave?
Well, I'm also, just on a side note.
Yep.
As the sun starts to set here, this is the first time any of these drivers are seeing the track in these conditions with this level of grip, the shadows. I'm thinking, it's interesting when you start in full daylight all the way from 9 a.m. to, 3 p.m. and then all of a sudden now you're into sort of, not saying darkness, but it's a little bit gloomier, a little bit duskier. It can play with you, but an 86.5 for Ite, so that's a big score. 6th position, just behind Marco Zaccarol, and I gotta say, that is an impressive first run.
Yeah, I agree. Look, from coming from a little bit of heartache and despair maybe at round 4 in Riga to fight back and come back swinging, Dave, is a good mindset, and Ite Sada has certainly got it. We go back to the start line to a man, as I said earlier on, who was on the podium last weekend in Germany, Clint van Oort from the Netherlands. Well, he's had a taste of the champagne this year, and he said, hey, this feels really good. I want to do it again.
A bit of a party guy, Clint. You don't want him on the champagne too long.
Yeah, no,
but here we go, Clint van Oort from the Netherlands. Absolutely fired. Big angle flick into that first corner. Very late and very wide. Can he make it work as he goes to the edge of the circuit? Really nice to the wall from Clint van Oort. That was brave, and he's brave again here. This is a very extreme run. Look at this from Clint van Oort as he takes no prisoners on this first run. Very fluid to the edge of the track. Can he finish this run with style? Look at the speed and closeness to the wall. Well, a new found confidence in Clint van Oort here. That is an impressive run.
Well, from a man that struggled to qualify in Riga with nerves, a man that struggled all season with these nerves, this mindset, that was an incredible qualifying run. Look at this early initiation, gets himself set up. Yes, there was a lot of left foot braking as he pushed the car into outside zone 2. Yeah, but the rest of it, Dave, was so fluid.
He made sure he was on every single wall. This is a borrowed rear bumper, he told me.
And look at that line as he comes through that it's not a zone, it's just a reference point for the drivers, but it's a reference point for the judges as well to make sure that the front wheel is around a metre away from that last white line. And Clint van Oort got it absolutely dialed. And look at this from van Oort. He's in his zone. Look, he looks almost scared of the wall. He's leaning away as he comes through.
Stay away, wall. But I mean, the thing is, he's right. It sparks
out of the backfire
from the anti-lag on the car. This is continued form from Clint van Oort. I'm sure the judges will enjoy the commitment. I'm just going to have a little think about, was the line perfect ever? The left foot braking was the only thing I couldn't see. And there you have it. 93.5 for Clint van Oort.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's amazing what a little bit of confidence can do.
I tell you what, it's amazing what a bottle of champagne can do.
Yeah, he wants another one. don't tell him that he can buy it in the shop. Say you can only get it.
You can only
on
win
the podium.
that drifting, yeah.
So Clint van Oort, I mean, the Dutch team will be absolutely over the moon with that. A 93.5 from Clint van Oort as Jakub Puszczanski now lines up. Cooler than the other side of the pillow, Jakub Puszczanski. It's just, Kuba's just the man.
He is the man.
The man. He rolled in here this morning. He looked confident. He looked cool, but he's you know what? He's gonna get the job done here. Beautiful GR86 from Poland. Let's see how he gets on. Very wide. Look at this.
Yeah, this is beautiful from Puszczanski. Puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. This is textbook from Puszczanski. Look at the way the car is moving through the circuit. No, this is a big run from Puszczanski. This man, we always say, is textbook. He's clinical, he's clean. But maybe right now, Puszczanski's willing to risk it all. That was unbelievable, Dave.
That's a massive run. Massive run from Kuba Puszczanski.
That made Clint van Oort's run look like it was the first run of the day. I'm just saying.
Kuba just so...
Watch this!
The casual chaos.
Look at this. Look how far up he is as well. No one's been this high up. Look at the line. That isn't a constant radius, so to make the car work in that zone is
that's
very
good.
difficult.
I mean, if you look at it, what we're trying to do here is find the best lead run.
Yep.
How easy is that to chase? So much speed, edge of the circuit everywhere.
And look where he puts the front wheel, a metre away, perfect. Doesn't go too far, puts the rear wheel right to the edge of that zone, transitions, and then this, for me, is brave.
And he's like...
Stays in it as well.
as far wide as anybody's been on that finish line. And it's very tough to stay that wide.
And now the sun's come out, and let me just tell everyone that's watching at home, Dave, it's shining right down at the finish line. So as you come around that corner, through that alley, into that last outside zone, you're blinded. Oh, wow.
97 on the board from Kuba Peszkowski, and business has just picked up.
We're selling 90s, Dave, like they're going out of fashion.
Halfway through.
Oh, and then we go to the line.
97.
The sledgehammer is back in town.
Now we got a little bit of a game going on the track. Who can go 100 points? I think we're going to see very close to it today. Here we go. Tor Arnica via the Norwegian sledge.
Oh!
Look how wide he is.
Dave, look at this. These guys aren't messing around now. They've picked up the pace, but he falls out of outside zone 2 a little early. That's a mistake from Kvyat, but now he lets the car wash right to the edge of the circuit, flirts with the back bumper with the wall, now pushes really wide, but it's clean. It's right where the judges wanted it to be. Looks for the final outside zone, job done. Oh, these boys aren't messing around now.
Now we're starting to see this track and the potential it has. How exciting that first corner is.
And he's in 4th gear, cruising down there, and he's like, I'll just open my door. And
I think he knows there's more out there.
Oh, he does, for sure.
I think that's not perfect from Kvyat, but I'll tell you
What
what.
happened?
He threw it in very wide, very aggressive, right? As he comes through here, I think he might, and I'm just going to put it out there, he might come on that left foot brake a little early. He didn't trust it to get it all the way out there.
I don't know. I think he came on it a little late. And because it's not a constant radius, I think he fell away, and then as he dabbed the foot brake, he just didn't have enough momentum to push himself back up there.
Yeah, you could be right, actually. You're right. To get out early on the corner.
You need to be on it early, yeah. I mean, he got on
it
it late. Almost sound like I know what's going on.
Don't get carried away.
Yeah,
we will fall off this horse very quickly.
At Poland, I'll be a pro, and then at round 1 next year, I'll know nothing again.
Forget it all again.
Yeah.
So here we are, Torna Kvyat. You can see just casually going across the finish line there as if he was going to the shops for milk. But I don't know if that's going to trouble Kuba's score, but it's still a very solid run all the same. How many 90s have we on the board already?
Look at the rear wheel.
5.
Look how clean these guys are. Right to the edge of the circuit.
We have 5 90s on the board, and we're halfway through the first half of qualifying. Just putting that out there.
I told you there's going to be a few 90s.
This is going to be a very competitive qualifying session.
Oh!
91.5 for Tor Arne Kvyat, puts him into 3rd position. And yes, rewarded for the bravery, for the angle, for the speed from the judges. Kvyat slots into 3rd position. So that's 6 90s we've seen now. What is happening? Peter Wiańczek, he loves a good 90.
Loves one.
Always goes in and says, I'll have a 90,
I'll have a 90, please, yeah.
So here we go. 3-time European champ in the Supra. Has had an up and down season so far, but he did top qualifying in Riga. Can he top it here again?
Well, there we go, through the gears down, flicks that Supra across the track, nice and early. Look at that, really high. Dab of the foot brake to push the car right where it needs to be, right to the edge of the circuit. And look at the smoke trail, hardly any braking, hardly any lifting from Wiańczek as he goes to the outside zone. Oh, once again, this is another beautiful run, another driver that's absolutely on it this weekend as Wiańczek gets the job done.
Oh, I don't know.
I need to see it from the other angles as well.
That could be the one.
Oh my God.
That was a big run. I mean, if you look at Kuba's run of a 97, I'm not sure there's much left on the table here from Wiańczek. That was a cracker as well. Oh man, everyone's stepping up now.
And we say they
look at this.
Look at that. This is the angle I want to see. I want to see the line. I want to see how he put the car. Oh, wow, yes. This is just as good as I thought it was, Dave. Now, look at this line as he comes through here. Textbook again, look right to the edge of that zone. Lets the car wash through, and then a slow transition to this outside zone.
But he's there early. Look, he's on that line so early.
And that's exactly what they wanted to see.
I'm not sure what's left out there.
Well, there's 100 out there, Dave.
No, I know it's out there, Ian, but I'm just saying, where did he lose it?
I don't know.
That's the problem. Is it like where?
I think this is another 97, 96.
It's up there. It's got to be. It's got to be in the 90s.
You did an overlay of him and Peszkowski's run up. I'm going to say they're almost identical.
It's got to be up in the 90s, but we don't know where in the 90s. And if we're this far up and we're halfway through the grid, I mean, I don't know where we go from here.
Look at this. stayed on it super early. And
he committed on the throttle through. He was full throttle on the left foot brake, so that's big aggression there from Wiańczek. And look, that transition looked effortless. Probably smoother in a way than Pszczonski even. And closer to the wall there, but then little left foot here as he comes up the hill, just to steady the car, transitions it back. Oh, look how close he is early there. Oh, both wheels in the zone, not even just one wheel, but both wheels in the zone. So just having a good look at this one, which can only mean one thing. He's asking a question.
He is asking the question.
Let's see where he drops in. 97, Kuba Pszczonski. Where does Peter Wiańczek go? Halfway through the first half of qualifying, and they all got second runs to go. Don't know what's going to happen from here. If I was sitting on a 70 right now, I would be terrified because everybody is pushing big numbers now. 5th round of the championship, penultimate round. Not many more rounds to state your case, to remind everybody how good you are. It's got to be in the 90s from Wiańczek, but is it enough to knock off Kuba Pszczonski? Pszczonski's was pretty perfect. Wiańczek's looked to me pretty perfect. It's going to be very narrow margins here. 96.5 for Peter Wiańczek puts him into second position, and I say narrow margins, 0.5 in it between 1 and 2 right now. And Poland looking strong, Ian.
Poland looking very competitive this weekend.
Strong. Well, let's go back to the start line and see how Ireland's looking. The man that has qualified in his first ever season of Drift Masters in the top 5, 3 rounds in a row, and the youngest driver on the grid at 16 years of age. Conor Falvey, the fairy tale story, aiming for that Rookie of the Year. But how will he get on here in Hungary?
Well, here we go. Through the gears goes the young gun, the rookie, fighting for that Rookie of the Year. Nice and early he goes, lets the car wash down the hill. Maybe that doesn't pay off for him. It doesn't get all the way out. Oh, and it's a laboured, hard transition. He's gripped that car up massively. You can see it's hard work for him as he fails to get all the way out to the outside zone. And Falvey said he'd done so much seat time on the simulator to get this track dialed. And I think there, the sun setting, the track gripping up, I think that didn't play into his favour, Dave.
No, and I think, you know, a lot of drivers who do use simulators to practice the circuit, saying on the simulator the corners aren't as banked as they are in real life, and you're not fighting with that grip. Look to me, and you can see it, you know, the sun is going to be shining straight in on the drivers now for the next half an hour.
Yeah, it is Oliver Randalou in this brand new car for this season, a BMW E46 M50 Turbo, 850 horsepower. And Oliver Randalou, well, he stood on the podium a few years ago in Mondello Park, and he said, I am desperate to get back onto that podium. Can this be the weekend that the Estonian driver finds some form? And he looks strong right now. Look at that line he's got into outside zone 2. And this is good from Randalou. Said he wasn't feeling too good in practice, but the car was working and the team were getting that setup dialed for Randalou as he now looks absolutely in the zone. Randalou transitions down, looks for that final outside zone, a little wobble, couldn't get all the way into it. But nevertheless, job done for Randalou.
You know what, very, very incredible start to the run.
Yeah.
Just towards the end, just could have been a little more aggressive on some of the zones. You know, I mean, I'm not being too critical because this would have been unbelievable to us about 20 minutes ago. But once you've watched a couple of drivers come through there and you start to see the standard being set, you now naturally start to expect that every run, and the track has got no easier. So Randa, this for me was really nice through the first corner. Really wide, lets the car get up the bank, locks the front wheel, gets it out to that outer zone. Super fluid through here as he transitions back. Randalou looking very comfortable on this Hungarian circuit. This was nice too on the wall, really close. But a little wider than the judges would want him to be there, which means that he has to kind of brake there, and as he transitions back, just loses that slight bit of momentum. But not enough. I mean, this is still going to be a very high-scoring run.
Yeah.
But we're talking, is it in the 90s? I'm not sure.
No, and we're splitting hairs because we've seen what the potential is out there.
Yeah.
What drivers can do on this circuit when they're in the zone, when it all flows. And I think we kind of guessed this at the beginning of the day when we see some practice, and now it's being proven by the scores that are coming in.
Towards the second half of qualifying, this is going to get very, very tense.
Yeah.
Right now, we've got 7 drivers in the 90s.
Yes,
We're
already.
not even into the top 10 in the championship on the first half of qualifying. So where we end up here is going to be, I think, unprecedented. But we're all here for it.
Oh.
You guys at home, us here,
You want it?
in attendance. We are ready to see what the best in the business can do. And this lady using Torina Kavia's hero card to cool her down.
Why not? Why not?
I didn't get one of them.
I got a T-shirt from Torina Kavia.
Did you?
Yep.
With a sledgehammer on it?
Yep.
No. 83 on the board from Oliver Randalou from Estonia, 11th position. And for those of you wondering about the temperature here in the Drift Aquarium at where we are sitting, hot.
950 degrees.
Yeah. I think Ian's shoes are melting into the ground. It's a warm day here, but it's cooling down as we head into the dusk in Hungary at the Mariapocs. Juha Rintanen sits on the line. One of the OGs, still very much one of the best drivers in Europe, Juha Rintanen. Let's see what he can do here. He was very aggressive in practice, taking some bumpers off some other drivers, very aggressive. Oh my goodness, from Juha Rintanen, what was that? As he went into the first corner, very aggressively, as he takes a big risk as he fires it across. Juha Rintanen, usually quite, calm and predictable in qualifying. This was a wild run from Juha Rintanen. Absolutely flies through the circuit. Left foot breaks it through the last zone. Crazy entry. Thought he was going to end up on his roof there.
I mean, that man has had some Weetabix in the break because, wow. I haven't seen him do that entry all day.
Like, to pull that off and still get the next zone, no one's done that yet.
No, Kavia tried it earlier on today. In practice, we watched him, and it slowed the car down so much that he never made outside zone 2. But this, from Rintanen, look at this, he made it work, but he went dangerously close to having a big accident.
If he had any car other than a GR86 or a GT86,
that would never have worked.
He'd have smashed into the wall. That is mad. A mad entry from Juha Rintanen, who's quite a reserved character when you talk to him.
Yeah,
you would never imagine. That's his driving, do the talking as he transitions through. This track really suiting the GR86s.
Oh, that could be a sign.
Yeah, just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there.
Put that in your cup of tea. Give it a stir. And leave it for later.
Leave it for later.
I think to me the last corner is the only place.
The last outside zone was the only thing to take away from it.
Nailed that, he was in the 90s. Yeah, 87.5 for Juha Rintanen. And you got to look at it. Angle, 17 out of 20. That's where he scored quite high. 9th position so far. Good run from Juha Rintanen. Flirting with the 90s, but not quite last corner of the course. Probably knocked him back there. Here's a car that was very pretty at the start of the year and then had a big old crash in Riga. They've got it back together. It is Jakub Kroll from Poland. And Jakub has been on a flyer this year. Absolutely flying this new chassis, but one mistake in Riga. The team had a lot of work to do to get it fixed for this round, and he's coming back in. He's got a couple of cracks in the bodywork. He's dropping a little bit off that line, Ian.
Yeah, he's dropped way down. He's lost outside zone 2, and now he works to get to outside zone 3, but this is all falling apart for Jakub Kroll. Can he string the rest of the run back together again? Looks like he can. Now gets back on that qualifying line as Jakub Kroll goes for that final outside zone and gets there. And you know what? That had so much potential. If it wasn't for that miss of outside zone 2, that was going to be a good run.
I think that initiation is everything. If you just don't commit, it gets actually harder for you, because how do you extend on a bank? You can't.
No, you certainly can't. You can't drag the handbrake in that point of the track either. As he did there, you see it as plain as day. But Kroll knows he made a big mistake. There was a lot of handbraking in that now, though we see it from a different angle. And Kroll looking for a little bit of redemption here, teaming up with Pavel Korpolinski this year, running the cars together in the same pits, and these two guys working closely with a drift program. Korpolinski having a lot of turn of fortune this season, but for Jakub Kroll not really getting there, not really making that move.
I think this is a very uncharacteristically sloppy run from Jakub Kroll. He's been very good all year. I mean, they've only had a couple of weeks to put this car back together, but 74.5 puts him into 22nd position, still in the mix for now. And I'm just looking, you know, we've had a couple of zeros, and we've also had a couple of mechanical failures, and we've had Fionn Roach out with an injury. So I'm just wondering how many drivers are actually left on the grid. That's where we'll have a look at the end of the first half of qualifying and see where everybody lands. But now the man who wants to do it all this weekend, who wants to win his home event, he stood on the banks watching the best in the business 6 years ago. He said, I'm going to do that, and no one has stopped him since getting to this moment. It is Pasqualti, it is the Hungarian. This is who all the fans are behind. He's flying the Hungarian flag all over Europe in Drift Masters. And if Kevin Pasqualti can put a big run on here, we're going to hear the biggest cheer of the day so far. And Pasqualti's coming for it.
Yeah, he certainly is. He looked the strongest in practice earlier on today. And look at the line from Pasqualti. This is exactly what we expected as he goes 90 degrees to the wall. He makes it work for outside zone 3. Gets nice and early, but oh, it sacrifices the line. Pasqualti makes a mistake, but he gets himself back in the zone, stays very late on outside zone 5 now, looks for that final outside zone and across the line.
You know what, he went for the 100-point run.
Oh,
he didn't even try and qualify there. He tried to do something from outer zone 1 to 2 that no one's done, 90 degrees to the wall. And when he transitioned back, it's just an impossible task. I mean, how he pulled this off, look at the angle he pulls through here. Watch this next wall, look at the angle the car's at when he comes through. Massive angle here as he comes. So look, almost 90 degrees. That's the best we've seen anyone do it, but it's so hard to come back from that angle here. And then he gets a pendulum effect as he comes through here again. Too much angle, has to hit the front brake to get it. Now he doesn't make major mistakes, but it's not what he wanted to do. No. And I think he was trying to go for 100 points. I think he wanted the big run done. I'm in the show. That's what he wanted. But I think it's still going to be a good score for, you know, A, for effort. But like, look at this, one hand on the wheel. What's in absolute madman. Shouldn't look this casual doing what he's doing. No, he shouldn't, but he is doing it, Dave, and he's making it work. Not going to be the highest score we've seen from Pasqualti or so far today, but nevertheless, it will be a score on the board. But if he pulls that off, yeah, I was just going to say, that could be the conversation for a 100-point run. If someone does that, if he can make that work, yeah, if he can make that work. I haven't seen anyone do that yet. But it's still a 74.5, Dave. Yeah, 74.5 with a big mistake. Yeah. So, you know, clean that up. Oh, this man is coming for everybody. 23rd position so far, though, and Kevin Pasqualti's going to have to... Didn't work out exactly as he wanted, but Becky's down with Kevin Pasqualti right now. So tried the big move, Becky. Just didn't get the perfect run there, but he's got so much support from the grandstands.
Absolutely, Dave. You know, I was having a chat with James Dean before this round started, and he said that it was here back in 2018 that you interviewed him about wanting to become a drift driver. Now here you are. What is it like to be putting on a show for your very own home fans yourself this time?
Man, that's amazing. You know, that was my dream to compete here in Mariapocs with the Drift Masters series, and now it's a dream come true. And now we have to compete well. Unfortunately, I used too much tire pressure, so maybe I will fix it on the second run. I don't know.
Well, it's all to play for in your second qualifying run. Good luck out there, Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, so maybe saying he made the car a little too loosey and couldn't get the grip, or too low tire pressure. But look, if anyone knows this track, it is Kevin Pasqualti, but a man that was flying and was here 6 years ago is this young man, Adam Zalewski. Well, he was in a different car because it was a BMW E30 last time he drove around here. Now he was also the defending champion at that point. He was the defending champion. Now he's in a Toyota GT86 with a BMW S58 underneath the bonnet. And Zalewski fires in at this GT86, and look at this, right to the edge of the circuit. Nice line as he gets to the outside zone 2. Doesn't put too much angle on, makes it work. Nice flowing transition as Zalewski goes for the wall, gets right up close and personal. He stays wide, looks for this zone. Down the alley he comes, flicks the car across the circuit. Oh, flirts with danger. Zalewski puts it all on the line, Dave. I thought that was going to be a big crash. A very big crash, and he got away with that. He was in anything else than a GT86. That was a car upside down there. A lot of handbrake on the first initiation, just, you know, didn't use the handbrake to lead on gate, but everything else on this was absolutely pinpoint. Like, this is a really good run. Looks fluid, looks, I mean, that last corner, and you're still in disbelief. You thought how he didn't crash? You thought he was buried in that wall, and even the judges are behind us, and they went, oh, they knew what was coming. Watch how early he goes to the wall here. This is dangerous all around. Whoa. He's beyond the zone.
But you know what? This is another man that's done multiple runs of this circuit.
For sure.
On the simulator. I commentated on the virtual Drift Masters Championship just a few weeks ago, and the round was round 5 here at Hungary, and Zalewski was in the fight along with Paweł Korpolinski, and Zalewski did well. Unfortunately got knocked out, didn't make it through to the finals, but he was putting in some good runs. An 88 there for Zalewski on his first qualifying
I'll tell you what,
run.
just a little bit more commitment on that first initiation, and that was way up the 90s, that one. It's just a little bit handbrake just after the zone. I mean, it was the right idea, but just that little bit of, I mean, I don't want him to take any more risks on the last corner, but the first corner, maybe a little bit more, and that guy could top qualifying here. Really good performance from Zalewski as we move it along. Mika Keski-Korpi. Well, what a championship this has been for him this year. New chassis, looking comfortable, had some big wins, and the Finnish driver in this Eurofighter has just looked right at home. Now, he's got some wild style. He does some big angle. I'm not sure how that's going to work here, but we're about to find out. He's definitely going to be going 100%.
Well, he certainly is. Look at this, a big angle flick across the circuit, keeps that car nice and high, falls away a little bit, and makes him fall way away from the outside zone, and just lack that little bit of commitment. He's gone early to the outside zone, but he makes it work now, drops the car down, looks for the wall, looks for that white line, makes it happen, as now Keski-Korpi flicks it into that final outside zone across the line.
I think he went with too much angle on the run-up, Ian.
Yeah, I think he lost speed.
Yeah, lost a bit of momentum. It's not a very long run-up here.
No.
It's just first, second, third throw. And I think he went on big angle on the throw-in here, which slowed his momentum, meaning that when he got the zone, the car just didn't have that push to get up the bank. And then when he's on the left foot braking, it's a little bit early, and it kind of slows his momentum. Again, another driver making just one slight error of misjudgment on the timing, but everything else on the run looked pretty solid to me. So all he's got to do is fix that. Then he's got a 100-point
And then he's got, yeah.
And then he's just going to top qualifying. Simple as that.
As simple as that. Simple as that,
Just
Dave.
don't do as much angle.
And look at the way the sun comes through the car as well. This is what we're talking about.
Watch the eyes of the driver when they come through here. So right, you get a little bit of shade. Then look at that. We can see it on the drone. That's what they're looking at. So it's blinding as you're coming through there.
Then it goes dark, and then as they transition, look, you can see the sun across the track, and then it's boom, sun in your face straight away.
Yeah.
As you get to that zone.
Yeah, just at a wall, casual
look,
wall.
Bang.
Blinded by the lights at a casual wall at 70 miles an hour.
In fourth gear.
Yeah.
Foot flat to the floor.
Brilliant. I'm sure that's easy. From here, it is really easy.
From
there,
our perspective, you guys watching at home, chilling on your sofas, or wherever you're watching from, it's easy for you as well.
And thank you for watching.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining Ian and I for another ramble while we watch the best in the business.
Uneducated ramble.
The only thing not best in the business is you and I, Ian.
No, yeah.
Everything else is the best in the business. So here we go, 88.5. I told you, if you just got that entry in that one zone right, he was way up in the 90s. 88.5 for Mika Keski-Korpi, 8th position. Misses one zone, but everything else absolutely perfect. So Keski-Korpi, that's going to be confidence building. As we move it along to Jack Shannon. Now here's a man that's capable of a 99 or a 100, but who knows what we're going to get. Jack Shannon will definitely say he wants to drive his own way. He wants to do it stylish. He wants to do it the most difficult way. Let's see if the Irishman can get back to the top of the leaderboard here as he fires into that first corner. Shannon dropping a little bit off that outside line and not getting that outer zone as he transitions back just that little bit early. It's snappy as he comes through. This is really nice here from Shannon, but the first corner not going the way he wanted it. Fluid for the second half of the course as he goes right out to the edge of the circuit. It was okay.
It was okay.
It was okay, but missing that outer zone, again, not what we wanted to see.
No, look, and you know, Jack's coming off of a bad round in Riga, very disgruntled from Shanahan, as we see the fans getting their own footage there as it happens live, flicks the car in, and yeah, just you can see him on that left foot brake trying to make it work, Dave. He just can't seem to make it happen.
I think he did what Keski-Korpi and Zalewski did. Stayed on the handbrake too long after the first zone. So it sort of slowed the momentum of the car, and it gives you nothing to work with to push it out, unless you left foot brake. But even then, it's very hard to create that arc. So I think the bravery on the first corner just not shown there, which is surprising from Jack Shannon, usually the bravest man on the track. But I think the precision is there through the rest of the course. But that first corner, I think you've just got to go faster than you think. You've just got to throw it in with that little bit of disregard for your own safety, and that's the right run. And I think some of our more clinical and drivers like Jack Shannon getting caught a little bit there.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, if you look at Zalewski, you look at Keski-Korpi, you look at even Kvia, missing that zone means that they're just not pushing, and it's at 87, so that zone is probably counting for about 6, 8 points. So he's a mid-90s run if you can get that out of zone. So Shannon goes in 13th position with an 87. So everything's good. Don't get me wrong, really good run, but is it perfect? You just need that zone. Churba's on the line next, the Lithuanian in the E92 Eurofighter. The Lithuanian climbing back up the championship order right now.
Yeah, he's doing well this year so far, moving himself back into position. Had a lot of trouble with the car in Riga and a lot of trouble this weekend here in Hungary. Had the gearbox out of the car. They found multiple issues. Did get himself back out of practice, but again, another driver dropping down that inside, losing that momentum, and you can see him having to work to get the car right where he needs it to be. Let the car stall up there, but he does get to the outside zone now as Churba fires it through, looks for the outside zone, makes it work. Slow, laboured transition, puts him early and across the line. Not the cleanest again, Dave, but this is a man who's been working on the car in a paddock, not getting that seat time.
Yeah, it looks like the car has been fighting him a little bit this weekend. I'll tell you what, he calls the car the Turbo Fighter, but that's not great because it's fighting him.
It's fighting him every round at the moment. And that's not good. When you're working with a car that's fighting you, you don't get that seat time. Look at the way it reacts. It drops straight down, and you can see here, look, he's in the middle of the circuit. He's left foot braking, trying to put the rear wheel in that zone. He just about catches it, but he's nowhere near where he needs to be. And for me, this transition was laboured. Watch this, it's slowed down, and he really had to fire the car. Watch as he gets on throttle, shallows up the angle, and then kind of triangulates that line to the outside zone.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like he sort of let off the throttle and washed it towards the wall, which is a little sketchy, and then he had to come on the throttle very quickly, but he did a really good job of recontrolling the car. Just, yeah, I mean, this is going to be, I feel, very difficult for us for the next hour because everyone's going to be very good, and we're going to have to be pinpointing the smallest of differences because everybody's got the track now. 71.5, that mistake from Churba costing him a lot of score. 29th position as that wobble and on and off throttle, and also the handbrake through the transition costing scores all the way through the run.
Yeah, certainly so. We go back to the start line. To the man who was on the third step of the podium at the last round in Riga. It is Paweł Korpolinski from Poland. Now, this man has been doing some good things. The silent killer, Dave, comes in, doesn't make a lot of noise, but gets into the battles and destroys everyone.
Well, he's also 7th in the championship, so a good performance here can start pushing him towards that top 5, which is an incredible achievement given some sketchy results early on in the season. But look at this. Korpolinski goes to the edge of the track and absolutely nails it. Korpolinski's been looking good from the first run of practice. Korpolinski looks like he's got a handle of this track. And look at this. Absolutely inch perfect so far as he goes through the course. Korpolinski on an absolute flyer. It looks like he's in fast forward here as he comes through the course. Absolutely sending it.
That was lovely from Korpolinski. That looked so controlled.
As you would say, Ian, smooth.
Smooth,
with
like
a V.
The finest butter you can buy. And that is Korpolinski's driving style. Very smooth, very controlled, no big errors, no flamboyancy in it, but he just does exactly what the judges want to see. And sometimes that is how you get rewarded. And look at this, puts the car right to the wall. I think for me, a little wide there, but nevertheless makes it work. It doesn't go too far over that outside zone either. It's very easy to do there and bleed points. A lot of left foot braking here, as you can see the car wobble ever so slightly, but nevertheless gets right into that zone and across the line.
But it looked so effortless.
Yes.
It looked like he didn't really risk anything, even though he's doing exactly what the judges want him to do. He doesn't look like he's out of control. It looks like he's so consumed by getting that perfect line that it's smooth. So I think that's, I mean, the style and flair, yeah, sure. You could add a little bit more there, a little sprinkle.
A little dusting.
A little dusting of style, maybe a little bit of, it's good in the wall. But I can't believe he made it look so easy. A 90.5 for Paweł Korpolinski. Unbelievable. Meaning we have now got 8 drivers in the 90s, and we're not even halfway through qualifying. This is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our next driver. You can see the fans here having a great time. Sun's gone down. They're starting to wake up again because it was very warm
very warm
an hour ago.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you that from experience. We've got Oren Nielsen playing cat and mouse with one of the marshals there. Oren Nielsen, always a good qualifier.
Yes.
Not afraid to touch a few walls.
No, and never afraid to really go out there and throw down that 100-point qualifying run or do everything he can in his power to try and achieve that first place qualifying run.
He'll want to go out there and do something stylish and make sure the judges get enough. Look, I mean, get the big score on the first run. All the pressure's off.
Yes.
You go 90 plus on your first run, you can take a little breather and go, I can do whatever I want on the second. Nielsen knows that. Doesn't want to be nervous. Doesn't want to be tense. The Norwegian driver wants to go out there, do it all on the first run. Expect big things here.
Here we go. Look at this. Big flick from Oren Nielsen as he puts the car right to the edge of the circuit. Keeps it up there now. It falls away massively. massively, though. When he makes it work, though, to outside zone 2, I'm not sure if the judge is going to like that line. Throws on big angle, and he's had to almost straighten up. And Orion Nielsen throwing lots at this, but it doesn't seem to be working at the moment for Orion Nielsen as he looks for that final outside zone, just about gets there across the line. That was scrappy from Orion Nielsen, not what we expected.
I'll make a bit of a statement here, Ian.
Oh, go on, Dave.
But you can tell me talking nonsense or not.
Okay, tell me.
I'm noticing on this circuit, because the transition is so snappy, there's no question. So Orion Nielsen with 70, so it's kind of all upside down at the moment with the scores. We move on to 2023's Rookie of the Year, Kevin Pazur.
Yeah, and the top 5 in the championship right now. Pazur sits in 5th place in the championship.
Yeah, went into Riga in the top 4, ended up in the top 5, went into the round before in the top 3, so he's dropping out the order, needs a strong performance here. If the Estonian can get himself back into that top 3 of the championship, he's got to make the move straight away.
Yeah, he certainly has. Flicks that car in now, falls away, makes it work. Look at the line, nice line into outside zone 2. Keeps it very shallow though on the transition now, starts to work his way up into the wall. And Pazur looking cool and calm. It looks very collected and it looks very smooth and controlled for Pazur as he puts the rear wheels into the outside zone across the line.
You know what?
I think that lacked a little something.
Yeah, there was a bit of that where I went, it's okay. But I think Kevin Pazur, if he was a Street Fighter character and he had a special move, it would be the chase run.
Yes.
And I think the lead runs are kind of like, just get them out of the way for Kevin Pazur. And then the chase runs is where he can, on his day, I think, beat anybody. But you got to have both to stay really high in the championship. You can't afford to drop in qualifying, come up against a higher ranked competitor early on. And Pazur has struggled with qualifying a little bit this year. The battles not so much, but this was a solid run, very smooth, no major issues. Like again, we would have been super excited about this about an hour ago, but just that X factor, that's what you're looking for now.
Yeah, I think that's what it lacked for me. It lacked a little bit of wow. It just didn't have it. It was very controlled and smooth, maybe more what the judges wanted to see, but from an entertainment point of view, Dave, didn't really hit all the right spots.
We want frightening,
scary,
like,
drifting
chaos all the time, and that's not actually what the judges want at all.
Not at all.
But there's a line. If you can pull it off, you get scored well. So Kevin Pazur will wait his score. I mentioned we are in the top 5 of the championship. 84, solid score. 84 for Kevin Pazur, really good. 16th position though. And 84 on another day might put you in the top 10 after the first half of qualifying. Today, a lot of big scores going in. So we're starting to see everybody needing to step up. A small score is not going to get you through it. And a man who knows that more than anyone is Conor Shanahan. The current defending champion hasn't had the perfect season. He was way out of the top 10 halfway through. Now he's back into 4th position after his win in Riga. Can he climb into the top 3? But he's got to be inch perfect all the way through this event.
Well, he's looking good so far. That's a big handbrake drag though, Dave. He lost a lot of speed, but now he gets himself back into it. And that line for outside zone 2 wasn't the cleanest. Now Shanahan gets himself back into it, back in the zone, up into the wall. He goes a little down to the foot brake as he drops that car down right into formation. Now fulfills all the zones, does exactly what the judges asked for as he gets to that zone nice and early and across the line.
I was just about to say the same thing. Everything perfect, except that big handbrake on the entry.
Yeah.
And I don't think the judges are going to look at that and say, that's very committed. It's almost very calculated.
Yeah.
So a big handbrake drag got him wide, but he didn't get wide by being brave. He got wide by dragging. So watch this. Look at the rear wheels, locked here. Stay locked for a good little time after that zone. Everything else from Conor Shanahan from there on in, sensational. perfect as always, and as you expect from one of the best drivers on the planet right now. Everything else was great, but just that entry. You see the wildness of Wiańczek, Van Oort, Pszczonski, even LZ, Bagsy coming in hot there. And a little bit more calculated from Shanahan. I think this is still going to be a very high score. Very high, because he's done everything right. Let's see where it lands. What do we know?
No, we know nothing.
We know nothing. What
Even after 5 rounds.
What we do know is that we got a fight in our hands here. We definitely have a situation where I think we have a lot of drivers that are going to finish this qualifying session thinking they can win this event. That's for sure. A lot of big scores going in. An 87.5, really good score from Conor Shannon, puts him in 12th position. But as you can see, little style points there, letting a little bit down maybe on that commitment on the first corner. Now, it's an easy thing for Conor Shannon to do, so expect in the second half of qualifying to see him step that up. And here's a man that had a battered and bruised car after Riga. It was in the tumble dryer. And this car was all over the shop when we finished at the podium in Riga. There was bits of Dwayne McKeever's mirrors in the grandstands at the end of it, but they got it all back together. He had a prop shaft failure in practice, missed half of practice, but McKeever's coming for it straight away here.
Yeah, look at the line though from McKeever. He's way up there now, drops down a little bit, but makes it work. Puts the back end of that S13 right where it needs to be. Very shallow transition, but it's fast. McKeever puts the back bumper in the wall, runs the back end along that tyre wall, flirts with danger. Big angle from McKeever as he flicks it back, gets to that tyre wall even earlier and across the line. That was dangerous from McKeever.
That was an exciting run.
Yes.
There was a moment there, I thought he was going on the wall, then I thought he was going on the other wall, and that's what I want to see. And I think, look at that big deep breath from Dwayne McKeever. I'm not sure he even intended that. So a little shy just on the initiation, got there late to the zone, but he pushed the car wide. Did a good job here on the left foot brake and pushing that car out into that outer zone. Pretty solid here. Transition looked pretty good to me. This is where he kind of straightens a little bit and then pushes a little bit more than he wants to. So he's got to go on big angle here because I think he's going in the wall. I'd say he was very close to it if the smoke wasn't cascading over the back of the car. As he transitions back here, this is where it gets frightening again. Goes very late on the transition. Look how close he is to the edge of the wall here. But he makes it work and it's exciting and does that. I mean, it's kind of an opposite run to Conor Shannon. It's like, here's a load of excitement without everything being precise. And Shanahan goes with lots of precision without the excitement. So will we see the scores quite similar, but the opposite way? Who knows?
Who knows?
I have no idea what happens in the mechanical brain of a judge. But an 84.5 for Dwayne McKeever, 17th position. A couple of little wobbles in there, but again, it's only first half of qualifying for the man sitting third in the championship as we move on to the man sitting second in the championship. He's always second. Second last year in the final, second in the championship. Now he finds himself second again. Well, he was first in Finland, and he wants to be first again. Laurie Heinen shakes his head and said, not today. Today is my day. He wants to take them all back down and go into the PG Narodowy final as the leader of the championship. But he starts here in qualifying for Laurie Heinen, and he's got to go for it. Man, does he know how to throw down.
He certainly does, Dave. Look at this. Nice initiation from Heinen. Gets on the throttle nice early, keeps that car right to the edge of the circuit as he puts back bumper to almost to the wall. Nice transition. Very collected, very calm as Laurie Heinen now lets that car wash down the circuit, then wash back out again. Very long on that outside zone as he transitions, gets there early and across the line. That was beautiful from Heinen.
Great run from Laurie Heinen. I gotta say, flirting with disaster at times, very close to the edge of the track. He came on throttle earlier than anybody after the transition. That's the one thing I noticed. Watch this. He goes very wide. This is perfect from Heinen here. He goes super wide, gets to that outer zone, little left foot braking, but he's got a lot of pace built up at that point. Gets it done. The transition here, look at this. Watch how early he comes on throttle. He fires through a little handbrake, boom, he's on throttle here. Most guys coming on throttle just as they get to the wall, he's on it real early, but it pushes him kind of through the corner and he probably stays on it a little too long here, finds a wall the judges don't even want him to find, and finds one. Give me a wall, that one will do, and he goes along that, and at the end, absolutely perfect across the finish line. So from my perspective, it's going to be a high scoring run. Is it absolutely perfect? It's not perfect.
I think outside zone 5 is where he's going to have bled some points.
I think so
because
too.
he went too wide. And the judges said,
like,
don't go wide. Look at this. Look, he is 2 wheels over that zone. Look how long he stays there as well.
Yeah, not that you can see it, I'd imagine, in the car where Laurie Heinen is, but that is over the lines a little bit. Not major.
Yeah, look,
89, yeah. The line, look, 5 points lost on the line, so 9th position for Laurie Heinen. I mean, it's only the first half of qualifying, guys, relax. Get back on your couch back home. Don't get too excited. It's still the early days. Everyone's got another run to do.
But someone's got 1 run to do.
Someone has 1 run to do, and here is James Dean, last man in the first half of qualifying to take to the track, and he's also the current championship leader. He even missed the first round in Spain, and he's still the championship leader. wasn't planning on doing a full season of Drift Masters. Well, he just got so close to the top that he said, here we go. 2 rounds left to go. Can Dean get it done? Fires wide on the edge of the circuit, and Dean is very wide on the edge of the circuit. This is beautiful from James Dean as he transitions back, letting that car move towards the edge of the circuit. Look at that. Absolutely where the judges want him to be. Doesn't drop a wheel over the edge. This is absolutely pinpoint. I don't even know how to describe how perfect that is. Nothing majorly crazy, but from a judging perspective of what they told him to go out and do, that looked like it was it to me.
I think if you're splitting hairs, I reckon he could have gone another 10 centimetres wider on some of the zones. Like the last outside zone, he could have been a little bit wider.
I'll tell you a secret, Ian.
Go on.
That's the first run.
Oh, I thought it was the last run.
That's the safe run.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So James Dean's safe run, those 10 centimetres, have a look on the second run and we'll see where he puts them. But to be honest, I think this is one where James goes, I'm going to put this on the board again. Stays on the handbrake pretty late to keep the car out there. So let's see if we can break this one down. I mean, there's no major errors in this. I mean, at this stage now, we're so used to watching the machine just make everything look easy. Yeah, he does. Does make it look very easy. Look at that, hardly any braking on the throttle, nice and early. Again, another driver that's on throttle early. Using the left foot brake, getting on the throttle early and then using the left foot brake to adjust the car, which is clever there. Again,
doesn't go wide here either, which is a massive point on the circuit. Yeah,
a lot of drivers bleeding points there by going too wide towards the wall, but it gets early there, and I mean, there's not much. I mean, I'm talking, there's not much to really talk about there in terms of, I mean, you could, of course, you could lose the spoiler on every wall there, but for a first run in qualifying, you can see, look at the laser focus from James Dean. I mean, at this point in time, the man is competing at the highest level on both sides of the Atlantic. He's done more, I would imagine, at this point, battles than anybody in the world this year at this point, because he's so good, he ends up in them all. So I would imagine he is in the zone now. Driving a drift car is actually more natural than driving a regular car, probably at this stage. And 94.5 for James Dean, third position. And you know what? I'm inclined to agree, just from the point that just not that madness anywhere, that X factor. You can see on the style, that's really all he lost it on, 3 points on style. Could have been on a bit more madness, a bit more angle. But I'll tell you what a qualifying run. So let's have a look at where we sit after the first runs. At the moment, we have got 9 drivers in the 90s, which is a very unusual thing to happen. But there you have it. Kuba Pashkonsky, number 1. Peter Wiańczyk, number 2. James Dean in 3rd position. Clint Van Oort, look at that, right up in 4th position. Kavia in 5th. Steve Banksy Biagioni, wildcard in 6th position. Adam LZ in 7th. And Rovin Perret, for me, 9th position with a 90.5 on his first run. And he's absolutely disappointed with it. So what's going to happen in the second half of qualifying when these guys go out and do their crazy run? Because this is all the safe runs. I just want to have a look at the cutoff here now, see where we're at.
Oh, I know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you.
We're going to see it because Ian said a lot of 90s to be dropping in. Look at that, Dwayne McKeever 19th with an 84, and there it has 74.5. Kevin Piscalti, the local hero, sits just above the drop zone, and all the rest of these drivers outside. So you got to get a 75 and higher. I feel that's going to rise. Yeah, I think it's going to rise to probably the 80s when you think about it. Yeah, that's where I was at. I looked at it earlier on the information we have in front of us, and it was looking, it's aiming that way that an 80 or a mid-80s is going to be the cutoff. So let's go down to Becky Evans. We're going to get a little cleanup on the track. Becky, it's been a very interesting first half of qualifying, and a lot of drivers feeling like super confident out there, almost 10 in the top, or 10 90s in the top 10. But you're with James Dean. He's in 3rd position with a 94.5, showing how tough it is to go top out there at the moment.
Yes, absolutely, Dave. The track is really proving to be quite difficult. James, your 3rd position, 94.5. You lost 3 points on style. I'm going to throw it back to you right now and be like, what more can you do as a driver when they say, we need more style? Where'd you go with that?
It's such a fine line between getting it and wrecking it. You know, it's right on the edge. And after having such a break from practice to now, the track has changed a lot. Visibility is different. There's shadows everywhere. And I was glad to even get that score, because when I was coming through the second transition, it was so hard to make out exactly where the wall was, and all your reference points from earlier in practice were different. So it's definitely very challenging, especially with the sun going down, but it's the same for everyone. I'm very happy with that. And yeah, next run will be in the dark.
Well, we've got to talk about that. As you were saying, the next run is going to be in the dark. You drove here 6 years ago, maybe a little bit before. What is it like as a driver when suddenly those shadows, they're covering where the lines are on the track? Like, what do you do? Are you just taking a mental note and just hoping that you can get the rear wheels into those boxes?
Yeah, it's definitely, the more practice you get during the day, the better, because your mind kind of naturally knows when to pop through, even though your visibility is a lot worse. So it's very hard to do. Like, it's nerve-wracking. Every time we do this, we come back and we're like, oh my God, this is harder than I remember. And yeah, it's extremely challenging. So let's see what happens tonight. I think it's going to be harder than ever because the cars are going faster than ever. And it's a hell of a lot faster than when we were here back 6 years ago. It's crazy how fast the sport is moving.
Well, thank you very much and good luck in your second run. Right, let's take a little wander through here. See if we can grab Dwayne McKeever, actually, because I know Dwayne McKeever's obviously sitting high in the championship points there. He put a high 80 on the board. That's not what he wants right now. Everybody is pushing to get that top spot. Well, actually, maybe we can grab Calais for a second. Looks to be having a little conversation with the car here. Calais, do we have you for 1 second? Obviously, a brilliant first run as you got out there at 90.5. Are you just having a quick check over the car before you go out for your second run? Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything should be fine. So it's gonna be, like James just said, quite different with the sun is much lower and everything. So yeah, it's going to be interesting second run.
How do you find this track? I mean, obviously, when people are playing it on the sim, you get no idea of how much the undulations and all the camber really affects the way the car behaves.
Yeah, there is quite much more camber on the first and last corner than what you can imagine. And it's a bit different always when you sit in the car and you're really close to the tarmac, then you really feel all the height differences and everything.
Are you happy to be back drifting? I mean, you've been doing GT racing, which you did extremely well at, by the way. I mean, you won like 2 of your races already, and then you rally extremely well. But are you happy to be back in a drift car?
Yeah, I'm happy. It's so different that, yeah, after a long break, it's quite exciting for me again.
Well, we're glad to have you here, Callan. Good luck in your second qualifying run. Well, guys, we're going to have to throw it back up to our commentators as we're getting into the second half of our qualifying. Dave and Ian, what's going to happen next? Sun's setting.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, who knows what is going to happen next? And well, we haven't known for a while because it's been 6 years. And as James Dean said, things have moved on massively in 6 years. The sport has grown massively. The speeds have increased massively. And the driver talent has increased massively, well, I mean, as we've just seen.
The thing is, you're putting James Dean, I mean, this is a guy who's 6 years. How many battles has he done in the last 6 years?
That's what I'm saying.
Probably hundreds. So he's got better. And then everybody's chasing him, and then they all get to his level, and then we just sit back and watch the best in the business. And I'm telling you right now, anything can happen in this. Because I'm telling you, if you push too far over the edge, like James Dean said, we could be in the wall here. So yeah, there could be some incidents, because everybody's going, well, if I did that and that was perfect and it's not enough style, where do I go? You got to go to an uncomfortable place. You got to get real close to the walls, and they're tire walls. So you hit one, it tears the car into it. And Amanda found that out firsthand. Is our first driver up in the second half of qualifying, George Christoforou from Cyprus. The car is being rebuilt as we're getting through qualifying, and his first score 66.5 is not enough. Got to go big. Got to get into the 80s. It's do or die for everybody now. Second half of qualifying is away.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's do or die for every single driver on the track. A big flick across the circuit for George as he fires in, and this BMW E81 is off of outside zone 2. Very shallow for the middle of the circuit, almost straight lines into the outside zone. And already we can tell, Dave, we know now what is required, what the cutoff is, what these guys need to do to get into that top 32. And I can already tell you that's not enough.
I'm going to be honest and say we don't want to be harsh.
No, I don't want to be harsh.
Everyone here is an amazing driver, but when we look at that criteria and we look at the level and the benchmark set from some of the drivers, we know what we're expecting here. And we're expecting it's got to be 80s up. And that, to me, didn't look like that. This cone, not sure what it did to George, but he just absolutely decimated that cone on the way through. And I'll tell you what, he came in flying, he did everything he could do, but right here, he knows I'm on the wrong line. He comes too wide too early, and the left foot braking, look, no left foot braking. I think he just left that tool in the locker and didn't use it, and kind of went where the car was naturally wanting to go, rather than so harsh, right?
Yeah.
And we know from the first corner whether someone's going to make it or not.
If they're going to qualify, yeah.
If they've got a poor first run.
Yep.
I mean, that's simple as.
Yep.
Knife edge Drift Masters right now.
I'm going to say, unless you're mid to high 80s above, and you don't get that line from 1 to 2 dialed, that's it.
Well, here's the thing. Is it called Drift Amateurs? Is it called Drift Good at Drifting? It's called Drift Masters. You've got to be a master, and unfortunately for George Christopher, just couldn't get a master of the track this weekend. And again, a wild card, a very high level to jump into here, because these guys have just done so many rounds. They're in their 5th round. You're jumping in fresh. It's tough to catch that pace straight away. Another man, very beautiful helmet, by the way, on this guy, Luke.
Oh, I didn't see this before.
Helmet.
Wow.
Yeah, got all the bling.
It's got the spice.
And Luca, this is one of my favorite cars here this weekend. Just love to see an RX-7 on the grid. Luca hoping to improve from the first run, but he got it. Oh, he's very wide. This is insane. Yes, that's what we came here to see. He's picking up so much paint on the wheels because he's so wide. Luca Fascini throwing it all on the track right now. 82 on his first run. Can he improve? He's throwing it all out there. Luca says he's bringing home bits in his car if he's not bringing home a qualifying score. That's a big one.
That's a good run from our wild card from Italy. Luca Fascini absolutely threw down. Well, he is the 2023 Hungarian champion and the 2023 Italian champion. That was insane. That was flirting with danger.
He dirt dropped when no one has dirt dropped. He found a new place to dirt drop.
He found a new line. He said, like, hey, judges, there's a new one.
He's like, a bank? I'll go up the grass bank if I need to.
I mean, look, we say dirt drops. He barely tickled the edge of the grass.
He was the widest line we've seen anyone through there. That's a brave run. Very brave run. And you know what? Regardless of the score, he threw it all out there.
Yeah, and the line was lovely.
Nothing to regret in qualifying for Luca here because he threw everything at it. So to me, that is a very impressive run. I'm stoked on that. RX-7's out there throwing down.
V8 RX-7.
Yes, boy.
For the purists, they're all crying right now.
Yeah.
The poor rotaries are just...
Where's the rotary? If he had a rotary now, he'd be halfway around, opening the bonnet, looking for what's went wrong, looking for 2-stroke oil. But here we are. Luca doing a great job. You know what? I'm excited to see the score here. 84 on the board. I mean, he does it not perfect and I think he drops a wheel over that first corner.
These judges,
what do they know?
No fun.
I would have given him 14 grass points on the way in there. So if he's in the grass, that's impressive. But look who's made it back to the line. Enver Haskasap. I saw the front end of this car tied to one van, this other side of it tied to another van, and 2 guys reversing earlier on.
So they were stretching
the car back straight again. Enver Haskasap back in the championship as a wild card this weekend, and he's ready to rock and roll. He's had a tough practice session. Again, the cone, I'm not sure what it's done to people. Here we go. Into the first goal. Enver, tentative entry here, just doesn't want to end up in the same position. Late to the zone.
Yeah, very late to the zone, makes it kind of work, kind of gets back on the line. He did miss outside zone 1 though. Now drops down, drops back into formation, just catches the wheel on the outside zone. It's a very slow transition. He makes it to the outside zone, sits with a 0, and I don't think that's going to be enough either. I think that's another one, unfortunately. And, you know, you might sit at home and say, Dave and Ian are so harsh on these drivers, but unfortunately, we're just relaying the information that we know from the judges who are sat 10 foot from us.
There's no point in us telling you something's going to happen when it's not going to happen. So we're trying to be as honest as we can, and I'll tell you what, losing the majority of practice here has cost Enver Haskasap.
Hugely, yeah.
Everyone else got tons more laps, tons more testing. He just got the car kind of put back together. I'm not sure how 100% that car is either, so I'd say he's probably driving that car a little tentatively just to get around. So the fact that that team got it back out, he got a run and a score on the board, is a brave move from Enver Haskasap and the whole team behind the scenes, so fair play to them.
Yeah, exactly that, Dave. And this sport can be cruel sometimes, and other times it can be very rewarding for some of these guys. But when it goes wrong,
you know, and it's knife edge, do or die. It's not like, you know, oh, we've got a couple of laps to catch up here. You got 1 lap, and if you don't get it right, you go home.
It's game over, yeah. So there we go. Good to see Enver Haskasap back at Drift Masters after some time out.
Busy guy outside of the scene.
Very busy guy, yeah. We know him personally behind the scenes, Dave, and he is a very busy man.
Yeah. Let's see where Enver Haskasap sits after that. Can we get a score? We're waiting on it as we look at the internals of Dimitri Uliak's. Crazy, and is that a Nissan V8? 73 on the board, not enough for Enver Haskasap, unfortunately. Yeah, so this is a V8 from...
Yeah, it's a Nissan VK56, which is a very rare Nissan V8.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, is a pickup truck engine from the Nissan Titan.
Correct, Dave.
Yeah, well, look at that.
You knew something?
Didn't even Google that.
You knew something.
I knew that.
His phone, ladies and gentlemen,
because
is in his pocket.
It is the largest
V8 you can buy. From Nissan?
From Nissan, yeah, the largest they ever made.
Yeah, so he got the largest one, and then he went, I'm going to put 2 turbos on it.
Not enough going on
Not
here.
enough
The
going
2
on
turbos at the bottom. So Dmitry Ulek from the Ukraine. First run was a 67. He's outside the top 32, coming in hot.
Yeah, and he looks shallow on outside zone 1. Drops down the bank now, walks the way back end into that zone. Oh, handbrakes through the middle of the circuit. Judges won't like that. Now looks for this outside zone, to the wall, gets that one, drops down a little bit. Doesn't go too wide on that zone. Very nice there as Ilya transitions through, looks for that final outside zone, and once again comes up a little shy.
Not too sure. I'll tell you what, it's like he's got grip in the car that he's never driven with before, and he expects it to transition and wash, and it just stops.
And there's a lot more grip down now from the first qualifying run that Dmitry did after all of those other drivers.
Totally agreed. Watch this on the transition. As he comes down the hill, this is all looking pretty good. Watch when he transitions, the car just stops in the middle. As he transitions, boom. Doesn't transition
He
with
has
that.
to handbrake.
Yeah, it's not that wash he wants. It's like, oh, he's got to force it through the transition.
Yeah, look, he knows as well. He has to handbrake to make it work to get out there, and then he has to slow again as he comes up towards the wall. He doesn't want to go too deep, although he is very close to the wall there. Those poor banners. They've been repaired 4 times today already, Dave. And
I'd give up repairing them. They're going to be hit all weekend. So, I mean, this again for me could have saved a little bit at the end by getting this out of the zone, but just dropped shy of it. And oh, the judges are going to be just sitting there going deduct, 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 and that's the harsh part.
yeah,
Look at the flames in the bottom of the car, though.
Yeah,
Very
boom,
cool.
boom, boom.
68, not enough for Dmitry Ulek from the Ukraine. That's unfortunate. Really wanted to see him in the battles this weekend. Great driver, great guy.
very nice
But
guy.
yeah, not to be.
No, unfortunately not for Dmitry Ulek. We go back to the start line to one of 2 female drivers here this weekend. It is Natalia Yoshak from Romania in this BMW E46 turbocharged Chevrolet V8 underneath the bonnet, making 850 wheel horsepower.
That's enough.
Now, she's only 21. But man, has she got trophy cabinet with way more trophies than me and Dave could even ever think about.
Absolutely.
And she's come off the line absolutely screaming as Natalia fires it in. It stays nice and high. Good line into outside zone 2. Now looks for the transition. The sun's setting here in Hungary, making track conditions. Oh, very treacherous. That was beautiful, but she's a little far down, and that just shows on that outside zone as Natalia now looks for this final outside zone and upset the line.
You know what?
That shot had so much potential.
I was like, if she pulls this off, this is the style points. She was 90 degrees to the wall, really brave there as well to go that close to the wall, but it messed up the line. Once you put the 2 wheels on those inner markings,
inner hatchings,
you know it's the wrong line.
Yeah,
So
and that's why the judges were saying you had to be a metre away. The front wheel had to be roughly a metre away from that second hash mark, because that puts you on the perfect arc for outside zone 4 and 5. And you could see as soon as she dropped down, I think she scared herself into the wall. Watch, she dials on all the angle, and I think she goes, stays on angle too long, doesn't shallow up. She should have turned the angle out of the car and drove the car towards the outside zone. Sounds like I know what I'm talking about.
Disagree. I think she had to put the angle in, or she was going in the wall. So I don't think she had the option. I think she just went on too much angle, or she was going in the wall too fast. She had to pull the angle, but then it messed up the rest of the run. What do we know? We're not driving the cars.
We're not driving the cars.
And I would be terrified if that was me, but it's a 69.5 for Natalia outside of competition. And we won't see her in the main event, which I am gutted about, because some of the chase runs she was doing in practice.
Her and Calais Rovenberg this morning was like a final.
I was really impressed.
I think her spotter said calm down, because she was going too fast. We go back to the start line to a man from Thailand. We spoke about him earlier. Thanapa sits on the line in this incredible Toyota 3UZ twin turbo carbon fiber S13.5. Custom one-off body kit.
It's like an S13.95.
I don't know.
Who knows?
I've got criticised for this before, so I'm leaving that one there.
I think, look, a beautiful car, came a long way, air freighted, came on a plane, a bit like we did.
Yeah.
But we didn't have as much carry-on as this guy did. So Thanapa into the first corner. Can he get it done? First corner, a little late and very late on that initiation. That's going to hurt him, and this is both good. Let's see that again. Straight away, we know this has already dropped out of the 80s. It's going to be tough for him to climb it back in here. On and off throttle, very, very offline, and oh, it's going to be a messy one. And that is going to be a 0, unfortunately, for the Thai driver, because I'll tell you why. Opposite drift.
Yep.
Yeah, not drifting in the correct, and you'd be devastated with that. The team worked so hard to put an engine in this car, get it ready for Drift Masters, but it just didn't go the way he wanted.
No, it didn't, Dave.
From the off, too.
Yeah, from the off. They were here testing just a few days ago. They were able to rent the track before Drift Masters got into town, and he tested the car after the long flight from Thailand to Hungary, and that was when they had an engine failure, and they worked tirelessly to get this car ready for this weekend. But unfortunately, for Thanapa, It just didn't play off this weekend. And such a shame to see one of our wild cards in such an incredible car drop out. And it is a 0 and a first score not enough for top 32.
Yeah, it's harsh at the moment. The wild card's struggling.
Do you know, we say every round, this is harsh. Every round is harsh.
I feel a bit sad because they're all very nice people and they all have amazing amounts of commitment put into the sport. And just one run, it's all over, and you're like, oh, come on, it's such a trip to get here, especially on a plane from Thailand, like, jeez. Anyway, let's move it along. Robert Petri, our next driver, local driver. Lots of Hungarian Drift Championship podiums. He's driven well on this track before. Got 1,066 horsepower. Just a few horses. Here we go. Late initiation's going to drop him low. Got a left foot brake, just about gets there, but he's going to miss that zone. He went too far into that second outer zone and just messed up his line. And again, we're seeing another driver just make those mistakes and a lot of steering input on the front of the car to keep this absolute monster at bay. And a wobble again. Oh, just can't put it together.
It's so cruel when you can see it from initiation. That's the hardest point.
You just know instantly when they miss a zone, it's just all over.
And look at this. Look, watch the initiation. Fires it in. As soon as it starts. Jay-Z, the turbo, Dave, underneath the bonnet of that thing is huge.
I can imagine. 73 on the board. Does improve on his first run, but not enough to get him into the top 32. And another wildcard driver not making the cut. Let's move it along to another wildcard driver who I definitely will be making the cut. It is the two-time World Rally Champion, Kalle Rovanperä from Finland in this 900 horsepower A90 Supra. Hasn't driven it in almost a year. Comes out and does a 90.5 on his first run. It's absolutely ridiculous. And now he says, oh, I wasn't happy with that. I got to go better. What's he going to do next?
Well, he's going to put a 90.9-point run on the board. Oh, look at this. Way higher, way wider, way faster, way more aggressive from Rovanperä. Not as deep on outside zone 3, but does it matter? Because he gets into the wall, takes the end plate off the spoiler. Rovanperä's come here this weekend for business, no play, as he looks for that final outside zone. That was incredible.
Oh, there's something wrong with this guy.
No, if you chat to him, he's fine, he's normal.
No, I mean, when you put him behind the wheel of a car.
Oh, yeah, when the visor goes down.
Yeah, but how do you do that?
It takes the brain out. That's what he does. Takes his brain out.
What an initiation this is. Big angle in. Like, that's dangerous on
Look
the
at the speed.
And then
even the guy in the grandstand is like, ooh.
Oh. Like, he's really wide here. Very little corrections. Watch the front of the car. Just those tiny little inputs to get it working.
The little left foot brake.
Very little. And then his transitions. I thought he was in the wall here. 100% thought he was going in the wall. Way too fast here.
Look how early he's on throttle as well.
Yeah, but he makes it work. Look at the end plate of the spoiler. Says, I'm just going to join the grandstand crowd here. Brilliant run.
Oh, God, that's good.
As a fan, you've got to watch that and say, for a rally driver to step into a drift car with no practice other than today, this year, to do that, that's a phenom. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to be. It's too good. 95.5 for Kalle Rovanperä, third place. I know nothing about drifting. They say you got to go practice, practice, practice. He doesn't even practice at all, and he's just that naturally talented. He gets a 95. Sickening for the rest of us. For the rest of us, that is a sickening result, Kalle. Next up, we go to Kristialto from Finland. She's currently outside the top 32. Can she creep in? Can she get the run done? She's been driving well in practice. Got to translate that now to when it matters.
Yeah, well, her first qualifying run showed glimmers of a big run, but it just fell apart ever so slightly now. Chrissy Alto gets herself into it. Nice transition. Look at that. Nice line from Alto as she goes deep onto that zone. Stays in it very long, though. Keeps in the throttle. Doesn't back out of it. Stays in it for even longer. As she now transitions, looks for that final outside zone. Job done for Chrissy Alto.
That's a brave run. Like, she could have easily backed out of that at any point, because I think it was getting a bit wayward around the outer zone 4, but she just stayed pinned and made it work. Excellent driving.
Yeah, and she just goes to show you, she's got no fear of the walls.
I'll be honest, this entry, first of all, she's like, I'll go out really wide. This works really well for her. Maybe a little bit too much momentum lost on that, but she hits the left foot brake and gets it to this point. Look at this, into the outer zone early, very smooth. But the bit that impressed me was the transition was smooth. As she went out here, she doesn't decel that much. Watch this, as she transitions through very fast here, on throttle, a little bit left, right, way too fast. And she goes through the zone and goes, uh-oh, I'm near the edge of the track, probably puts a wheel off there, but then stays in it, stays pinned, doesn't back out. And that's brave driving, and I think she's going to be rewarded for that because it gets right out to the edge of the circuit. Impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah, I am very impressed with that from Chrissy Alto. You know what, for the first time we see her in Finland last year, today seeing her drive, her improvement as a driver has been insane.
And growing in confidence.
Oh, yes.
I've always had the ability, but sometimes it's the confidence.
Yes.
Sometimes it's the time to do it. Look at that, 81.5 for Chrissy Alto from Finland, 25th position. She'll be over the moon with that.
Very, very happy with that run for Chrissy Alto. We go back on the line to the man from Japan. It is Ryusei Akiba, representing Drift Games on the side of the S15. Engine change overnight, no practice for this young man, just 2 runs earlier on today. Can he get it done here? Had a really bad, unfortunate year so far for Akiba, struggling to make that transition from Japanese driving to European driving. Can he get it done right now? He comes off the line, 1 run to get it done at round 5 as Akiba flicks through the gears, flicks the car across the circuit, goes for that wide line, now looks comfortable. As Akiba drops down though, the car doesn't want to react, clutch kicks it, tries to get to outside zone 3, gets through there, looks for the wall, manages to pick up outside zone 4, now keeps it clean, flicks on the angle, goes for the transition. This is way cleaner than his last run, but has he done enough as Akiba brings it across the line?
Moments of brilliance there towards the end of the run, but they're going to look at that first run, the judges, and they're going to say he missed that outer zone. And that second outer zone is one of the most important on the track because it's the riskiest one. And it looks to me like, as you can see here, it goes wide at the start, realizes very quickly not getting there, goes on the left foot brake, but I think he loses too much speed here on the center part of the track, and that's pretty straight there as he transitions back. Judges having a good look at this one.
Yeah, I think for me, he went on the left foot brake too late again. It was by the time he'd realised where he was, it was already too late, and it was a very slow transition, but he made it work. He did get back into that zone, back on that line, but it's missing that second outside zone, as you say, Dave. That could be enough.
It's hard to know what's enough now. And
yeah.
You're talking, this is, you know, creeping into that 32. Where are the scores at? So let's see where Ryusei Akiba scores. In, again, missing a lot of practice, not easy on a track he's never driven before, but unfortunately for the judges, they take none of that into account. It's all the same cars and all the same runs. They're just blue car, red car, and in this case, lemon and lime.
Yeah.
Let's see, we have 71.5 for Ryusei Akiba. It puts him outside top 32 here early on. A lot of wild cards, a lot of guys in this area of the bracket suffering a little bit.
Yeah, exactly that, Dave. A lot of guys not being able to make the grade. We go back on the start line to Peter Kozlowski. 60.5 on his first qualifying run. A man that has to get it done. Again, needs to get an 80 plus on the board to secure a spot in top 32. He's done it before in the past. Can he do it here? New car, this S15. V8 twin turbo comes through the gears. Kozlowski dips the front end down, gets on the throttle a little late for me. He does make it work though into outside zone 2. Picks up a nicer line in his first qualifying run now. Looks the car wash right to the edge of the circuit, back on throttle. Absolutely screaming that turbo V8 through that little alley and down. Looks for the final outside zone, through the zone and across the line.
Again, moments of brilliance.
I think that might have just scraped.
Let's see. Initiation's good. This is a good initiation. Gets nice and wide. No major errors, no major corrections as he comes through here. This is the toughest part of the track. Stay out there. Does left foot brake. Makes a clever move. Gets out into that outer zone. Transitions back. This is smooth from Peter here as he transitions again up to the outside of the track. Does collect that outer zone again. A little wide there, but the judges are kind of saying, hey, as long as you get all those zones, it's not the worst thing to do on the track. as you transition back. You know what I'm going to say, Ian? I think this might be enough. I think this might be enough.
Ah, I said it. I said it. You're going to agree with me? You're agreeing with me. I think it's enough. I think it's just enough, but I think it's going to be a tentative wait for Kozlowski. I wonder if it's enough to get him into the show. Can every other driver do it? Look at that, an 80 dead on the ball, 27th position.
Yeah.
It's enough.
It's enough.
But like I say, it's going to be a tentative wait.
But did I say an 80 or above? I think that's where we're going to end up there, I think, because he's in 27th with an 80. A lot of drivers still sitting with scores to put in yet. Let's see where it sits. And then the fans are a little cooler now. It's a little bit more comfortable, bit more comfortable around the circuit now for most of these people. As I'll tell you what, it is going to be. There he is. That's how the date's going. It's going well.
It's going well.
It's going well.
She's happy.
She's very happy. Yeah. She's saying, I don't know what they're doing out there, but I'm having a great time. So here we are. It is going to go back to the start line. It is Joshua Reynolds. Now, this is a driver who's got to improve. Currently sitting outside the top 32. 52.5 in his first run. Has to go for broke here. Cannot afford any errors.
No, he can't, Dave. He needs to make it happen this weekend. Joshua Reynolds slots that A90 Super through gears as he goes wide, but he lets it drop off way too early. And now he's going to miss outside zone 2, and that's it. We already know, unfortunately, for Joshua Reynolds, that missing that zone is not enough. He stays really wide there, comes through the alley, and it's beautiful through this part of the circuit. It's very nice for Joshua Reynolds, but we already know, Dave.
This happened, I think, last year in Germany, where we would just see one zone and go, if you miss one zone, you're going home, which is horrendously harsh. But I think that zone that they are missing, that outer zone 2, you can see it here, look, goes wide, but comes on the throttle pretty late, drops down, left foot braking, but it doesn't make him get out to that zone. And then the transition becomes quite awkward because it's quite late in the day. It's a very shallow one if you don't have the angle from the other zone. And then everything else on the track, pretty solid from Joshua Reynolds. Really good finish to the run, but I have a feeling the judges will say that second outer zone, missing that at this stage is enough.
I think that the problem is it's outside zone 1 to 2. If you drop down, you're triangulating it. It's not fluid motion. It's not chaseable.
And it's already not a natural arc, so you've got to be aggressive there, or else you've got to be more aggressive than you think you need to be.
Yes.
Especially if you're not aggressive, like Joshua on that occasion, you've just kind of in no man's land. You don't know what to do. You can't get yourself out of it. So a 68.5 for Joshua Reynolds puts him in 43rd position, and an unfortunate finish to his weekend at this stage of the competition with so much promise. Judges saying, you got to get that zone or you're going home.
Oh, I like it.
Little rhyme there for you.
First one today. Manuel Vaca sits on the line now, out of that top 32, a 74.5 on his first qualifying run, and the cut-off now a 76.5. Scores creeping up. What can he do as he comes off the start line? The Italian driver, Manuel Vaca, absolutely smoking out the circuit from the start line. This is nicer from Vaca. Look how high he is. Makes it an arc, makes it work, but he drops down too early again. And Manuel Vaca now needs to redeem himself, needs to throw some flair into this to wow the judges as he gets himself nice and high, but he doesn't drop down and fall into formation. What can he do here in his final outside zone as he looks for it? Just about puts the wheel on the white line.
I think it's going to be borderline. I think, again, some zones hit, some barely hit. We are being so harsh today because that's what we need to be. We got to be realistic with everybody watching at home and saying that at the 5th round of the season, for some reason, half the grid have woken up this morning and said, I'm absolutely going to send it and be perfect. And that's made the other half of the grid really stressed because a good run isn't good enough anymore. It's got to be exceptional.
Yeah, it has to be unbelievable. You have to wow the judges. You have to leave everyone thinking that was a crash that didn't happen. Yeah. Because
it was almost more likely to be a crash.
Yeah, because if not, there wasn't the X factor there, which is what the judges are looking for. And let's be honest, it's what everyone is looking for. Everyone is looking for that X factor run. And until we see it, we won't see a 99. And if you're not even close to that, you're just not making it into the show. And there we go, a 75.
33rd. That is harsh. Ian,
this is a harsh sport, though, Dave.
This is hard. I mean, Manuel's such a dude.
Yeah,
lovely
such a nice guy.
But, if you're... hopefully he gets... I know it sounds bad, but not that close to get, because that's a harsh pill to swallow. See where we're at next. Lights are on. Dusk starting to drop here. Ian, is dusk drop? That's not even a phrase.
Does dusk drop?
It's getting dusky. There you go.
Is that a word?
No, that's not even.
That's not even a saying either.
It's sunset.
The sun's gone down.
God, it's been a long day. Here we go. Edgars Progeris from Latvia. Another driver needing to improve. He's got a 59 on the board from the first one. He's in 47. Gotta go for it. Late initiation, making it work. But does he drop down? He drops a little bit. Yes, drops down too much. Oh, Don't get in the zone, you're going home. We keep saying it. And he's firing everywhere else. This is a great run after that zone from Eggers Kojiris, but is that zone going to cost him all the marbles?
And there we go, finished up the run, and the sigh from the judges behind us is a telltale sign of exactly how they're feeling. And I think Kojiris knows as well himself in the car that that wasn't the best performance he's done all day, and I think he'll be very upset with himself.
Yeah, I feel that's just all on initiation. Just came on the power a little too late, just couldn't stay up the bank. And I mean, it's very easy for us to say it, but I'll tell you what, to drive your very expensive car over the edge of what you think is possible, because you one wrong move on that first corner, you hit the bank there, that's it, you could be on your roof.
Yeah.
So it's easy to say, oh yeah, just go a little bit wider, go a little bit, you know, you'll be fine. You won't be if you get it, if you overcook it. So a lot of drivers trying to play that middle ground, that safe ground, and just for Eggers, he didn't push out enough on that initiation.
And I don't think now...
It's dividing the grid right now.
Yeah, and I don't think this late in the championship now you can come out here with a mediocre run.
No, and unfortunately, being good at drifting is just not good enough. You've got to be great, and that's what's happened. They're enjoying it. They're having fun.
Having fun.
Yeah. Whee, Latvia. But unfortunately for Latvia,
I mean,
I'm not sure that's going to be enough of a score.
That was nice, Dave, what you just done there.
What?
You were like, hey, Latvia. And
well, Latvia in general.
Oh, okay.
We love Latvia. We love Latvia.
Yeah, we love Latvia.
We even stayed an extra 2 days because we like it so much.
We did, yeah, we did.
But unfortunately...
We were working though, right? Working.
We were just doing some research.
Yeah, paperwork and all the finer details.
No fun.
66.
Yeah, outside for Eggers Kojiris, and unfortunately that is the end of his weekend. And a great driver, again, knocked out of competition, which is not what we want to see.
No, certainly isn't.
Oh, you can see the reaction. Not happy. She's taking scores.
She's taking scores,
She just wrote down Kevin O'Connell in her notebook.
Yeah.
She's coming for him. She's coming for him.
Hit list.
Hit list. Yeah, 3 judges have been written down there, I'll tell you that for a fact. Moving on, Nasser Al-Harbali from El Salvador, now residing in the UAE, shipping this car all the way from the UAE. Had a pretty solid first run. It was a 73, which we thought was solid at the time, but now not enough. Got to go bigger. Yeah,
it does definitely need to go bigger. We know that Al-Harbali has it in him, but can he put it all to work right now? Nice line into 2. Nice transition, very fluid motion from Nasser Al-Harbali. Puts the back end into that zone, not too close to the wall. No danger in this run from Al-Harbali as he now looks for this final outside zone. Very fast, rip through the circuit, but not again as deep as we'd like to see. No, I think it's tentative. I think you can see some of the transitions. He's just kind of dipping a wheel here and there. It's not big angle to big angle, and that's where watch this. He comes very late. Nervous times. Nervous times. Now we go back on the line to Steve Baggsy Biagioni from the UK, 91.5 on his first qualifying run in this brand new build for 2024. Feeling comfortable, looking comfortable, swapped out from the S chassis V8 to the 2JZ GT86. What can he do here? Nothing to lose, Dave. Might as well go for it all as he fires through the gears. Baggsy flicks it. He doesn't go as wide, but now starts to pick up that wide line, that wide track. Oh, puts the tail light to the wall and comes up a little short on outside zone 3, but makes it work now as Baggsy shallows up the angle, gets that line dialed now as he comes down the hill, looks for that zone, perfectly timed as Baggsy goes for the final outside zone, looks for the wall and across the line. You know, it's kind of similar to the first run and a very good run. Stayed a little bit on the brakes longer than he would have wanted to on the initiation, and then does go very close to the wall afterwards. And I'll tell you what, right now, for Baggsy, I mean, the championship is of no concern. He just wants to win the round, so he's on track for that. I think he's qualified with a 91.5 from the first run either way. And look at this. Oh, yes. That's the deepest into that wall we've seen. Yeah.
and in a very short car. So that's impressive. He's learning. He's turned the parking sensors on.
So you know, the spotters from SB Motorsport would have all closed their eyes at that moment and gone, oh, here's a long night.
It's going to be a long night here, but
because we know he's qualified, but it's going to be a long night fixing the car.
Perfect run from Maggie.
Perfect.
Gotta say.
You know what to say that he's jumped in that chassis after driving S chassis for so many years. Jump in this new car this year, which isn't an easy car to drive. We've heard Jack and Connor and multiple other drivers say they aren't the easiest car to drive. For him to do so well on it, Dave, I think that's an incredible
Look at this on the banner. Oh.
God,
I'll tell you what,
so
actually
good.
more impressive is jump from a V8 to a 2JZ.
Oh, what?
Absolutely the same.
Now that could be dangerous tomorrow.
Yeah, consistent
Consistency.
two over 90 runs on the board. Bagsy is in the game this
He
weekend.
certainly is in
Keep
the
an
game.
eye out. He's gonna ruffle some feathers because he's got the ability in the chase position too. He's not just a good lead driver, so impressive stuff. So we move back to the start line. Josiah Falaise, he's inside the top 32 with an 81, but it's not a safe inside.
No.
He's in 26th. He needs to jump up, but if he can dial that first corner, which was his downfall on the first run, he could be way up the order. This car is the fastest I've seen anyone through this course. Let's see if he can hold on to this beast.
Well, there we go. Needs to tame off that angle, and he doesn't. He lets that angle rip once again, and he's put himself into an over-rotation. And I'm already going to say, Dave, that is a 0.
That's a 0, so he's going to have to rest on his 81 from the first run. Just tried a big flick on initiation. I'm not sure it worked.
No, I don't think...
I'm not sure that corner's...
That you can't do it
Yeah.
there. Like, and again, this is our
outside
perspective. You can't try that big angle initiation because you lose so much speed.
Yeah.
Look where it puts the car. The front wheels drop instantly, dials the angle out, and he's in the middle of the circuit. Well, I mean, for Josiah, he's almost spinning at that point, so... But even if he would have pulled it off, I don't know whether he would have stayed on that perfect arc to get to outside zone 3.
No, I think at some point or something happened there that I think he thought, I'm going too much angle, I might go in the wall.
Yeah.
And he just backed out of it. To be honest, probably the clever move, and he's still in 26th. It's a nervous wait, but it might be enough. Who knows? Now we move on to Timo Peltola, 23rd position at the moment at 83. He's getting a lot of fist bumps from the cameraman, from everybody. Everybody loves Timo.
What? He's such a likable character.
Everybody loves Timo. You just don't know what's going to happen next, though. It's almost like a jet engine taking off. It starts the jets and all the smoke comes out. And let's see, look at the concentration on the face.
Well, he's got the style, he's got the speed, and he's got the aggression, that's for sure. What can Timo Peltola do? Well, he can't make outside zone 2, so it won't be an improvement.
I didn't even notice the bump on the transition there. Do you see it on Timo's car?
Yeah.
When you get that line...
I don't think any other small car reacts to that, but the bigger cars react.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, are we starting to figure out why those bigger cars are having trouble there?
Hey, we've been here twice. We've worked the track out.
You never know. He's still smiling, though. He's still in the top 32 with an 83, so let's hope it's enough. I'm sure if I could translate
finish, yeah, it would be an interesting conversation with his spotter.
I went too fast, I hit a bump, I spun around, but everybody's okay. I'm just going to translate that. Watch the bump here, though.
Yeah.
I didn't notice this before. Watch as he transitions, look.
I think if you transition too early, you hit the bump.
And if you don't, you miss it.
Yep.
Okay. Look at that face. He's just like, and then the bump, watch. Oh, no, he's hitting the clutch, and he's like, nah. I'm sure that's a Finnish swear word we missed there.
I don't know what you're talking about. These guys are all way too polite to use any of those profanities.
23rd position. Let's see if he stays where he is. I don't know. Who knows?
I don't know anything anymore. Just
yeah. We're at a position now where 76.5 will get you in the show, and anything less will put you out. Yves Meyer from Switzerland sits in 45th position with a 67.5. Has to go 77 or he's out. No mistakes can be made.
No, needs to keep this one clean. Look at this, nice and wide from Yves Meyer, and this is a lovely line so far to outside zone 2, but he's come up short again, and Yves Meyer just drops down, just doesn't seem to be able to keep that car high up on the bank, and look how he's upset the line now as Yves Meyer looks for this outside zone, just scrapes a wheel through, the run's starting to fall apart for the Swiss driver as he fulfills that final outside zone across the line.
It's not enough, I don't think.
And it's so harsh because as soon as it happens, we know it. And I hate to say it because...
And he went in really hot, so like he gave it as good a go as he could.
It looked like he was going to make it, that's the problem. And then he dropped down, and then watch this. it was like the car just wouldn't travel.
A lot of
further up.
mechanical grip in the Supras, meaning that it tries to go forward, forward bite, and it just didn't work there. He would have to jump on that left foot brake far earlier to push that angle out wide. But by the time he realized that, I think it was a little too late.
Yeah. Such a shame for Yves Meyer. Yeah, he's
been on a bit of a tear this year. He's been doing really well.
Yeah, he's been on a bit of a tear. He's been consistently qualifying and getting himself into the battles. And now, look at this, getting really dark in Hungary.
Dusky.
Moody.
Yeah.
Moody.
Yeah. When you start seeing the DRLs, you're going, it's getting dark.
It's getting dark.
I hope there's lights. I don't know. We're as surprised as you guys. We don't know what's happening. 69, Yves Meyer, 43rd position. Not enough to get him into the show. I don't know, do the lights come on? Do we?
You have to go down and put some of that money you've got into the meter.
A lot of lights.
Going to cost you a few quid, Dave.
Yeah. Michael Reichardt, he is outside the top 32, and he is going to have to improve.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Tough time for him.
He's had a tough day in the office today. The car's been in the wall more times than it's been around the circuit. What can Michael Reichardt do? That's a tentative entry, and he's dropped way down. He's going to miss outside zone 2. And already we know, and it's so harsh for us to say it. We keep saying the same thing, but we already know. And he flirts with danger there, dials on a lot of angle, then has to dial it out, and that's put him way on the wrong line. He's on the inside edge of the circuit. Now he's going to come up and get that final outside zone. But one zone out of all of them, Dave, isn't enough.
No, and I think there's something wrong with that car. I think from the crash earlier, something's not right. That is not the Michael Reichardt we're used to seeing. So I think there's definitely something wrong with the car. That's a harsh weekend for the Czech driver because he's usually so consistently qualifying, but everything about his mannerisms in the car here, look, everything looks wrong.
Yeah.
No angle, little twitchiness in the steering wheel. I think something's up there. Yeah, whether it's a fear of the crash or the car isn't 100%, that's not the Michael Reichardt. I think he, just pretend this never happened. This event never happened, because Michael Reichardt is one of the best in the business, and this is not a fair reflection, I think, of his ability.
No, certainly not. And the man from the Czech Republic will be going back to the Czech Republic before we head to Poland. A little dejected, but ready to get freshened up, ready for that final round of the PGE Narodowy in just 3 weeks' time. Can you believe it, Dave? 3 weeks, and we'll be deciding the championship winner, and this whole travelling circus will be over for another year.
What? 54, not enough for Michael Reichardt. I can't believe this season has flown by.
I know, 3 weeks and it's all done and dusted.
I just felt...
I mean, I'm not saying to you, I know you've got your tickets, but if you're watching at home, have you got your tickets to the final? Because they're selling out fast, right, Dave? 30,000 tickets have sold.
Adam LZ, Mad Mike, all the crew, James
Calais
Dean.
Rovanpera,
Bagsy. Me and you.
Superstars of the show.
I might lose some tickets. Here we go. Adam LZ's on the line from the USA. Massive first run, got him at 91.5. Can he go higher? Can he get into the showdown? Top 4 drivers will face off after qualifying, and LZ fires in on massive angle. I'm not sure that's going to work. Well, he's made it work somehow. With all that angle, he's absolutely tearing through the course with insane angle. This is a pure style run from Adam LZ. It's a little bit offline, but I don't care because it is so much fun to watch. This is the most extreme run of the track we've seen so far. Something wrong with that guy. Something wrong with that guy. That was really flirting with danger there, because every corner he went on massive angle.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave, he made it work though, because he pulled some serious angle, and he's the only driver so far that's actually made the angle work. Look at the initiation. Big angle, bang, straight on the left foot brake. And I didn't think he was going to make outside zone 2, but he did. And then here, look at this, boom. He's like, you want angle? I've got bucket loads of it for you guys. Fires it through, it shallows up a little bit on this zone. Was he offline? I think this is the only point on track that he was ever so slightly offline, because the rest of it, Dave, was brilliant.
I mean, if I was the angle judge right now, you could just put your feet up.
Max
you could just go, well, that's all the angle. But the line and the style.
You think the line? I think
line to me, he's probably going to lose a little. He's going to lose a bit because he was very slow on the transition, and it would be hard to chase with that much angle.
Yeah,
that's my thinking.
No, there's no fun in that though.
No, there's no fun in them.
No,
they're the judges. Remember the time we had a party for them and they just walked out?
They didn't come.
No fun. Yeah, 83.5 for Adam LZ and a 91.5 on the board anyway, so I don't think it really mattered. But 8th position so far. I think that might be the highest qualifying result for LZ this year with a 91.5. So you'll be happy with that. Should be enough for the show. We move it along to our next driver on the grid.
Yeah, Marco Zaccaru on 87.5 on his first qualifying
run. Oh, Marco, just calm down. This is where it gets dangerous. Zaccaru, one of the most exciting guys on the grid. And now he knows he's got a good score on the board. He's mid-pack. He wants to go higher, and this could be sketchy.
Yeah, he's going to go for it now. He knows there's no messing around. He knows he needs to put a big run in, but he's dropped down already. Can he make it work to outside zone 2? And he looks like he can as he goes 90 degrees to the wall. And this is a very nice run already from Marco Zaccaril, full throttle. And he's very much fully committed on this run as he goes nice and wide and keeps it on the track. Can he go nice and wide here? And he certainly can. Big angle across the line from Marco Zaccaril.
Tell you what, don't ignore him this weekend.
No.
A little bit of redemption, lost the whole of Riga with an engine failure, came back very determined this weekend, saw his first run, and it wasn't far off that, very aggressive. So I'm going to say Marco Zaccaril in the lead and chase this weekend. We know how fast he is, we know how aggressive he is, and he's definitely not afraid of leaving all the car on the track.
Oh no, yeah, that car, he doesn't really care about it. As long as it's doing the job, that's all he cares about. This is nice from Zaccaril. Look, little dab of the foot brake, left foot brakes it there, but look at the commitment.
It's fluid.
Very fluid.
Oh,
Up a gear as well.
Like that.
Fancy.
No limiter for Marco Zaccaril.
Well, I mean, he is on the limiter, but just in the next gear. Just go faster. He's like, oh, I want to be on the rev limiter, but faster. Go up again. He changed gear there.
Yeah, I'd like to be in 4th gear right now. And he did, made it work. Drops a little bit down just towards the end, but not too bad. It'd be a good score. 94.5 for Marco Zaccaril. Oh my goodness. And it's happened. We have 10 drivers in the 90s here in Hungary. Oh, what are the battles? What are the battles going to be like after this?
Still got a lot of drivers to go. It's a lot of drivers to go.
So now Joachim Andersen's been knocked down into 33rd position. 76.5 or higher needed. 77 really needed here from Joachim Andersen. Gotta make it work.
Yeah, this round has to happen for Joachim Andersen as he flicks that car in, gets on the throttle. He's dropped down already a little bit. He's on the left foot brake now, works his way up, keeps it off the wall, goes for the transition, doesn't put too much angle in it. Now shallows up as he looks for this outside zone, makes it work as Andersen as he now keeps it clean. No flirting with danger as he travels down through the alley into that final outside zone across the line.
Look, he had to get it done. I think that's the cleanest run he's done all weekend.
I mean, he's well happy. He's laughing, his thumbs up. And
I think if Joachim Andersen gets in here now, he'll be very happy. I don't think it's really gelled with him the track today, but this run was very clinical. He didn't overcommit anywhere, but he knew he had to get those zones. He's obviously watching what you guys are watching and what we're watching. Had to get that zone, got that zone. Nice angle here too, by the way. I really like this. You got like fluid side to side.
It was Kevin O'Connell said it needs to be like a touch and go in it, out of it, and that was what it was.
Nice and smooth here. As you can see, it's getting dark very fast here in Hungary. As Joachim Andersen, yeah, I mean, I think that's going to get him higher score. I think I'd like to see that in the 80s, but I don't know where the judges are. Low 80s, I think.
They're over there.
Well, I know they're over there, but I can't talk to them. They're too busy being boring and saying everyone's boring.
No, I agree.
Criteria. Can't put a wheel out of the zone. 88, there you go. Joachim Andersen, job done. Swedish driver jumps up into 13th position, meaning we are rising and rising this, I would say, cutoff zone, right?
Yeah, well, there's 77 now on the
now it's up to 77. I feel like we're still going to get to that 80 point. Just keep an eye.
Oh, Heidrich, look at this. In at the moment, a 77.5, wants to improve. Now, this could either be death or glory for Max Heidrich.
But he's in 31st, so he has to go for it.
So he has to.
A safe run's not going to get him any higher than that. So, take 2 steps back if you're in attendance and keep your eyes peeled if you're not. Here we go. Max Heidrich fires in. Lots of aggression. Left foot braking from Heidrich. Does he get out there? Not quite as wide as he wanted to, but he is in the zone. Very aggressive, very fast here. Almost too fast, but he makes it work. Now, can he control the front of the car? He can. It's a little bit over that zone, but it's perfect. I'll tell you what, this is a very fluid run. Just not as wide as we'd like him at the end of the run. But it's a solid run. Very solid run for Max Heidrich, but I don't know.
I think there's only 2 points to take away from that, from my perspective, and we all know I know nothing about drifting. That last outside zone was probably the only area where I think he bled a lot of points.
Yeah, it wasn't aggressive there.
But the rest of it was very nice. Look at this, on throttle nice. They did handbrake for quite a while in outside zone 1, but gets on the throttle, makes it work, dials on the angle. Didn't look like he was going to get it from that first camera angle. Nice transition through, very fluid, not too much angle. And then here,
this is the best bit. Really exciting here.
Very nice, and doesn't really make corrections on the steering wheel either. And yes, he could have been a little bit further down, closer to those hash markings, but again, for the outside zone, kept it clean. But here, look, you can see him trying desperately to push the back end up onto the wall. Carl just wouldn't go. That's very banked, that part of the circuit there, and the car just wouldn't react. But nevertheless, I think that's a big improvement on what he had.
You can't see that in the camera angles at all, but that last corner is like a proper bank.
Yeah,
it's
well,
very...
from the level of the start line to that part of the track, I'm going to say it's 10 foot higher.
Yep.
So there's an elevation of 10 foot. There we go, an 87, an improvement.
Hydrich.
He'll be very happy.
He's in the show with that. Max Hydrich should be happy, be all smiles, just like his profile picture there.
Yes.
All smiles.
And he wasn't in Riga, he was crying.
No, he wasn't happy there. We're moving on to our next driver. It is going to be the main man.
Yeah, Juha
Poitalaxo from Finland. He's 26, he won't want to be there.
No.
He wants to be top 5.
Well, look, he was on the podium here 6 years ago, took third step on the podium. What can he do this weekend as he flicks that car across the circuit? And he used this exact car at that event 6 years ago. What can he do right now? Nice line so far. Very shallow there on that transition, though. Didn't pick up too much angle. Now gets himself up into the wall, and he goes very wide once again. Stays on that line. Full commitment from Poitalaxo now. The Finnish driver looks for that final outside zone, and job done.
It's good. It's not amazing, but it's good. It's enough to hit every zone, be really solid, really smooth. You said not a lot of angle in some of the transitions, not a lot of risk. I mean, you're looking at two sides of the scale now. LZ going with way too much angle. You fight Poitalaxo going with too little angle. And
there's a fine line.
It's the Goldilocks effect. You're trying, .86 on the board puts him in 21st position, which usually would be a top 10 score, but here it's enough for 21st, so massive scores going in today. So you can say, I got an 86, great. Were you well in? Were you 5th to 6th? No, I was 21st.
21st.
Which is mad. So an 86 still a very good score.
Yes.
So we move on to the start line. You can see now it's very different now, the way the lights changed here.
Yeah.
It's almost pitch dark with some floodlights on. Alex Halovnia will, I think, be the first driver on the grid with lights on. Let's see how he manages it.
The anti-lagging, hopping and banging as Alex Halovnia comes off the line, and we go inside the car for a very wide initiation from Halovnia. He lets that car drop down, but he makes it. It doesn't make it work. He was so close to getting that line absolutely nailed and backed out of it. Doesn't back out of the wall run, that's for sure. Stays full throttle as Halovnia, a little bobble there as he goes into the outside zone. Back on throttle, big anti-lag bang as he comes across the line.
But the anti-lag bang will let you know that he was off throttle there, trying to try and extend that corner.
He's angry.
Yeah, I think that first corner, he committed so much on the dangerous part of it, but then he didn't stay in it. He just kind of backed off. I think he frightened himself a little bit, and then he didn't get that outer zone. So let's see which way they do. Watch this. He goes really wide, really early. This is perfect. And then here, he kind of just left foot brakes, but doesn't push the car, and it kind of drops it on the inside. Something weird going on there.
It's weird. Like is there now massive amounts of grip on track?
Because it's cooler?
Because it's a way. I mean, look, I'm thinking about putting a hoodie on. It's got that much cooler in the commentary booth from
don't get carried away.
Half an hour ago where we were melting.
Yeah, but the temperatures have dropped quite considerably now.
Yeah.
So I wonder, is that going to affect these second runs from here on in? That they think they have
and now that it's getting dark, that's playing in as well. These guys haven't driven in the dark. They've driven all morning in bright sunlight.
Sometime in their life they've driven in the dark, Ian. I mean,
you know what I mean. You can laugh at me online, it's fine.
That's fine.
But they've not drifted. Let me be clear. They've not drifted on this track in the dark.
That is a fair point.
But there we go. That's a fact.
I will agree. But if you argue that they haven't driven ever in the dark, I will argue. 82.5 for Alex Halovnia. Enough to get him into 27th place. Not the perfect run, but he's in the show for now, and he'll be happy with that one. The Ukrainian driver doing enough to have the conversation, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Pushing some big names down to the
I was just looked at that, Dave. There's some big names down the bottom end there. And we go back to the start line to Pontus Hartman. You gave him a nickname earlier, the Heartbreaker.
Yep, Pontus the Heartbreaker Hartman. That's the new name.
I like that.
Yeah,
sounds like a 90s wrestling character.
Yeah,
he's a big guy as well.
He is. He could be a
Swedish.
Wrestler. If it didn't work out in the drifting, I'll tell you what, he could power slam a few lads.
Oh, for sure.
Pontus Hartman though, coming out, great first run, 88 on the board. Can he improve?
Well, nothing to lose for Pontus Hartman. He'll be feeling ecstatic. But after that initiation, Dave, I can tell you now, he's lost a lot already. Misses outside zone 2. Gets himself back online. He might have the neons flashing. He might be putting on a show, but he's not illuminating the judges' smiles, that's for sure. As he gets that zone, works his way through, looks at that final outside zone, into it and across the line.
It is very different here now with the very different. The temperature, the track temperature, the visuals for the drivers, the visual references have changed. Now we got the spotlights on. The track looks different. You can even see the headlight beams jumping across the circuit. Different game now.
Yeah, and as James Dean said to Becky in his interview, when he goes for his final qualifying run, it will be full dark.
Yep. But he can see in the dark because he has sonar.
I forgot he was a robot.
Yeah, so he's a machine, so he has sonar and radar and all sorts of stuff.
He doesn't even need to drive the car.
No. Have you ever seen the film The Predator?
Yep.
That's how he sees us all.
Oh, in like infrared?
Infrared, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It does. So they obviously have him on charge at the moment. He'll be back out later on.
Plugged him in the van.
Yeah. Wireless charging for James Dean. So Pontus Hartman missing some zones, but he's not going home because he's in 15th position, so it doesn't really matter. I don't think that'll be better, and it won't be. But 15th position, not bad at all. I think that's probably safe enough right now.
Yeah, I'm going to say if you're like, high 80s, you're well in the show.
If you're not aiming at 88, there's a problem.
Something's happened in the last 10 minutes. Yeah. But if we go back on the line, Spossop now, 77.5. He is on the drop zone. He needs to improve right now to make it happen, to stay in the show for tomorrow. Polish driver in his 2JZ S15 sits on the line, headlights shining. We're waiting for the smoke to clear now because that will start to play into the game as well. And the smoke now, no breeze here. It's been incredibly hot. It's just lingering.
And also, drivers saying, when it gets dark like this, the lights through the smoke are a problem. Yeah. So they got to wait for all the smoke to clear. Next up, David Spossop off the line. Do or die run here.
Yeah, look at this. Goes for it nice and wide as Spossop puts that car right to the edge of the circuit, holds onto it, goes very... again, another driver. They hold onto it, and then all of a sudden, the last minute, they drop off that qualifying line. Works his way into that outside zone, puts it through, down. You can see the track illuminated by those lights now. Spossop just about puts a rear wheel in that final outside
zone.
That
last transition was impressive. He was like in a split second. He just went, another way. I mean, that was impressive. Again, I think there must be some banking just at the zone at the end of outer zone 2 that just pushes them out because there's no way. They're on the right line.
Look how high he is as well.
Couldn't be any wider here.
Earlier on in the day, that would have got him there.
Yeah.
That would have got him to that zone.
Look, it's dropping just here. It must have a banking just here where it pushes them down. He misses the zone and what did I say? What was my phrase earlier on? Missed the zone going home?
Yep.
No, I'm not sure.
I mean, look, he's in 32nd place, but we still have guys that are outside.
A few are still outside. This is a bit, watch the transition here, look. Wow.
I'm going to have a look.
So everything's good from David Spossop, bar that zone. So
with 4 guys.
Yeah, there's 4 guys that can knock him out. He'd be trying to run around the pit stand, pull the coil packs out of all those cars. I'm joking. Nobody does that. Well, I might do that. That's good. That's a good tactic.
That's dirty play, David.
Oh, there you go. 82.5 up to 27. That's all right. So I gotta say that last transition and probably the speed through there, like that's definitely improved him. And the angle,
and the angle,
a lot of angle. So it saved him with a bit of style. Style saves lives.
Does it?
No, I don't know.
Just a line.
Yeah.
And make a sticker out of it. We'll sell it.
Someone to make a worse sticker. So that might as well.
Yeah.
That's copyright now. Don't say that. Ite Sedaz on the line. Ite has a pretty solid first run. 20th position, 86.5. And he's got lots of flashing lights going on. Knocks over the cone. Doesn't really matter. Here we go. Ite Sedaz firing in a big aggression into that first one. Oh, it's a wide line from Ite Sedaz. This looks good. Here we go. Out to the wall. And very fast, maybe too fast. Oh, he had to make an adjustment there. That was going in the wall, and he did really well to get it out of the wall. This is exceptional drive from Ite Sedaz. He puts foot to floor and takes it to the edge of the circuit. Nice, solid run. Tell you what, big crash with the wall in Riga, and it doesn't look like it's knocked his rhythm.
No, it hasn't really affected him. It hasn't really put him off from throwing that car at more walls. Nice initiation. He goes very wide. Does handbrake for a long time, though, through that first outside zone. That was an error that the judges will be looking at. But nevertheless, sticks it to that outside zone and looks very comfortable in the car as he flicks it across the circuit for the transition.
Yeah, but remember, you may do the big handbrake, fair enough. But if you get the outer zone, it's worse to do the big handbrake and not get it.
Not getting the outside
That's
zone,
the problem. So you're making an adjustment to get there, but you'd rather be there whatever way than dropping outside of it. So good job for Matej Sada there on the left foot brake. You can see that. I like that everyone's got the LEDs.
Yeah.
Got the underglow on.
Got their underglow on, yeah. They're all flashy guys, aren't they?
They are. The drifting's all about it.
Showman.
It's all about the show. I don't know how. Like, the smoke in the car is insane. And the smoke here at the track is now starting to linger in the forest, which means that it's going to get a little bit hazy. 92
wow.
from Matej Sada. That's well deserved.
Yeah, 100%.
Well deserved from Matej Sada. Into 7th position he goes, and that puts it at 11 drivers that have 90+ runs right now. And here's one of them, Clint Van Ord. We thought he was going to be unbeatable earlier on, but then a lot of 90s came in since then. And Clint Van Ord right now sitting in 6th position with a 93.5. So he's in either way. Can he get into the top 4 showdown? That's what he's going to try and do here.
Yeah, he just needs to claw a few more points in the bag. What can Clint Van Ord do? That's beautiful, that line. What an initiation from Van Ord. Look at the way he fulfills that zone. He's on form this weekend. Clint Van Ord coming back after a really poor Riga. He's rescuing everything. Look at the line from Clint Van Ord as he looks for that final outside zone. Nice transition, goes right to the wall, sticks it to the white line.
Another massive run from Clint Van Ord. A massive run.
Do you know, for me, again, the same as Bagsy, that's consistency. And that's dangerous.
But they're doing it run after run.
That's what I'm saying. They're just consistent. They're comfortable. People like Bagsy, people like Clint Van Ord, they be very dangerous in top 32.
Look at this.
You can't, they're not going to make a mistake.
Well, he's getting every zone from start to finish on this run, Clint Van Ord. Not just dipping a wheel. That's everything. So I think, I mean, is it as good as the first run? I don't know, but it's very good.
That's very good.
I think the 2 runs he's done here is going to make him a real threat in competition tomorrow.
Yes.
Or he might be in the top 4, because at the moment he's got to be at 94.5, and he's only 1 point outside of that. So let's see what he scores. It's a 94.5. So he is literally in 5th position, outside of the top 4 for the showdown. And he'll be happy with that. Maybe...
Well, he could jump to 4th if James Dean doesn't score higher than a 94.5, is that?
Yeah, so there you go. It's still an opportunity for Clint Van Ord.
It's James Dean.
Yeah,
So.
Kuba Pushkansky is now on the line. He was the man that set the whole scoreboard line, and still your #1 qualifier, Kuba Pushkansky. Can he do it again?
Well, look, there's 3 points out there. What can he do? He's going to try and find them, that's for sure. Beautiful initiation from Pushkansky in that incredible carbon fiber GR86, and that line is absolutely textbook. These guys that are scoring these 90-point runs are so consistent, so clinical, so clean. It is unbelievable. And Pushkansky goes further, goes faster, goes wider than he did before, and Pushkansky flirts with danger across the line. Oh, the flames
Big
at night.
flame. This looks cool. It also has red headlights, which is also interesting. But is it as good as a 97? Let's have a look.
I think it was. I think the track.
.5, not as good as his first run, but what could be as good as a 97? He's still your #1 qualifier, Kuba Pushkansky. And I'll tell you what, we got some big runs back-to-back last time around. Will we get them again in the dark?
Well, I mean, look, it's lining up that way, that's for sure. We go back on the line to Arne Kvia from Norway, sits on the line, the Norwegian sledgehammer. Well, he hasn't been doing much sledgehammering this year. No. Just not been doing
I'm
what
going to put it out there. He
do.
got a 91.5 without really getting into outer zone 2.
No.
If he gets outer zone 2 here, which he has to, he could be a massive contender here if he can do that again.
Will he throw on big angle? Will he learn from his mistake, or will he go for it once again? No, and he learns from it, and he goes wider than he did before, and this is beautiful from Kvia as Kvia puts a back bumper to the wall. Beautiful transition. Kvia is absolutely ripping. Can he do it? Oh, that was textbook. Kvia keeps it out of the wall, keeps it clean, goes a little wide, but nevertheless makes the transition work. The final outside zone, deep into it and across the line.
Oh, that's a brave one. That's a brave. It was like he did the opposite. He went, I'm not missing out of zone 2 this time. He was nearly buried in it. He had to dial so much angle out of zone 2 just to stay out of the wall. Late handbrake on initiation, goes right, flirts with the edge of the track. Look at that. He's the widest anyone's been in there. Almost frightened himself, I think, here. Look how close he's come to this. Oh.
Oh, Bagsy was wider.
Yeah.
Bagsy touched the tail light.
But watch this transition. I think he gets late to this zone. Look, he kind of comes in here a little late, but not bad. Oh, I don't know. This it's got to be way up there. It's got to be way up there. I mean, at this point now, we don't know what the judges are awarding exactly. We just see excitement. He could have been a little wider on the last corner, but it's still got the zone. So is there wider? Do you need to be wider? Does that reward anything? I don't know. I don't know.
We just look for the X factor.
We're just looking for the X factor, and Kvia definitely brought us that. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be in the 90s, but where in the 90s? 90.5 for Tor Arne Kvia, 9th position, and 2 almost identical runs. Another driver hitting 2 90s in qualifying, meaning I would not like to be his opponent when the score sheet comes out tonight saying who's against who.
I mean, if you get someone in that top 10, they're consistently scoring 90s.
Now,
you're going to struggle.
Yeah, Peter Wiańczek was first in qualifying in Riga. Now he sits second in qualifying here in Hungary, but he's only 1 point off. He's actually 0.5 off Kuba Puszkanski. Can Wiańczek go top and get back in the showdown?
Well, he's going to go for it, that's for sure, Dave. Fires that super right to the edge of the circuit, keeps it clean. Look at the line from Wiańczek. Oh, goes nice and wide. Looks for the transition. It's very fluid. And look at that little dab of the handbrake back on throttle. Once again, buried into the wall is Wiańczek as he keeps that car right to the edge of the circuit, flirts with danger on that wall. Wiańczek's on a flyer and he's wider and he picks it up across the line.
Oh man, I thought he was in the wall. How he didn't go in the wall, the adjustment he made on the handbrake and the brake and back on power again was phenomenal after the transition.
There's a man.
How he didn't go in that wall is ridiculous. .5, #1 qualifier, Peter Wiańczek, and I am in agreement. That was an insane run. Probably the most on-edge run we've seen tonight.
100%. 100%.
Not quite 97.5% Ian, but it's okay, you were pretty close.
That was, I agree. I agree with the judges. It was phenomenal. Right, we go back to the line. A man who needs to do it. He's sitting in 32nd place with a 78.5. He needs a big run. And the track conditions have changed. The light has changed. What can Conor Falvey do right now? The rookie from Ireland, representing Drift Games, fires that car in. It's way wider than he was last time. Oh, but he's shallow on outside zone 2 once again. Can he make this one work? It's a shallow transition, and he's shallow on that outside zone. Now starts to find his zones. Now starts to get himself into the groove as Conor Falvey fires it through for the final outside zone. Dials on the angle, picks up the zone across the line.
Yeah, out of zone 2, not quite. I'm not sure if he got a wheel in there, but that's going to be the That's going to be the decider. He's in 32nd position at the moment. Got to improve at the moment. He has a 78.5 from his first run, and he has to go higher because there's a lot of drivers still to go that can improve, including Benediktas Churba and lots of different drivers there. So goes wide to start with. This is very similar to Sposob's run. Goes very wide to start with, but just drops off towards the very end of the outer zone. So it kind of puts him on a shallower line. I think he kind of gets everything else, but it's just that outer zone too.
Outside zone, and it kind of upsets the rest of the run, unfortunately.
It's impossible to even see some of those outer zones now. They've been rubbed away completely.
Yeah, and here again, he does get it, but I mean, we've just witnessed lots of high-scoring runs. So we're looking at the guys that are putting the rear wheel, the bumper on the wall across the line, and you know, when you don't see that, you instantly feel like it's not good enough. But that might be enough to get Falvey higher up the order and secure a spot in top 32.
I think right now, with the way he's been working in practice and qualifying, a score will do. I think tomorrow, you know, every driver that just does get in the show gets more practice, gets to dial a bit more. And 86 from Conor Falvey puts him in the 22nd position. So he jumps up into the mid-pack. And a lot of the judges saying here, a lot of angle, a lot of style. Not perfect online, but not far off. So Conor Falvey goes into 22nd.
He's safe, and the only people that are in danger are from Halovnia in 29th down. They're the only people. There are 4 guys below that. So Falvey is in the show for tomorrow. Randalou sits on the line right now in 26th position with an 83. What can he do? He said he dialed as much grip into the back of the car as he could in practice to get that line dialed, and now he goes wide, and he now drops off. Again, another driver that's going to drop down. He does dip a wheel into outside zone 2, flicks it across the circuit, looks for this zone, up into the wall he goes. There's Oliver Randalou from Estonia now, puts the rear wheel right to the white line. Very nice there through that part of the circuit. Last outside zone coming up, and job done across the line for Randalou.
Very fast car through the track too. Like he is moving.
Yeah.
See the sparks coming out of the front of the car? I don't know what that is, but
brakes.
It's the brakes. The brakes. Wow. Learn something new every day. Every day
James Dean used to have those fancy front brake pads where you touch the brakes and their little sparks.
Yeah. I quite like that.
Yeah, you want some?
Christmassy brakes.
I think they're about £1,000 for a set.
Yeah, you can get. I don't like sparklers that much. I get 2 sparklers for about £2.
Yeah, you can buy a whole pack for like £5.
Yeah. So here we go. Oliver Randalou doing a great job. I mean, little adjustments here and there, but you know, the thing about Randalou for me is he's always been there or thereabouts this season. He just hasn't made the move in the battles we expected him to, because his qualifying's been pretty solid. Yeah. Driving's been pretty solid. No major issues anywhere. And that's the thing for me, is that he just hasn't had that little bit of luck, I think. And luck does count for a lot.
It certainly does. And you know, a new chassis for 2024, still adapting to it. An 84 stays where he is, Randalou, and just cements his place in the top 32 for tomorrow. So the Estonian driver will be back in action tomorrow. We go back to the start line. Juha Rittinen from Finland, an 87.5 on the board. Uncharacteristic change of attitude this year from Juha Rittinen.
Yeah, very aggressive.
And last year, super consistent, deadly in the battles, in the championship contention. This year, out of the contention, not really found that form. Can this be the event that Juha Rittinen pulls it all together as he fires that GR86 in with that incredible livery? Now goes nice and wide on 2. This is lovely line from Juha Rittinen as the car picks the back end up as he accelerates through the outside zone, stays nice and wide, looks for that zone, picks that up as well, transitions down through the alley, the final outside zone coming up, and Juha Rittinen puts a flyer down.
Yeah, good run, really good run. Oh, the flames are so cool from the drone when we come across. Sorry, I should be more professional, but I was just going,
it's fine, because I was sat here and I couldn't even speak because I was like, oh.
That is so cool. There's something deep within all of us, our car enthusiasts, that once the flames come out of the exhaust, our brains go to mush.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to business. Rittinen, massive run compared to the first.
Yes.
And this was much more clinical, much more dialed. There was no wild angle in there. This was much more what the judges wanted to see. And I don't see any major errors whatsoever from start to finish. This is going to be a high score.
Yeah, he's definitely going to improve on that one, that's for sure. It was very nice from Juha Rittinen, and be interesting
just seemed very, very dialed on the whole thing. Like from initiation, it never looked like he was like, even like a lot of guys are welded on the front brake there at the end. He's just flowing through. He's already got the line right, so he doesn't have to adjust the car.
No, there's no adjustments.
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah, didn't have to sit on the left foot brake. He could actually make it work. A 93.5, big score. Juha Rittinen goes into 7th position, way up the order, and that's where we would expect him to be.
12 drivers with a 90.
12 with a 90. We're back here again.
We're here again.
It's Germany 23 all. I'm getting PTSD. It's happening all over again. So here we are. We're beginning with Jakob Kroll now. He needs an improvement. He's in 35th position with a 74.5, so he has to make it work. Had a crash in Riga. Does not want to continue the bad form. Needs to kind of shake his head off here a little bit and concentrate and make this work.
He certainly does. Here we go. Jakob Kroll flicks this carbon Kevlar S15 into that first outside zone and picks up outside zone 2. This is much nicer from Jakob Kroll. Those first qualifying nerves seem to have been dusted off now as the Polish driver really pulls his socks up and looks back on form again as Kroll illuminates the circuit, fulfills that final outside zone, and that is the Jakob Kroll we love.
Yeah, blip in Riga, back to business here in Hungary. He had a phenomenal start to the season, way up the order in the top 10. Dropped off in Riga, but I think, you know, probably shook him up a little bit. It was a crash that he hadn't had all year, and it kind of shook his confidence. Now, that'll do a world of good for his confidence, that run, because I'll tell you what, that was clinical.
Yeah, very clinical there from Jakob Kroll. Look at these outside zones, very nice, very fluid as well from Kroll as he puts that car exactly where the judges wanted it to be. No dangerous moves, but just putting it right to the edge of the circuit.
And the car looks great for a car that was very crashed.
Oh,
4 weeks
very
ago.
much crashed a few weeks ago. So there we go, Jakob Kroll finishing off that run. And the fans are still they're still going. They've been here since 9 a.m, Dave.
They're having an absolute blast out there, Ian. And I'll tell you what.
And why wouldn't they be?
Why wouldn't they? Because it's not as hot as it was.
And they're being entertained.
Yeah, they're having a great time. I'll tell you what, great to come to another country we haven't been to. 93, yes, Jakob Kroll in the 8th position. 13
drivers.
13, hold on, are you serious? Is there 13 drivers in the 90s?
Yeah, LZ, Korblinski rounds them out.
So we might get to a point here where we have half the grid in the 90s.
That's what I'm thinking. If the way it carries on this going now, we could have half the grid on 90s.
And I'll tell you what, a man that wants one is Kevin Pascalti, hometown hero here in Hungary.
Everyone's just stood up.
The crowd, the flags, they're all out. This is the man waving the flag this weekend. The dream fairy tale that Lauri Heinen had in Finland, Dean had in Ireland. Could it be Pascalti in Hungary? Fires in. Nice wide line from Kevin Pascalti. Goes right to the edge of the circuit. This is more like it, more fluid. Flames firing from the side of the car as he pushes right to the edge of the circuit. And Pascalti's on one here as he comes up over the hill. More laps on this track than most of the drivers, but he has to get it done when it matters, and he is getting it done. Big lock of the front brakes as he goes across the line. And that to me is Pascalti. Maybe I'm being positive here, but in the show. It looked good enough to me.
I'm going to go all out there and say that's him in the show. I'm going to say that is in the show, even if it's an 80. I know he would have wanted a round-out qualifying.
These guys have got the air horns going. Definitely annoying everybody around them, but they're having a great time.
He would have wanted to take the top step. It wasn't enough for that, but that's definitely enough to get him in the show. A little shallow on outside zone 2, but he does make it work. It was tentative, but after that first run, he knew he needed to do more. That line there was just beautiful, but stayed right where the judges wanted him, dropped that wheel down on the inside. Pascalti really came out swinging on this second qualifying run. Had such a difference between run 1 and run 2.
Some flat spot on the front of that tyre when he comes across. 89.5, he's in the show.
Place of
You would swear he's won the World Cup final with the noise in this place right now. But that's what's brilliant about coming to places.
Hometown heroes.
Yeah, hometown heroes. They are delighted. Look at this guy. Best day of his life. He is vicariously living through Kevin Pascalti right now. And why wouldn't you? He's that good.
Yep.
Adam Zalewski on the line, currently in 18th position. He had an 88, which was pretty good, to be honest. But now everyone's getting 90s. He wants to join the 90 club.
Well, he would love to join the 90 club, and he is a man that can join the 90 club. Can he do it right now? He was close before. Nice initiation from Zalewski, but he's dropped way down the inside. Can he make it work? Can he push it up into the outside zone 2? He can, as Zalewski fast transition through the middle of the circuit now. Looks for the wall, doesn't flirt with any danger, keeps it clean. A lot of steering input from the front of that GT86 as Zalewski now looks for that final outside zone, very wide and across the line.
I was just having a little look at the scoreboard there, and I was like, I can't remember the last event that we went into the second runs with Connor Shannon, Jack Shannon, and Adam Zalewski all in like 18th, 20th, and 21st. Yep. So a lot of pressure on what I would call the seasoned pros, or the drivers you expect to be right up the order. Given rankings from last season, But Zalewski, I mean, he does a good job here. He gets to all the zones, but there's a bit of tentativeness at times.
Yeah, and there's a lot of wavering on the steering wheel. You can see the steering wheel. He's making a lot of adjustments. I don't think he's feeling too comfortable. Again, it's getting colder and colder as
I think the
time
track
goes by.
conditions are also playing a part in this because, again, the temperature's dropping.
Yeah, look at the front wheels. A lot of input.
Yeah, I mean, well, they have to feel it out as they go.
Yeah.
They don't get a practice run when you go from, you know, full sun to dark. So let's see what happens. 83.5, so lesser score for Adam Zalewski puts him into 17th position, is where he'll stay for now. And yeah, maybe, I mean, look, we know that Adam Zalewski can come out tomorrow and win the whole event, so that's not a problem for him. He's in the show, and I think it's been a kind of a tricky qualifying session for a lot of drivers, so I think they'll be happy just to be in tomorrow's practice. Yeah. They get another bit of practice tomorrow before 32, which helps a lot for that tandem practice later on in the competition.
A lot of drivers saying that the track was very tricky this year around compared to 6 years. The 10 drivers-ish that were here 6 years ago said the track is so much different. Everything has changed, and it's not the same track as it was. Well, here we go. Off the line, we go for a Finnish driver. Is Mika Keskikorpi, an 88.5. He's up there in the top 32. Safe, and can he improve on that score? And he's very slow through that first and second outside zone. Now starts to pick up the pace as Keskikorpi puts foot to floor, looks and puts a back bumper to the wall in that BMW 2 Series. Oh, and shuts it down.
What happened there? Something not right with Keskikorpi's car, and I'm wondering, is there something falling off the car there, or is it? I'm not sure what happened.
And it was all so promising.
Things were going very well. But he's going to have to be happy with his first score of an 88.5, which normally you would be very happy with, but
yeah,
it sits him kind of mid-pack right now. So look at this, Christy Alto having an ice cream.
Well, hey. She can get knocked out. There's only 2 more drivers left that can take her out. Cherba and Nielsen can take Chrissy Alto out of competition. She's on the drop zone. Holovnia and Alto can be out of competition. So here's a nervous wait.
Yeah.
And those 2 drivers are very good drivers.
Yeah.
So it's all to play for right now. We go back to the start line. The track's been checked. There's no oil down. It was just a mechanical failure for Keskikorpi. Jack Shanahan off of the line. Flicks his GT86 in. He's way down the order, like Dave said. He'll want a 90 on the board. Oh, and he's going to get a 90 on the board if he carries on like that. Oh, he's shallow on 3. It was a mistake from Shanahan, but he puts back bumper to wall now as he puts the front of the car right down on the circuit. Back bumper to the wall. Flicks it through. He knows he needs to redeem some points. He goes wide across the line, and Shanahan's flying.
I have to say, I thought he was going to crash on the first corner. I was like, that angle and that proximity to the wall, I'd love to see it from the other angle. And I just got to say, Chrissy Alto, if she does stick around, will be the first ever female driver in the top 32 at Drift Masters. So just a lot on the line.
Is that a fact, or you just make that up?
No, it's a fact.
It's a fact?
Yeah, it's a fact. Oh.
That's beautiful.
That's very good.
That's beautiful.
That's very nice there. He made the hardest part of the track look easy, and then the easiest part look hard. But everything else was pretty solid from Shannon from the whole way through. Really good run from Jack Shannon. And again, you expect it from him.
Yeah.
Nobody raises an eyebrow when he puts one of the best runs of the day out there, because you're expecting it all the time because he's that good. But it's proven a little bit trickier than he would have liked this qualifying session for Shanahan. Still think that will be quite a big score, I think.
Yes. Well, he sits with an 87 at the moment, 21st position. He'll want to do...
Well, everything's a big score now, so it's how big? That's the question. Yeah. Everything's between kind of 80s and 90s now. Let's see where Shanahan drops in. And it is going to be a little deliberation from the judges there.
Yeah, I wonder...
See what the score is. Very smoky out there. You can see the haze. I mean, it's kind of getting stuck in the trees, and the track is lower the ground level, which kind of gives it this bowl aspect. 91 on the board for Jack Shanahan. Just creeps into the 90s, which puts him into 13th position, meaning, you can guess it, I think we have 14 drivers on 90s. So this is the big one, Benedictus Cherba. Right now, outside the top 32. He's top 10 in the championship. He could knock Chrissy Alto out if he gets higher than a 81, I would guess, or somewhere around 81, there. Yeah. So let's see where he goes. Chrissy Alto watches on as Benedictus Cherba fires in. It's wide, it's perfect, and Cherba had a pretty sketchy first run, but this looks like it's business as usual for the Lithuanian, as he looks much more comfortable in the car right now, as he takes it to the outside. This is excellent from Benedictus Cherba. And Chrissy Alto, I'd say she probably knows what's about to happen next, as he can hold it together here. Cherba takes it to the edge of the track, and I'll tell you what, Chrissy Alto is going to be happy with, unfortunately, just a nice ice cream, because it's not going to be a top 32, because Cherba, I thought he was on the ropes this weekend, comes out and shows just how good he is.
Well, I'm telling you now, He, as you can hear, the shouting from Benedictus Cerba.
He's pretty happy about it.
He's gone from a 71, and I am telling you now, that's easily a 90-plus run. That, Dave, was very good.
So that would put 15 drivers on 90s if he gets a 90, but we don't know yet.
Watch this back. I know you called the run, so you sometimes get caught up in other. Just watch the run technically and tell me where he went wrong, because I'm telling you now, he did not put a foot wrong. Bumper on the wall. Look how wide he goes here.
Oh, that's good.
The transition, look how wide he is. Boom, perfect. Watch this. Little dab of the handbrake, back on throttle early. Look how early he gets to this zone.
And he looks pretty comfortable.
And he's down on the inside. He's a metre away from those hash marks. Then he transitions here. Textbook. Watch how wide he is on this outside zone. OK, he's on the left foot brake. Judges are used to that now, but he is very wide.
That's a really good run. You know what? Watching the first to the second there,
when you call it, you sometimes miss some of the...
but I think the first run for me with him, it was a very unusually sketchy run from German.
Yeah,
it looked like the car was really hard to drive. And now, whatever they've done, it looks solid. 95 from Benedictus Cerba puts him into 4th position. Wiańczek, Pszczonski, Rovanpera, Cerba, and Dean. That's your top 5 right now. I mean, that is 15 drivers on a 90 plus.
We need one more, and half the grid are on 90s.
And Oran Nielsen's still to come. He can do a shake-up here.
Oh, 100%. Well, Oran Nielsen can now take out Alex Halovnia, which leaves Spossop in the show for sure. Patola in the show, Randlu in the show.
Just about, yeah.
Just about. We go back to the start line, though, to a man who's already got a 90 on the board, and it is Paweł Korpolinski from Poland. Well, he's just seen his pitmate jump up the order. Can Korpolinski do more? Kroll scored a 92. They won't want that. There'll be banter across the paddock between these two as Korpolinski goes wider than Kroll now. Looks for the outside zone, puts a back bumper towards the wall, fires it through. Now, this is almost a replica run of what Cerba's just done. Oh, wow, that was cool from Korpolinski as he puts the back bumper wall to the wall once again. Flirts with danger, looks for that final outside zone, and job done for Korpolinski.
I reckon if you played Korpolinski's first run, the only thing that's changed from one to the other is how much light is on the track. It was almost the exact same run. I'm going to not be surprised if his score is very similar, because he doesn't make much errors. Like, it's just a kind of a very smooth run. It may be a little bit more aggressive to the outer zones on this one than the first run.
But we said on the last run he lacked that little bit of impact, that wow factor.
Yeah, but there was a bit more on this one, like especially here. Watch, he comes really wide there.
Yeah, I think he took a bit more risk.
Yeah, a bit more risk on that one, a bit more sketch, which we enjoy. I'm sure it's not as fun in the car.
No, he's probably crying.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, for us, I mean, this gets there. I mean, there's not. I mean, how are they making? How did it look so hard at the start of qualifying, and now they're making the track look so easy?
I'm going to say it's track temperatures.
I'm also going to say that. I would say that. Imagine 2 cars doing this, door to door. It's quite exciting with 1 car. 93. It is an improvement for Paweł Korpolinski. Goes into 9th position, and I'll tell you what. So, like, what did he score there? A 90. I'm just thinking where that put him, because normally that would be way up. He's in 9th. When a 93 is enough for 9th. Yeah. What has happened tonight? Now, Oran Nielsen's outside. This is a big contender for the top 5 in the championship. Outside our top 32. Has to go for it. Oran Nielsen cannot afford any errors here.
No, he certainly can't. And he wants a spot in that top 5 in the championship at the end of the year. And what can Nielsen do as he flicks that Toyota Sora across the circuit? Very laboured, very slow transition, but he makes it work now as Nielsen gets into the outside zone. He goes very wide, but he holds on to it, and it works for him as he fires down, looks for the final outside zone. Can he go wide? Of course he can go wide, all the way across the line.
I'll tell you what, when...
First person.
Yeah, and he went, I won't do that again.
And that's risky.
But I'll tell you what, the car looks really hard to drive.
Yeah.
But he did not listen to the car. He said, nope, you're going over here. So he fought that the whole way around and made it actually a really good run. Really good. Like, look at this, wide line out here. Look at that. On the white line, gets out there. That's really good. As you said, the transitions look tricky in the car, but he does make this work. Look, gets the edge of it, transitions back. It's pretty good everywhere. I don't even know anymore. There's no defining factor here. They're all brilliant.
Well, I mean, 82.5 plus for Nielsen will get him in the show and take Halovnia out of competition.
I think that's done that.
Yeah, I think it's done it as well. I think it's done it. But where is
And
it
I
put
think
him?
it might get 14 points for the best 360, I think.
Well, we've got 15 drivers with a 90. Can we make it 16? Can we do half the grid?
Oh!
God, of course we can. And he rounds out 16 drivers with 90s with a 90.
So you get a 90 and it's only good for half
the grid.
Half the grid in 16th. You ring home and they'll be like, oh, how'd you do? I got a 90.
90.
Oh,
Were you won qualifying?
Did you win it? No,
No,
16th.
16th.
Oh, great. Kevin Pazor, he got an 84 in his first run. He's in 28th position with an 84. We now have higher than an 80 to get you into top 32, which I think we are now settling where we are. And then Kevin Pazor now wants to go up into the 90s as well. He's got a big light bar on. Can he get a big score?
Well, he's going to go for it. Look at this, nice and wide for Kevin Pazor. Feeling a little bit more comfortable on this second run, but he's shallow, drops out of outside zone 2. Oh, and the transition, he's gripped the car up. It didn't want to work. He didn't want to move the way he wanted it to. And this is a little scrappy from Kevin Pazor. Dials on big angle, almost puts the back end into the wall now as Kevin Pazor looks for that final outside zone and makes a hash of it.
He looks like a lighthouse going around there, doesn't he? There is so much light coming out of that light bar. I think he was trying to blind the judges. Didn't work out.
Didn't work for him.
They actually did look at it in the screen. He wasn't. That's
Look
a
how
very
bright
bright.
that is.
Yeah. Like that's a very bright light in the front of your car. You can see into the future with that thing. Here we go, Kevin Pazor into the. Yeah, because you said just couldn't push wide enough on those zones.
It's happened twice for him now. It's like he goes for outside zone 2 and the car almost makes it, then it falls away. It's like he's either got too much grip or not enough pace or wheel speed in the car to push him up there, and he just can't get there, which is such a shame because that messes up the first half of that run. The second half is beautiful, but comes up short here as well on outside zone 5 to 6, I think, and just drops a wheel right on the white line. He's in the show. Look, the next 5 drivers are in the show, so our top 32 grid is set. Now all we're going to do is mix up where those drivers end up in top 32 and who our top 4 will be for our qualifying showdown.
75.5, yeah. No improvement. That was actually, yeah, I would have said it was a little sketchier than the first run for Kevin, but he's still in the show in 30th position. And you can win from 30th position, remember?
We've seen it before, Dave.
You have just as much of a chance as you do from first. Maybe, but you lead second most of your battles. Here we go, Conor Shannon. On the start line, he's in 23rd position.
Yeah.
He's got an 87.5, so quite down the order with quite a solid first run. Needs to, I think, take a little bit of a risk here, go a little bit wild and be absolutely inch perfect. Let's see if Conor Shannon can get it done as he comes through the gears and roars into that first corner.
Yeah, very aggressive, goes very wide to Shanahan now, applies the pressure now, puts his foot flat to the floor, puts it 86 perilously close to the wall. Balances it across the circuit on outside zone 3. Now looks for the wall once again. Dances with the devil as Shanahan puts foot to floor, looks for the outside zone, gets it. This is clinical from Shanahan right now as he goes right to the edge of the circuit across the line.
That's an improvement over the first run for me. A little bit more aggressive, but definitely closer to the wall on outer zone 2. But again, a little bit of handbrake on that initiation, not risking too much.
No.
Which I think is probably the clever approach at this point. I'm incredibly surprised more people haven't hit a wall. I just can't understand how they're getting around
from
here.
practice, we see a lot of incidents of cars in the wall, and then luckily, in qualifying, not one breakdown, not one accident.
Everybody's having a good time. Don't jinx it now. Just quiet, Ian. Don't say anything.
They're all
We're nearly there.
playing good games.
We saw the showdown went in Riga.
Oh, yeah.
Because everyone was upside down. Here we go. Conor Shannon looks to me so comfortable in this car, so relaxed, so precise. It's a great run. It's a big score, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's a big score. I think this is another touch more aggressive than his first run, but with the same level of precision. And the first run was flirting with a 90. I think this is probably going to be doing the same. Let's see where Conor Shannon lands in. 91.5, and we have more than 16 drivers on a 90 right now. He's in 14th position with a 91.5. Try and make sense of it. You never will. No. You never will. Dwayne McKeever got an 84.5, but that's only good for 27th. So he's got to go higher than that somehow and got to go into the high 90s. Dwayne McKeever takes one little look at the track and says, here we go. Slots that Orby into gear and says, this is the big one. McKeever's in the championship race. He's way down the order. He's going to meet one of his rivals very soon if he doesn't get a big run here.
Yeah, he needs to get himself way up higher in qualifying. Otherwise, he's going to meet one of his rivals early in competition. McKeever goes wide, dials on the angle, then looks for outside zone 3, flicks the car across the circuit, gets to this outside zone very early. and runs the back end along it now as McKeever goes for this zone, doesn't play it too dangerous, keeps it clean, puts it right where the judges wanted it, right to the edge of the circuit and across the line.
The flames from the back of the car. It's just ridiculous. So Dwayne currently sits 3rd place in the championship. At the moment, he's 27th in qualifying. He's going to want it. They think of it this way. Here's another thing. Top 4 will go to the showdown, and they'll get extra championship points. So that's what McKeever's thinking. He doesn't want a James Dean or a Laurie Heinen to get in.
Well, Laurie Heinen is in 89, has scored an 89.
So at the moment, Dean, the only one
Dean
really...
is the only one who can walk away at the moment.
Yeah,
if McKeever and Heinen don't improve.
Yeah, and they need to get top 4 and not let James Dean get any more points here. So,
and I mean, for a top 4, Dave, you're now talking, you need a 95 plus run.
Also, James Dean, just to remind you guys, not in the top 4 right now. He's in 5th.
Yes.
So all
oh,
top
sorry,
3,
yeah, we made a mistake.
You made a mistake.
Sorry, Dave, I made a mistake. Just getting too excited.
But the top 3 drivers in the championship right now, all 3 outside the top 4, so they're not gaining any extra points.
No.
But we still have runs from Laurie Heinen. And look at this, 17th position for Dwayne McKeever with a 90.5. 17th with a 90.5. Great run, not enough to threaten the top 4. Now it's on Dean and Heinen. And Heinen's on the line. So what has he got to do to get into that top 4, Ian? What's the score?
95 he needs.
He needs a 95.5 essentially.
Yep,
to get in there.
Top 4. So Cherba sits in that top 4. He needs a 95.5 to match Calais Rovenpower to get himself in that top 4. What can he do? Flicks it through. Laurie Heinen goes for it on the throttle nice and early. Skips that NASCAR V8. Supercharged, screaming as he puts the back bumper to the wall. Nice transition from Heinen. Looks for this outside zone. He's very early to it. He makes it work. He drops the car down. Now flicks it across the circuit. Looks for this outside zone. Back across the circuit he goes. Very wide and across the line.
That's a big run. That's a big one. That's a contender. That is a contender.
I don't know if it was enough.
He's given it all he had. I'm looking at the pace.
But I'm looking at the final outside zone.
You think it should be wider? But then you don't know where that line is. You don't have to hit the tires.
No, but he was...
Look at this. Look at this.
Let's watch it back.
Perfect there, right?
I mean, look at the angle he dials on here. Watch.
Oh, that's great. So that's... We're going to call that max points, right? No points lost there.
So he's lost nothing at the moment.
Yeah. Judge number 7 there. Here we go. Right, transition. Right. Perfect.
Yep.
No points lost here? No.
No points lost here.
Right to the wall.
Right, drops it down.
I think that's... Is that where the judges want
I think that's a little bit too close.
Was it too close for the judges?
It's good there, but then watch the line.
No, he's got...
from the other camera angle, you can see it.
He's got 2 wheels in it.
We might see it from this angle. I don't think he's as deep into that zone as the top 4 were.
He's on the line. Look, the second wheel is on the line. You're looking at the wall, not the line.
I'm just saying. Hey, it's my point of view. We'll find out.
93.5.
I was right. Thank you,
position.
Dave. Thank you, Ian. No, 8th position.
You are not hearing any agreement from me. I think a 93.5 is absolutely fine.
It's an amazing score. On any other day of the week, it'd be amazing. Yeah. It's not enough to trouble.
Dean, what does Dean need?
So
95.5.
Dean needs It is a 95.5. He needs 1.5 on his first qualifying run to beat Cherba, to get points ahead of everyone else, to try and steal the championship. He's through the gears. Down comes Dean, flicks that S15 in now, starts to work himself through. This is incredible from James Dean. He stayed wider than anyone. This is absolutely textbook. Dean on the foot brake to the wall goes James Dean. Puts that car right where the judges wanted to see it. Now puts the back wheel where the judges wanted to see it. He transitions through. Can he put it right to the edge of the circuit? He can! Across the line goes James Dean, and the championship leader holds one hand in the sky and says, never forget about me.
It's a good... Well, you can't forget he's leading the championship. I'll tell you one thing, that's the conversation starter now. Is that a 95.5? It's... yeah. I'll tell you one thing.
Watch it back. Watch it back and tell me you...
this one if you let him get too far. So Viancek's now in the chase. Rovanpera's in the lead. We know Rovanpera's got a great lead. We know he's the top 4 qualifier. So Viancek can now stretch the legs on the Supra and see how it is in the chase. Because if his car is that hooked up and fast, he might have the same problem as Rovanpera diving to the inside here because the car just wants to shoot forward. Let's see. It's a nice little tester for tomorrow here.
Yeah, look at the bright lights in the front of Rovanpera's car. They are so bright. It's unbelievable. Now Rovanpera starts to lead them out. Dials on the angle, but there's no shaking Vincek. He looks through the smoke down onto the side as Kalle Rovanpera goes for the wall. Vincek looks for the door, parks himself right up on the inside. They transition. It was dangerous from Vincek. He couldn't see where he was going. They fire through the smoke across the line.
I'll tell you what, that was a little, for me, too dangerous for a qualifying showdown. But Viancek, he's been in the wars in Riga in the showdown, and again, here, I think there's no question that was the better chase run of the two. And I gotta say, there was a moment there when we saw Rovanpera go around the corner with Viancek behind him and said, isn't this cool to watch?
Yes.
Very cool. Two complete champions of their own discipline going head-to-head in almost identical machinery.
Yeah, for me, Vincek done an incredible job in the chase. I think this is just going to give us a little bit of insight. For you guys watching at home, you're going to see what's going to go down tomorrow as we go under the lights here in Hungary for round 5 finals. Dave, we're going to get treated to more because our top 32 qualifiers go out this evening for night practice ahead for tomorrow. So they get some night practice twin battles so they know what they're up against.
Yeah.
But you guys at home won't get to watch that.
No, but you're getting a taster right now, the best of the
You're
best.
getting one little taste, so get 3 battles.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, for me, with Rovanpera, he's going to eat this practice up because everybody does, and he's going to start learning and learning, and that guy is a sponge. He's going to take it all in, and watch him tomorrow because he will learn a lot tonight. Especially going up against Viancek, he gets almost a doesn't matter battle here. He's on the championship, he doesn't care, but he's getting up against the best in the business there, and he's starting to learn where he's at, and he will learn. That's the thing about Rovanpera. He's going to take that in, he's going to sit in his trailer, he's going to watch those runs over, he's going to make those corrections because he has that talent. But it is Peter Viancek getting the win and going to the qualifying showdown final, and that is a well-earned victory with a very risky chase run, but he did not want Rovanpera to come into his turf and take him down that easily.
No, he didn't, Dave. And you know what? It was a brave move from Vincek to put himself up the inside before that transition. It paid off for him, but how many more times can you keep doing that? I don't know. We're going to find out tomorrow. He is so happy.
Yeah, Peter Viancek very happy with that one. And I'll tell you what, that was a great chase. And I'll tell you what, that would have put a shiver in the spine of anybody going up against Viancek tomorrow if he's got that much aggression dialed into that thing and he's really managing it. You can see Peter, he wants this car to just work with him this year. He's had moments of, I mean, this is a guy who's gone out in top 32 battles, but yet qualified first. So it's just been trying to get that consistency and reliability into that car. And now, towards the end of the season, when it really matters, heading into his home event in Poland, is he getting there? And I tell you what, tomorrow will be a big telltale for that.
It certainly will, Dave. We're going to find out. And you know what? The way he's looking, the form he's on, the way the car's driving, you can't say that Vincek won't be on the top step of the podium by the end of tomorrow.
No. I'll tell you what, and now here's 2 guys as well on the start line that are on form this weekend. Kuba Piszczonski, what a qualifying set of runs he's done. James Dean couldn't out-qualify Kuba Piszczonski, so this is James Dean trying to gain points back, but he's going up against a Kuba Piszczonski who's never looked this comfortable at any round I've seen him. He looks like he's got this track dialed. So James Dean's going to have to bring his A game into that first corner now as they come off the line.
Yeah, they certainly are. So they get the thumbs up all around. They wait for the light to go green. Piszczonski's on rails this weekend here in Hungary. Can James Dean derail that train? The Polish train comes off the line, through the gears, down. Dean jumps onto the back bumper, initiates into it, into the door, looks for the side. That GR86 now matches the angle, matches the transition. Dean doesn't want to get too close, too dangerous. Oh, goes for the front wheel as James Dean now starts to apply the pressure to Kuba Piszczonski as they come through the alley. Dean transitions before Piszczonski, but loses a little ground as Piszczonski goes right to the edge of the circuit.
Oh. It's edge of your seat. When you see tandem battles on this track, it is hard to watch.
I forgot how dangerous the twin battles are.
I'll tell you what, Dean tried to do what Viancek did, but it didn't work. He did it a little too early. Has to dial a little bit of angle to catch Kuba there. Only place you could probably draw a couple of points away from Dean. Everywhere else was flawless. So now Kuba Piszczonski, who I will say is not known for overly aggressing in the chase position. Has to. He's up against the master here, the championship leader, hunting more points in the championship. Dean goes through the gears. Kuba Pszczonski fires in on the door, and he fires in close. Kuba feeling that this could be his weekend, but he goes shallow there, and a very late transition from Kuba. He's going to lose ground, but he fires through, and it's good. From Dean, it's good from Kuba, and they're right up on the door. Contact, I think, between the two as Kuba touches the door. And look at this. Oh, big transition from Kuba Pszczonski. Goes late, goes wide, and he's up on the door, and now he's asking questions of James Dean. But Kuba Pszczonski was not there as a camera car in that one. He came to win the battle, and that is a big run from him. Big statement. #1 qualifier, and has put a real question mark on James Dean here. And Laurie Heine and Dwayne McKeever doing backflips in the paddock. Kuba Pszczonski t-shirts on, Polish hats.
Polish hats.
Yeah, say
the flags
let's
are waving.
go.
I don't even know.
It's a very close one. There was moments for me where Dean was far more, like here, Dean was better, I think. Kuba then dives in. From here on, Kuba, that first section wasn't as good as Dean for me. The second section was better. That's where I'm at. This dive from Kuba, look at this, straight down. That's very brave. Down the inside.
Down the inside.
But he follows the lead car. He goes with the lead car instead of cutting the track. Oh, but then Dean, to me, on the first half of the course was a little bit better. This is just the qualifying showdown, folks. Tomorrow, it really matters. There's trophies and things for this. And podiums and champagne and do or die. Championships on the line. Join us.
Where you are. It's hard to predict where you are.
So Dean's saying there, it's hard to predict where you are. It's hard to know where you are on the track. I don't doubt it. It's a lot of smoke, a lot of trees, a lot of lights.
I'm not surprised.
Kuba, look at that. Smiles all around. Very happy with his performance. Sorry, I'd say #1 qualifier, but Pszczonski's sitting very close to that. Let's see what happens here. Oh! There we go. Kuba Pszczonski gets the win, and James Dean doesn't get as many championship points as he would like. He can still get a ton tomorrow, and this might not matter at all. But that is a big statement.
That's a big statement.
Kuba Pszczonski takes down Dean. Revenge for Mondello in the showdown. And that's 2 top 4 qualifying for Kuba Pszczonski in the last couple of rounds.
Yep.
I'm telling you, tomorrow's going to be a tough one. Really tough.
I tell you who's going to be tough for? Our judges.
Yeah.
They got a hard
Good
day
thing we're
in the
not
office.
judged.
Yeah.
Good thing we're cool. And we're going to go down onto the track. James Dean is with Becky Evans, losing out in the showdown as Kuba prepares for the final. But it looks really tough to know where you are on the track out there, Becky. It is knife edge.
Absolutely, Dave. James, it absolutely looks like it's on a knife edge. Coming through outer zone 4 there, it's so easy to get lost. And those transitions, timed perfectly, but it's all so close at this point.
Yeah, it's really challenging to go from day practice straight into night battles after qualifying, especially when all your references change. So I, to be honest, didn't fully trust exactly where I was positioned on the track until it was kind of too late. So I was kind of holding myself back and not being free with the car. So it's definitely going to be challenging tomorrow night as well, but that was some great, extra practice, and I'm happy with it.
Any words of wisdom for the drivers as they go into top 32 tomorrow? I mean, what can you say as the night comes in, it completely changes this place?
Best of luck.
Well, there you go. There you have it, guys. James Dean losing out to Kuba Pszczonski there. Guys, we've got one more battle of the evening. I can't wait to see it.
Oh, you can't wait, Beck. I don't know how much energy we've got left in this one. We've seen the ups, the downs, the sideways everywhere today, and it's been a great story.
The funniest part of the whole interview from Becky and James was Becky saying to James, any advice? Good luck from James. Good luck, because James is like, I don't know what to do.
You're on your own.
If I don't know what to do, then just try your best, I guess.
James, I'll tell you what, he'd be happy with that. Extra points in the championship for the top 4 in qualifying. A couple of extra points for being in the showdown. And no major damage done to the car, and it's ready to rock and roll for some night practice later on. And he'll be definitely, I think, learning through that. You see James Dean tomorrow and you'll go, oh, he's definitely not like he was last night. Remember, none of these drivers have driven in the dark. And as James said, reference points all change, the grip levels change, the lighting changes. You're looking at lights through the smoke. Difficult to drive. So we have one more qualifying showdown battle to go, and that will be between Kuba Pszczonski and Peter Wojciech, 2 Polish drivers who, to me, I'm going to let you in on it, have been the best all day.
They have been the best all day.
In my opinion, and also in the scoreboard. So they are going to get maximum point. I mean, I'll tell you one thing about Kuba Pszczonski. Turned up a lot of aggression there. Didn't expect that big aggression from him on James Dean.
No.
And I think that was what was missing from him the last couple of rounds. He's a pinpoint driver, perfectly probably one of the best in the world right now, but just didn't want to go to that place where he was a little uncomfortable. I think he knew Dean was going to be pretty solid. He took the chance and it paid off.
It did pay off, and you know what? I think Puszczonski's learned that unless you are that 10% more aggressive in that chase when it comes to these qualifying showdown battles, or even in the top 32, you have to turn it up a little bit more. You know, that qualifying run setup, that qualifying run mindset isn't enough. You have to go further than you've gone before all day to get that win.
Absolutely. So, and the date is still going on. These two, they're heading to the cinema afterwards. I think it's all going well. Yeah. Love it first drift.
No, I like it.
Yeah, Hungarian fans having a great time. This guy is like, I've been here for a long time. I'm very sunburnt, but I want to see who wins between Peter Wiańczek and Kuba Puszczonski, like we all do. Sunglasses have gone from the eyes to the top of the head.
Yeah.
And let's see which way it goes. We've got the two guys changing fuel and tires at the moment, back out for those two runs. And then, of course, we will see you guys tomorrow. Look at these guys, pumped up, ready to go. Very excited.
Grandstand almost still full after a full day of drifting. They've been in the door since 9 a.m. this morning.
Oh, so we're going to go down to Becky. She is with Peter Wiańczek. He is getting his car prepared for the final. It's all going to plan so far, Becky.
Absolutely, Dave. It's all going to plan for Peter Wiańczek. After a difficult year, Peter, you seem to have got this car dialed.
Yeah, it's definitely performing better than ever, and we are very happy about it. I felt really good in this car in Riga already, but back then it was quite unfortunate with the tire debit. But here, we won the qualification second time in a row. It feels unbelievable, but still, we need to focus on the next goal, which is battle Kuba. So first we're gonna lead, and then we're gonna chase. That's the plan.
Everybody that follows you on social has seen that you've been really putting the hours into developing this car. I mean, how many laps do you reckon you've done around a test track in this thing?
Honestly, I'm still impressed that this actually car holds its wheels so well, because we've been driving it quite hard. And it's paying off, it looks like, and fingers crossed we're gonna finally score some good achievement. We'll have some good achievement during this competition.
Okay, Peter, good luck in your final qualifying showdown battle. Have fun.
Yeah, he looks happy. And again, you know, we sometimes he's down the order in the championship. Remember, he had a shut off in the car in Finland. You know, things didn't go to plan for the first couple of rounds. However, he's just qualified first 2 rounds in a row. So if that's anything to go by, Wiańczek's back. And he's back in business. And as you can see, he is warming up the tires on this Toyota Supra. And it's amazing. I was just thinking, the two most modern Toyota chassis head-to-head on the grid. So just go 6 years ago, these two cars didn't even exist.
No.
So when we were here in Hungary, the Supra and any GR80 had never been released. So this is to show that modern chassis, I mean, you're talking about a 2021 car against a 2022 or 3 car in the final of the showdown. Cool to see how far drifting's come on these modern chassis, which, again, remember, these teams are taking them with they have to figure them out themselves. So that's why Wiańczek spent so long working on it. I mean, the GR86, kind of a body swap on the GT86, so a lot of work has been done. But it's got to show. I mean, we're all concerned, probably, for Wiańczek, thinking, does the new Supra have what it takes? Well, today, he's proved that.
He certainly has. He proved it in Riga by qualifying first, and he's proved it here tonight. And if you can win the qualifying showdown, I'm telling you now, he's setting himself up for a big win tomorrow here, because if he can take down Puszczonski, he looks unstoppable, Dave.
Yeah, full carbon fiber GR86 with almost 1,000 horsepower. That's a real sentence you wouldn't have heard 6 years ago. But right now, Kuba Puszczonski does sit in that very mean machine, sitting beside Wiańczek, also trading off probably over 1,000 horsepower in that Toyota Supra. And they have all the grip dialed up to 11 now, because they are ready to go. 2 Polish drivers ready to put on a show here at the end of the showdown. It is for maximum points today in qualifying. Will Wiańczek get back up the order? Will Kuba Puszczonski prove unbeatable today? Well, let's see what happens as both of these guys come off the line. Into gear we go, and this is going to be close. We know this is only for, let's say, bragging rights, but it's a lot of bragging rights on the line. Wiańczek in the lead, Puszczonski in the chase. Looks like we are good to go. Last runs of the night. Wiańczek in the lead, going through the gears, and Puszczonski starting to chew up at that back bumper as they come into that first corner. Look at this, Puszczonski losing a bit of ground. Look at the speed of Wiańczek as he fires to the wall. Now Puszczonski takes a late dive, brave dive as he goes up onto the door of Peter Wiańczek. And Puszczonski's coming for it now. Doesn't want to back down against Wiańczek as the late transition works. But look at Peter, he's so fast as Puszczonski cannot catch. Peter Wiańczek across the line. That was a brave dive that did not work out.
No, it didn't work out, Dave. He went for it, but he just didn't have the pace in the car because on the transition, Peter gained almost a car length on Przgonski. Look at the speed of Wiańczek's car from here, from outside. Yeah, look at that little dab on the foot brake from Wiańczek, and he gets onto it now, gets onto the rear wheel, onto the door he goes, he's pushing Przgonski around the circuit, goes up the inside, contact as Wiańczek puts his front wheel to the rear wheel of Przgonski's GR86. Now they go wheel to wheel. Oh, Wiańczek absolutely playing with danger as he doors Przgonski across the line.
What was that? Oh my goodness. Wiańczek knew he'd made a small error and then he came for it all from there. Oh my goodness. Has anyone been that? No one's ever seen anyone that close to the last corner.
Never seen anyone
Even
that
6
close.
years ago, no one's been that close. My goodness, that was a brave dive on the inside. I thought Wiańczek was going to hit the wall with the front of his car on the transition. Let's break this one down as Wiańczek comes in. This is a beautiful chase run so far, but he can lean on Kuba. Kuba's line is excellent in the lead run. And as they transition back, Wiańczek starts to get brave here. Look, goes way too far up on the inside, gains ground, has to back up. I don't know if he did make contact.
Yeah,
I think he got
like
away with it, but he was on the wrong side of things, so he's got to get back into it. Now he knows he's made the error. He starts to get very aggressive, and this transition, I'm pretty sure it was scary. Watch the front of Wiańczek's car. He's almost on the wall on the inside of the track. And then this, how does he hold the proximity here? Right on the door of Kuba Przgonski across the line. Oh, that was incredible. And then big flames out of the cars, which is my favorite part, to be honest.
Oh, look at this.
He backs it off on the front brake.
No, there isn't contact. It looked like there was contact.
He backs it off on the front brake, and he gets away with it, but he loses a bit of ground, but boy, does he gain it by the end. Oh, it's good to watch. Good to watch. Wiańczek's front bumper here. Look at that. He's nearly in the wall.
That's so dangerous. There's no room for error.
No. And this is going to be all day and night tomorrow. These type of battles. Look at that. Left foot brake in, tries to get himself in the pocket. I mean, like one mistake from Wiańczek and that's about it. Przgonski's like, fair play. That looked pretty scary.
Yeah.
So these two will be in action tomorrow. Remember, this is just a qualifying showdown final for maximum points, but will it be Wiańczek or will it be Kuba Przgonski getting maximum points today in the championship? Either way, they've had a great day, smiles all round. And the judging scores drop in. And it's Peter Wiańczek getting the win in the qualifying showdown, sitting himself #1 qualifier, winner of the showdown, and ready to take on everybody tomorrow.
Yep, he sure is, Dave. He's ready to do battle. What a way to kick off round 5.
I'll tell you what, from start to finish, that has been a roller coaster. From we started in the sunshine, finished under the lights, and it was Peter Wiańczek, unbeatable. And I'll tell you what, take nothing away from Kuba Przgonski. He's ready for a big day tomorrow if he keeps driving like that. Rovan Pera improving every round, and James Dean still leading the championship. That's how things have been today, and the fans have had a great time. We're going to go down to Becky. Becky, you're with the winner of the showdown, Peter Wiańczek. Well, I'll tell you what, that was a scary last transition.
Well, guys, there you have it. Your winner of the qualifying showdown here at round 5 in Hungary. Peter, I can tell by your reaction there, this means a lot to you. It's been an up and down year, let's say. So you've got your first big win. It is the qualifying showdown, and we want to carry that into tomorrow, right?
Those 4 points mean so much to me that I never figured out that 4 points may mean so much, to be honest. I still struggle to gather all my thoughts, but it feels amazing to be here. Thank you to everybody who appeared and actually celebrated with me and with everybody else, with all the drivers, because this feels amazing. Big thanks to all my crew, big thanks to everyone who's been involved in developing this car, because they know very well what they did and how many hours they spent on and sleepless nights just to make this thing running as it is. And it's running like a dream, and I cannot wait. Simply, for me, I wish it could be done tonight, you know, because 2 wins is perfect, you know. Let's finish the weekend. But yeah, we still need to. It's just the beginning, and yeah, it already feels amazing.
We've got to talk about that chase run. I mean, even for me watching, it was a bit of a squeaky moment as you were coming through out of zone 4 here. Were you thought to yourself, I've got this, or was it a bit of a, oh my God, I'm just holding on?
Yeah, I was caught in the second transition a bit by Kuba. I don't know if he was braking a bit, but I was too close to him at that particular moment, and I have to release and then try to regain the gap. And during the last corner, I think I managed to do it. After at least what I saw, and I'm very happy. And yeah, I just need to calm down, because we need to sleep well tonight and prepare for tomorrow. So it feels amazing. It feels great, and nothing else than positive thoughts comes to my mind right now. So
that's excellent. Congratulations, Peter. We're delighted for you, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Becky. Well, I'll tell you what, all confidence rolling into tomorrow as Peter Viansek. It'll be all smiles, a little bit of the tension lifted, a little bit of those gremlins that he's had all year in the Supra seem to have weaned away. He's #1 qualifier. He's won the showdown. Dean is our championship leader, and Kuba Pszczonski is right in the mix as well. We've seen it all today. We've had over half of our top 32 drivers, and way more, 19 drivers in the 90s in qualifying. Never seen anything like that before in Drift Masters. And now Peter Viansek is going to have to try and not blow the car up, because he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow. Here's how it stands. 12 points maximum for Peter Viansek in the championship in the point standings today. Pszczonski takes 10, Dean takes 8, Rovapera takes 6, and Cherba, great second run for him, 4 points. Tim van Oort, Zakharel and Heinen taking top 8 in qualifying. Heinen gets that 1 point, and it might matter all the difference as the championship race. And the big thing is, you look at there, top 3 of the championship, McKeever not getting it. So let's see where we are in the championship standings. Dean could have done more damage, but he's got 296. It's still very close between Laurie Heinen and Dwayne McKeever at the top of it. And look at that, Connor Shannon just creeping up towards the 200s there as well. But it really is, to me, a 3-horse race from here, and all 3 still very much in it, because I'll tell you what, the points are much bigger tomorrow from 32, 16, 8 into the final. So that's what you're going to want to be tomorrow, to watch all the action go down, because the championship fight is on. Viansek's coming for everybody. And I'll tell you what, let's have a look at this one more time. If you're a Drift fan, if you're a Drift Masters fan, just look everywhere here and have a look at everything that's in front of you. There is stories, and I'll tell you what, the big one is Dwayne McKeever's got to beat Connor Shanahan or his championship's over. So in order for McKeever to be in the race for 24 champion, he's got to beat 23 champion. James Dean, I'll tell you one thing, he's got to go up against Kevin Pazor, last year's Rookie of the Year and the winner of round 1, where James Dean wasn't there. And then you've got to look at Laurie Heinen as well. And Laurie Heinen has to win his battle as well, because I'll tell you what, any fall here and everybody is out of it. And I'll tell you what, it's not going to be easy for any of those guys to win tomorrow, because it is absolutely stacked. We hope you guys have enjoyed all the action here from the amazing Mariapocs, because it's back with a bang. Top 32, 3:45 local time. Top 16 main event at 7:50 p.m. I've been Dave from Drift Games. That's Ian Waddington. We've been talking you through it. We're going to take a break, watch some practice. You guys will join us tomorrow, and let's decide who's going to be in this championship race at the end of Hungary. Thanks very much, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.